This is the first edition in Africa. We know it would be difficult, but this is the spirit of a competition. This is the spirit of a challenge. Warm welcome to Morocco. Thank you very much. And we will start right now.
بالشعر الله الوطن الملك.
Africa, and in particular North Africa, has tremendous potential for solar generation. Imagine a solar plant the size of 3,500 football pitches. Well, this is no fiction, it is reality. This is Morocco, the home of the largest concentrated solar plant in the world, the NOAA Solar Power Station. The solar plant sits on over 6,000 acres of land near the town of Ouarzazate. The project was developed in 4 phases. 3 phases with a capacity of 510 megawatts are complete and already functional. The 4th phase with a capacity of 70 megawatts is in development, and it will bring up the total capacity to 580 megawatts. This will be enough to supply clean energy to about 6% of the country. The NOAA plant will not be entirely a concentrated solar power plant. The first 3 phases are concentrated, and the 4th phase, which is under development, will use photovoltaic solar panels. So, how does concentrated solar power plant produce energy? Let's hear it from an expert.
Okay, take the natural heat from the sun, reflect it against a mirror, focus all of that heat on one area, send it through a power system, and you've got a renewable way of making electricity. It's called concentrating solar power, or CSP. Now, there are many types of CSP technologies: towers, dishes, linear mirrors, and troughs. Okay, have a look at this parabolic trough system. Parabolic troughs are large mirrors shaped like a giant U. These troughs are connected together in long lines and will track the sun throughout the day. When the sun's heat is reflected off the mirror, the curved shape sends most of that reflected heat onto a receiver. The receiver tube is filled with a fluid. It could be oil, molten salt, something that holds the heat well. Basically, this super hot liquid heats water in this thing called a heat exchanger, and the water turns to steam. Now the steam is sent off to a turbine, and from there, it's business as usual inside a power plant. A steam turbine spins a generator, and the generator makes electricity. Once the fluid transfers its heat, it's recycled and used over and over. And the steam is also cooled, condensed, and recycled again and again. One big advantage of these trough systems is that the heated fluid can be stored and used later to keep making electricity when the sun isn't shining.
Here we are in the solar field of the Noor Ouarzazate 3 project. It's a CSP, concentration solar power technology. We are in the middle of a solar field of 7,400 mirrors. As you can see, the size is quite huge. Each one of them is almost the size of a tennis court, and they all concentrate the solar heat. At the top of the tower that you see there, there's a receiver at the top of the tower, and all this energy boils a liquid that is salt, a molten salt. This heat is used to produce steam by boiling water, and this steam is basically driving a turbine to produce electricity. And this electricity is exported to the national grid.
Morocco has an ambitious plan to have 52% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2030. The NOAA plant is a giant step towards achieving that goal. It is important for other African countries to observe, take notes, and be inspired.
OCP Group celebrates its 100 years. 100 years of passion, progress, and innovation carried out by OCP's dedicated people. A one-of-a-kind human inventor that is progressive and marked by innovation and major achievements. An inventor intimately linked to the history and industrial history of the Kingdom of Morocco. The creation of OCP on August 7, 1920 by Dahir is also the culmination of a process that started in 1905 by the geologist Abel Brives, who mentions the probable presence of phosphates in Morocco, that was later confirmed in 1917 by his colleague Louis Gentil. Mining started in March 1921 in the Ouled Abdoun phosphate field near Khribka. The very first Moroccan shipment of phosphates leaves the port of Casablanca on July 23rd. Since then, everything has accelerated. The group achieves a series of successes and innovations. The exploitation of a second basin in Gantour began in 1931, giving birth to a new town bearing the name of Louis Gentil, the future Youssoufia. A second port, very important to the group's activities, is put into service in 1936 in Safi, linked by the railway to Youssoufia. The 1960s marked the office's shift into high gear with the inauguration of Maroc Chimie in Safi, the first industrial platform dedicated to the processing of phosphate, in particular for the production of phosphoric acid that is essential for the manufacturing of phosphate fertilizers. The group acquires state-of-the-art industrial assets, including the famous Marion 8400, a dragline with impressive extraction capabilities. It continued its development by inaugurating new mines, such as those of Benguerir in 1980 and Sidi Chennane in 1994, by completely taking over the exploitation of phosphates from Fosbukra from the Spanish company Instituto Nacional de Industria in 2002. And by aiming for the industrial excellence came the inauguration of the new Jorfelsfar phosphate procession complex in 1986, the world's largest phosphate fertilizer production platform.
Activate all your cameras so we can prepare
in
for
2008, a new page opened in the history of OCP.
I will kindly ask you to leave your cameras on, please.
State. It continues to expand internationally by opening several international offices and concluding joint ventures, such as GESA, created in 2010, with the world leader in engineering, Jacobs Engineering, and whose shares were taken over by Worley in 2019. Today, GESA Worley is the largest Moroccan engineering company and the leader on the African continent. In 2014, OCP inaugurated the slurry pipeline, the only one of its kind in the world, which allows phosphate to be transported from Khribga to Jorfelsfar by optimizing industrial processes and considerably reducing the environmental impact. By creating OCP Africa in 2016, the group proved its commitment towards promoting agricultural transformation on the continent, while continuing to support Moroccan farmers and contributing to the kingdom's agricultural development. The keystones of this commitment are knowledge, research, and continuous learning. For this very purpose and to serve the African continent at large, the group created the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. In the same year, and thanks to its employees' dedication, OCP launched Act for Community, a community development program, as part of a bigger company-wide human capital development initiative known as the Movement, created in 2016. After a successful industrial transformation in 2018, OCP increased its annual fertilizer production capacity from 4 million tons in 2010 to 12 million tons. Its mission? Maximize the potential of its two resources, phosphate and people. This industrial dynamic is part of a sustainable circular economy approach that is accompanied by environmental programs aimed at achieving 100% clean energy and unconventional water resources by the year 2028. Today, the story of this extraordinary success is accelerating and proudly carried out by generations of dedicated employees who are highly committed and proud of their collective work in the service of the world of tomorrow. OCP, Future with Legacy.
Dear speakers, can you please leave your cameras on? and adjust them to your face, please. Your Excellency, Mrs. Orbach, welcome.
For Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long freight shipping, direct electrification, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you are in the world, thank you for making the time to connect to the WorldPtXSummit 2020. I am Ayman Shirkawi. I have the pleasure and honor of working at the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection, and now will be the moderator for this summit. To get us started, we have a lovely video to show you.
Depuis 2009, le Maroc a fait de grandes avancées en termes de production et utilisation des énergies renouvelables. Aujourd'hui, et pour renforcer cette vision, le Maroc s'est lancé un nouveau défi. Déployer les applications à base d'hydrogène vert, avec comme objectif l'accroissement du taux de pénétration des énergies renouvelables dans le réseau électrique, mais aussi exploiter le potentiel d'une industrie chimique verte à haute valeur ajoutée, ayant comme précurseur le vecteur d'énergie. L'hydrogène est l'élément chimique le plus abondant de l'univers. La molécule de dihydrogène, composée de 2 atomes d'hydrogène, H2, est cependant rare à l'état naturel. Il se trouve le plus souvent associé à d'autres éléments comme dans l'eau, les hydrocarbures, pétrole et gaz naturel ou la matière vivante. Pour le produire, il est donc nécessaire d'avoir une source d'hydrogène, gaz naturel, eau ou autre, et une source d'énergie. Actuellement, l'essentiel de l'hydrogène, 95%, est produit à partir de combustibles fossiles, grâce au procédé chimique de vapoformage du méthane. Cependant, le Maroc ambitionne d'assurer une production d'hydrogène vert, durable, à grande échelle, à prix compétitif, tout en ayant un impact environnemental réduit. Dans ce sens, on envisage d'autres méthodes de production plus propres, comme l'électrolyse de l'eau à basse température. Il s'agit de la dissociation de la molécule d'eau en utilisant une énergie électrique renouvelable, principalement solaire ou éolienne. On qualifie de « vert » l'hydrogène ainsi produit. Cet hydrogène peut servir comme un moyen pour stocker l'électricité renouvelable variable, pour l'utiliser le soir ou quand il n'y a pas de vent. Pour produire de l'électricité, de la chaleur et la climatisation dans les bâtiments, pour alimenter des véhicules à hydrogène thermique ou à pile combustible, ainsi que dans diverses applications industrielles. Une autre voie permet la valorisation de l'hydrogène vert en d'autres molécules primaires très demandées comme matière première dans l'industrie. On trouve par exemple l'ammoniac, qui est utilisé dans l'industrie des engrais, et le méthanol, très utilisé dans l'industrie pétrochimique. Ces matières premières, vertes également, peuvent être stockées et transportées, puis utilisées dans des pays pionniers dans la lutte du changement climatique, souhaitant réduire drastiquement leurs émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Cette voie de valorisation de l'hydrogène verte est communément appelée filière des Power-to-X. Aujourd'hui, le ministère de l'Énergie, des Mines et de l'Environnement vise à accélérer le déploiement de cette nouvelle filière, notamment à travers la création d'une commission nationale de l'hydrogène en 2019. Cette commission, composée de plusieurs acteurs publics et privés, mandatés par le ministère, est en charge de mettre en place la feuille de route de l'hydrogène au Maroc. À ce titre, la commission mènera des études approfondies sur le sujet et permettra de créer les synergies nécessaires parmi les acteurs nationaux afin de faire émerger un écosystème industriel national des Power-to-X courant de la prochaine décennie.
We hope you found this video very instructive. To welcome all of us in this WorldPtXSummit 2020, I have the pleasure of leaving the floor to the Director General of the Research Institute on Solar Energy and New Energies, IRESEN, Mr. Badr Iken.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayman Sharqawi. Thanks again for you and for the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection to support us to moderate the World Power-to-X Summit. Thank you very much. Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to sincerely welcome you to this first edition of the World Power-to-X Summit, organized virtually by UM6P and IRESEN. The World Power-to-X Summit aims to gather all stakeholders interested in the topic of green hydrogen and its applications: policymakers, regulators, industry, technology and service providers, project developers, as well as researchers, students, and innovators. Indeed, this molecule is not a silver bullet to our climate change crisis, but it can significantly contribute to a deep decarbonization of our economies through a variety of sector-coupled applications and end users. With its huge potentials, its emerging economy, and its capability of performing sectorial master plans, the Kingdom of Morocco is decided to seize this opportunity to contribute not only as an industrial hub to produce and export green molecules, but also as a technological hub to adapt, test, qualify, and scale Power-to-X technologies together with its partners, especially Germany, which is the guest country of this first edition, as well as with Spain, Portugal, France, and other hydrogen game changers. Today, we're glad to have the participation of our energy minister, as well as our industry minister, among distinguished guests who will share with us the commitments, the ambitions, and the current progresses. With no doubt, international partnership is the key to the development of a green hydrogen market and economy to respond together to the main challenges of a large-scale deployment, such kind as maturity, durability, cost of technologies, the development of the market and the demand, and the preparation of the supply chains. Within this difficult COVID-19 pandemic situation, the international community did not give up and elaborated green recovery plans which represent today real opportunities to set up sustainable green hydrogen economies. But we cannot afford to forget the current lessons. We need to ensure more resilient territories and supply chains. And we might be able to do this through regional green hydrogen partnerships and alliances. This will allow to have a positive social economic impact and a sustainable growth. This cooperation must be oriented to the most essential factor of resilience, the human capital. We need more investment in training, capacity building, R&D, and innovation. In this context, we're very glad to announce that IRESEN is setting up the Green H2A, a research and test platform for Power-to-X, including different pilot projects to produce green ammonia, green methanol, and synthetic fuels with important partners, such kind as the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, OCP, and Fraunhofer, with the strong support of the German government. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the World Power-to-X-Summit aims to become a real crossroad for the green hydrogen community, and also a forum where all those visions, strategies, plans shall meet and work together, positioning Morocco and Africa as a strong partner to impulse an international green hydrogen market and to shape together the future of a healthier and cleaner world. And I would like now to give the floor to my dear friend and colleague and partner, Hisham Al-Habti, President of the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University.
Thank you, dear brother. Your Excellencies, dear Presidents and Directors, honorable audience. I'm very pleased to open today with Mr. Badr Iken the World Power-to-X Summit 2020, a high-level conference related to an important and sensitive subject on which life of the future generations is dependent. One of the main missions that was given to UMCC is to bridge the gap between research and education institutions from one hand and industry from the other hand. This connection is key in transforming our economies in the African continent, and more particularly when it is related to energy. As part of this conference, UM6P is committed to play a leading role in promoting collaboration and networking, to developing research, education, and entrepreneurship in the different fields, including energy. Our university is engaged in areas which are crucial for the sustainable economic development of our country and our African continent. And green hydrogen technologies and its applications are one. Energy independence, preservation of the environment, limitation of greenhouse gas emissions, and the fight against climate change are all topics that concern each and every one of us. And we at UMCC, we will make all necessary efforts to support activities and events that bring Morocco and the international community forward in this area. We believe at UM6P that the innovation process requires frequent and iterative interaction among innovative actors, in which universities, technology platforms, incubators, and private companies are present. For national policymakers, university and technology platform collaboration is a key component of the national innovation policy mix as the successful exploitation of R&D results in fundamentals for national competitiveness. For this reason, we initiated the Green Technology Parks model with the aim to connect research to innovation. Indeed, UM6P, in collaboration with IRESEN, are set to create the largest network of green innovation in Africa, starting with Green Energy Park and the Green and Smart Building Park in Bengurir, before extending to other African countries. These platforms are built around a central and strategic map addressing challenges and developing technology solutions for the Moroccan and African needs. They operate in the different fields of energy following multi-perspective approach and covering a variety of topics: digitalization, water management and resources, sustainable mobility and habitat, as well as energy storage and applied solutions for industry. The Green Energy Park is the first platform of this network. It has been inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty the King. It is an 8-hectare area dedicated for research, testing, and training in the field of solar energy. UM6P and IRESEN wish, through the Green and Smart Building Park, to capitalize on green building and architecture techniques, smart grids, and sustainable mobility by integrating new technologies, renewable energies, efficiency, and digitalization. Green and Smart Building Park also hosted on September 2019 the first edition of the Solar Decathlon Africa, one of the biggest student competitions worldwide, organized jointly with the US Energy Department. It has witnessed the participation of more than 1,000 students from more than 50 universities, where they had to construct 20 solar houses within 3 weeks. The concepts developed by the teams were quite interesting, showcasing industrial construction techniques and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some examples to showcase our commitment to innovate and bring solutions to a major problematic on which depend the future of young generations, along with the mission that was given to our university by His Majesty King Mohammed VI. We remain open to further collaborations with national and international contributors to reach together these objectives. Thank you for your attention.
For these much appreciated. When it comes to shortening together the path ahead, power to X, it's beautiful to see already between university and IRESEN. We see such partnerships collaborating in order to make such a roadmap as concrete as possible. Having said that, you also mentioned that it is critical for this effort to inscribe itself towards sustainable growth. As such, we need to take into account not only the environmental aspect, but also the social and economic aspects. In this context, I'm particularly pleased to introduce the chairman of the high-level opening session. Indeed, Mr. Ahmed Rida Shami is the president of the Economic, Social and Environment Council of the Kingdom of Morocco. He brings a wealth of expertise, very much in the spirit of the various stakeholders you identified earlier, with the private sector experience, as well as a ministerial position, high-level diplomacy, and currently looking at the particularly critical and central council, which is of course, the myself coming from the environmental world, I tend to put environment first, but of course all dimensions are at the same level. The Economic, Social and Environmental Council of Morocco, Mr. Ahmed Rida Shami, we are in your capable hands.
Pleasure to be here today with all of you. It's an honor, of course, to be the chairman of this opening session. So let me start first by welcoming the ministers that are with us today, Mr. Bah from the Minister of Energy in Morocco, Minister João Pedro Matos Fernandes from Portugal, and Secretary of State, Mr. Andreas Feist from Germany, as well as all the panelists and all the participants that are following us today virtually, from different countries of the world. C'est pour moi vraiment un grand honneur et un privilège de lancer cette première session de haut niveau sous le thème politique et réglementation, l'économie du Power to X, déclencheur d'une nouvelle Union Afrique-UE. Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai personnellement appris 2 termes techniques au cours des 12 derniers mois. Le premier, je m'en serais passé volontiers, c'est Covid-19. Le second me remplit d'espoir à chaque fois que j'y pense, c'est le Power to X. Le Power to X est notamment l'hydrogène vert, dont les coûts d'approvisionnement sont de plus en plus compétitifs, ouvre aujourd'hui des perspectives prometteuses et se positionne désormais comme une solution viable pour non seulement décarboner les économies pour protéger le climat, mais aussi assurer la compétitivité énergétique de demain. Il nécessite pour cela un effort national important et une montée en compétences rapide pour une industrialisation des procédés couplée d'un rapprochement avec des acteurs de référence internationale. Dans ce domaine, nous estimons que le Maroc est placé comme un des 5 pays à plus fort potentiel pour la production et l'export de molécules vertes, que ce soit l'hydrogène, l'ammoniac, le méthanol et bien d'autres. Le Maroc dispose en effet d'un potentiel en énergie éolienne et solaire exceptionnel qui le placerait, si l'exploitation en est faite, parmi les grands pays producteurs énergétiques au niveau du Venezuela et du Nigeria, vous m'avez bien entendu, au niveau du Venezuela et du Nigeria, avec une production équivalente à environ 1,5 million de barils par jour. Au-delà de la quantité, la qualité du gisement est aussi très importante à travers une disponibilité complémentaire du vent et du soleil qui représente un atout indéniable pour réduire l'effet d'intermittence. Mesdames et messieurs, le Conseil économique, social et environnemental s'est autosaisi de la question de la transition énergétique dans un avis publié en juin dernier intitulé « Accélérer la transition énergétique pour installer le Maroc dans la croissance verte », dans lequel nous avons démontré à travers une modélisation prospective que le Maroc peut devenir à terme un champion mondial dans le domaine énergétique. Le terme champion n'est pas abusif car il s'agit clairement pour le Maroc de passer d'une logique de consommateur dépendant et soucieux de sa sécurité d'approvisionnement à celle d'un acteur important de la transition énergétique. Plus important encore, grâce à l'exploitation de manière économiquement viable, socialement juste et écologiquement respectueuse de son potentiel éolien et solaire, le Maroc peut donner du bien-être à ses citoyens au niveau du pouvoir d'achat, au niveau de la santé par exemple, apporter de la compétitivité à ses entreprises, adresser durablement le stress hydrique, gagner en indépendance énergétique et se positionner au cœur du partenariat économique euro-africain. Pour cela, une nouvelle stratégie énergétique devrait être planifiée de manière holistique et s'articuler autour de l'augmentation de la part des énergies renouvelables dans le mix énergétique, ce qui est déjà prévu d'ailleurs par la stratégie que mène le Royaume, que mène Monsieur le ministre Bah, de la maîtrise de la demande par la promotion de l'efficacité énergétique et de la production décentralisée, du développement de la mobilité durable et en particulier le transport collectif, du soutien de l'innovation et de l'appropriation technologique au service de l'intégration industrielle et enfin de l'émergence et du développement de filières du futur autour du Power to X. Dans ce domaine, justement, je me réjouis de l'accord signé entre le Maroc et l'Allemagne en juin dernier pour le développement de l'hydrogène vert, la création de la Comité national de l'hydrogène ainsi que les initiatives qui ont suivi. Ces actions vont clairement dans le sens des recommandations du CESE qui avait recommandé dans son rapport d'élaborer un programme Maroc Hydrogène Vert, incluant le développement de toutes les filières et opportunités pour l'industrie, l'électricité et le transport. Conscient de l'ampleur de la tâche qui attend le gouvernement marocain, le Conseil avait émis des recommandations concernant les filières de production d'ammoniac synthétique, de méthanol, de méthane, de gaz renouvelable, d'hydrogène vert et de capacité de stockage pour l'électricité verte, des recommandations sur les zones favorables d'implantation, notamment pour les filières qui nécessitent des sources potentielles de CO2, par exemple à proximité des cimentiers, notamment pour la production de méthanol et méthane, ou encore à proximité des industries qui consomment de l'hydrogène, comme l'OCP, les verreries, les fertilisants, la verrerie, la sidérurgie, etc. Nous avions émis des recommandations sur les infrastructures nécessaires, les ports, les pipelines, sur les avantages concurrentiels du Maroc, et nous avions recommandé de préparer dès maintenant les modalités des partenariats publics, des PPP, partenariats publics-privés, pour amorcer les investissements. Et enfin, nous avions émis aussi des recommandations sur le pilotage et l'opérationnalisation de ce programme. Mesdames et messieurs, le CESE, dans son rapport, a parfaitement pris conscience du fait que l'hydrogène et plus généralement le Power-to-X n'est pas une question uniquement marocaine. Ces enjeux sont mondiaux et doivent être traités en tant que tels. Nous devons inscrire toutes nos stratégies dans le cadre de nos deux espaces naturels, l'espace méditerranéen avec nos partenaires européens et l'espace africain, amené à devenir la locomotive économique du monde. Vous savez que sur le plan électrique, le Maroc bénéficie d'une interconnexion opérationnelle avec l'Espagne qui bénéficie aux deux pays et bientôt, j'espère, une avec le Portugal. Monsieur le ministre présent, il verra le clin d'œil. Aujourd'hui, la conjoncture est très favorable pour renforcer de tels échanges avec l'Europe et plusieurs opportunités nous sont offertes par les objectifs ambitieux du Green New Deal de l'Union européenne qui vise à atteindre une neutralité carbone en 2050, la décision de l'Union européenne d'augmenter la part des énergies renouvelables dans son mix électrique à 37% en 2030 et enfin l'engagement de l'Europe envers l'Afrique en faveur d'un déploiement et d'échanges accrus d'énergie durable et propre. Vis-à-vis de nos partenaires européens, tenant compte de tous ces éléments de contexte, le CESE avait ainsi recommandé dans son rapport en juin dernier de bâtir un partenariat stratégique nouveau dans le domaine du Power-to-X. Un tel partenariat fondé sur nos complémentarités en termes de ressources, de marché et de capacités technologiques est susceptible de générer de part et d'autre de la croissance, des emplois et un système énergétique durable. Les perspectives sont prometteuses dans le domaine de l'hydrogène vert, vecteur d'énergie et base de fabrication d'autres molécules. L'ammoniac vert, par exemple, sera clé pour de nombreuses industries et notamment celles des fertilisants. De même, le méthanol vert pourra servir pour synthétiser les matières plastiques, les peintures et les textiles, mais également pour la mobilité. Mesdames et messieurs, l'implication forte des gouvernements est cruciale pour la réussite de ce vaste chantier. Je remercie à ce titre la participation avec nous aujourd'hui. Malgré les contraintes imposées par la pandémie mondiale de la Covid-19, les hauts responsables du gouvernement fédéral allemand, du gouvernement du Portugal et de l'UE, ce qui témoigne de l'intérêt qui porte à ce sujet. Ce sont les prémices d'une transformation de la géopolitique énergétique pour réussir le défi climatique qui nous menace. En effet, à un moment où la Covid-19 a créé une incertitude extraordinaire, les gouvernements ont une opportunité unique d'agir et de guider les actions des autres. Ils peuvent montrer la voie et apporter la vision stratégique, stimuler l'innovation, encourager les consommateurs vers des comportements plus respectueux de l'environnement. Ils peuvent envoyer des signaux et mettre en place les politiques publiques qui encouragent l'investissement privé dans la transition énergétique, tout en soutenant les communautés les plus affectées par ce changement climatique. Les transformations qui auront lieu au cours de la décennie qui commence détermineront probablement l'avenir de nombreuses générations. J'espère que nous serons à la hauteur de cette responsabilité. Je vous remercie pour votre attention et je cède la parole à l'animateur pour la suite des interventions prévues. Je vais alors donner la parole en tant que chairman à M. Aziz Abbah, ministre de l'Énergie et des Mines du Royaume du Maroc. سيدي عزيز مرحبا.
Merci Ahmed, c'est un grand plaisir d'abord que tu présides ce panel et un grand plaisir de rencontrer pas mal d'amis, de collègues, de partenaires et plus particulièrement certains ministres, plus particulièrement de l'Allemagne, Portugal, bien sûr représentant l'Union européenne pour qu'on puisse débattre ensemble pendant ce sommet africain sur l'hydrogène, les opportunités qui nous sont offertes par cette nouvelle dynamique dans le domaine de l'énergie. Le Maroc jouit de plusieurs atouts que nous avons grâce aux orientations royales mis au profit du développement durable de notre pays et de notre continent. Et il s'agit premièrement d'une stabilité politique et un partenariat avancé avec pas mal de pays, plus particulièrement avec l'Union européenne, un climat des affaires attractif et en réforme continue, un gisement d'énergie, des énergies renouvelables considérables avec une expérience reconnue à l'échelle internationale, en énergie renouvelable en particulier, d'une connectivité maritime, nous sommes classés par les top 20 parmi les 20 premiers pays en connectivité maritime, et d'une connectivité gazière et électrique plus particulièrement avec notre voisinage, l'Algérie et l'Europe, et nous ambitionnons donc de nous connecter davantage avec avec l'Afrique subsaharienne. Une expérience éprouvée dans l'exécution de pas mal de plans dans de plusieurs secteurs, en particulier dans l'énergie, l'infrastructure, l'industrie, l'agriculture et l'eau. Et finalement, un potentiel hydrogène important. Les études confirment que le Maroc pourra capter un minimum 4% du marché mondial, si bien sûr est doté d'une stratégie et disons, un plan en la matière. L'hydrogène constitue aujourd'hui une opportunité pour notre pays et certainement une opportunité pour d'autres pays. Jusqu'à maintenant, nous avons accompli plusieurs objectifs dans nos préparatifs afin de contribuer à l'émergence de la filière hydrogène verte au Maroc. Je cite, nous avons créé d'abord la Commission nationale parce que nous voulons engager tout le monde. C'est une question, donc c'est une dynamique qui doit être d'ensemble. Donc tous les ministères concernés sont engagés. Bien sûr, nous avons aussi fait appel au privé parce que nous croyons au partenariat public-privé et nous croyons bien sûr au partenariat international. Nous avons réalisé plusieurs études spécifiques afin d'évaluer la maturité des technologies et le potentiel, et bien sûr étudier même les opportunités socio-économiques de l'hydrogène pour notre pays. Nous avons commencé déjà à signer des partenariats, et nous avons commencé par l'Allemagne, et nous voulons donner un exemple d'un partenariat avancé en la matière, et bien sûr nous sommes en train de chercher d'autres pistes de coopération et de partenariat. Et cette coopération n'est pas uniquement une coopération classique, mais plutôt c'est une coopération qui vise donc à développer la recherche en la matière. Nous avons une bonne expérience avec l'Allemagne, mais avec aussi d'autres pays dans le domaine de la recherche sur l'énergie renouvelable, et nous voulons l'étaler pour s'attaquer à l'hydrogène. Et bien sûr, nous voulons avec l'Allemagne dès maintenant préparer, si vous voulez, les conditions favorable à un projet pilote qui permettra de montrer qu'aujourd'hui l'énergie pourra être vraiment un cadre de coopération avancé et qui pourra compléter les autres cadres de coopération qui existent entre le Maroc et les autres pays. Et bien sûr, nous allons certainement consolider cette coopération avec d'autres pays comme les pays européens. Nous avons déjà engagé des discussions avec l'Union européenne, sachant que l'hydrogène aujourd'hui constitue une composante importante dans le Green Deal européen, et d'après notre lecture, et bien sûr, et même d'après quelques messages que nous avons reçus, le Maroc est parmi les premiers pays qui peuvent devenir partenaires à l'Union européenne en la matière. Et enfin, nous avons élaboré une feuille de route en cours de validation. Nous sommes, je crois, dans quelques semaines, la feuille de route va être définitive. À court terme, bien sûr, nous visons l'export. Nous voulons développer des plateformes d'export de l'hydrogène. mais nous visons aussi le marché national en commençant par exemple par la production de l'ammoniac vert. Nous avons déjà lancé la réflexion, donc l'Office chérifien des phosphates est en cours donc est en train donc d'étudier les conditions pour qu'on puisse s'engager dans cette ligne. À long terme, certainement, nous allons préparer notre pays pour qu'il puisse s'attaquer à d'autres secteurs, à d'autres domaines. Tu as cité quelques-uns, la mobilité, l'industrie, le transport maritime, nous sommes bien placés pour qu'on puisse capter une partie du marché maritime en hydrogène. Et bien sûr, nous visons aussi à développer tout ce qui est stockage, qui permettra donc de stabiliser le secteur électrique. Il y a d'autres, tout dépend donc de l'évolution de la technologie, de l'évolution du marché international et national. Bien sûr, pour qu'on puisse réussir, donc il faut mettre en place les facteurs de succès. Nous avons déjà commencé donc à étudier la demande. Donc ça, c'est la première, c'est un élément essentiel. Nous sommes en train de préparer les termes de référence pour élaborer, si vous voulez, la cartographie des plateformes et des infrastructures, ce qu'on appelle les zones spécifiques à l'hydrogène. Donc, là où il faut mettre ces différentes zones spécifiques, certainement, ils seront, disons, à proximité des ports, mais nous voulons avoir plus de visibilité en la matière. Nous voulons avoir un atlas hydrogène à l'échelle nationale. Nous sommes en train de préparer le cadre réglementaire. Donc, l'hydrogène a besoin d'un cadre réglementaire qui permettra d'encadrer cette dynamique, qu'elle soit publique ou privée, qui permettra bien sûr de garantir la compétition entre les différents acteurs, mais qui permettra bien sûr à encadrer quelques éléments techniques en la matière. Et finalement, nous lançons le renforcement et la formation et la recherche, le renforcement de la formation et de la recherche en la matière parce qu'on en a besoin. Nous voulons, comme j'ai dit, développer davantage la recherche dans les énergies renouvelables et plus particulièrement dans l'hydrogène, mais nous voulons bien sûr préparer les profils dont on a besoin. Les profils dont on a besoin dans le domaine de l'énergie et plus particulièrement dans le domaine de l'hydrogène. En parallèle à ça, nous lançons quelques projets pilotes industriels avec des partenaires, mais nous lançons quelques réflexions sur le développement de la coopération avec à l'international et plus particulièrement avec les pays africains. Nous considérons que tout ce qui est changement climatique, tout ce qui est développement énergétique, cette nouvelle dynamique en hydrogène, le développement de la logistique et plus particulièrement de la logistique maritime pourra, à mon avis, profiter au continent africain. Et donc, nous voulons à ce que le continent africain capte cette opportunité et nous voulons à ce que le Maroc soit un des acteurs en la matière. Donc déjà, on a commencé les négociations avec l'Union africaine, nous avons commencé les négociations avec certains pays africains pour qu'on puisse mettre en place, si vous voulez, une plateforme d'accompagnement, ce qu'on appelle le renforcement de capacité en énergie renouvelable et plus particulièrement en hydrogène. Voilà, c'est quelques éléments qui résument la dynamique nationale en la matière. Après, si vous voulez, la validation donc, de la feuille de route, nous allons nous étaler sur le développement des différents axes que je viens de citer. Nous avons besoin du cadre réglementaire, nous avons besoin d'une plateforme de recherche, mais nous avons besoin, bien sûr, de lancer quelques initiatives de partenariat avec certains pays. Nous avons commencé par l'Allemagne, mais certainement, nous visons à développer ce partenariat avec d'autres pays. Et nous cherchons, bien sûr, à attirer le maximum d'investissements. Aujourd'hui, l'hydrogène, ce n'est pas uniquement une énergie qui s'ajoute, ou disons une composante qui s'ajoute à la dynamique énergétique. On considère, comme tu viens de le dire, une transformation à l'international du champ énergétique. Aujourd'hui, le domaine énergétique est en quête d'une transformation. Le secteur énergétique, il cherche aujourd'hui une stabilité politique, il cherche une sécurisation du réseau et du système, si vous voulez, électrique à l'international, vu les aléas et les enjeux qui existent à l'échelle mondiale. Aujourd'hui, certains acteurs commencent à s'imposer en matière de recherche, de technologie et de l'industrie en la matière, et nous voulons à ce que le Maroc soit dans le radar de ces différents partenaires et acteurs à l'échelle mondiale. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Merci, Sidi Aziz. Effectivement, un programme ambitieux. Moi, j'ajouterais juste un point, et je crois que vous êtes très sensible à ce point-là, vu que vous êtes passé par le ministère de l'Industrie à un moment, c'est l'intégration industrielle locale. Et donc, on peut développer une véritable filière autour des énergies renouvelables, demain autour de l'hydrogène. Et je suis sûr que c'est pour ça que l'un des officiels qui devait parler ce matin, c'est M. Mohammed VI, qui est le ministre de l'Industrie, du Commerce, de l'économie verte et de l'économie numérique. J'ai compris qu'il ne pouvait pas être avec nous, mais qu'il a envoyé un message. Est-ce qu'on peut entendre le message de Mohammed, monsieur le modérateur?
Uniquement de produire de l'électricité ou de produire quelques éléments dont on a besoin pour l'économie nationale, mais au-delà de ça, c'est développer l'économie de l'énergie avec toutes ses composantes. Donc la dynamique est déjà lancée.
C'est impeccable. Les Américains, ils disent, mon cher Ali, music to my ears. C'est de la musique à mes oreilles, ce que tu viens de me dire là.
Bien sûr.
C'est impeccable. Bon, écoutez, si jamais, je crois que vous avez déjà vu ce film Houston, We Have a Problem. Je n'arrive pas à joindre notre hôte. Ah bon, voilà, je vois l'intervention.
Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier les organisateurs, le ministère de l'Énergie, des Mines et de l'Environnement, IRESEN et l'Université Mohammed VI Polytechnic, ainsi que l'ensemble des participants à ce sommet. Je tenais à participer à cet événement pour manifester le soutien du ministère du Commerce, de l'Industrie, de l'économie verte et numérique à cette initiative qui concerne un sujet aussi stratégique que structurant. Sa Majesté le roi Mohammed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, convaincu du bien fondé du développement durable, a donné très tôt ses hautes directives pour réaliser une série de réformes et d'investissements qui nous permettent aujourd'hui d'envisager la transformation de notre économie et de la rendre décarbonée. Cette vision royale a positionné le Maroc en pays de référence, aussi bien en développement d'énergie renouvelable qu'en compétitivité pure. Le Maroc bénéficie désormais de cet avantage de taille, lui permettant de proposer à ses opérateurs et investisseurs une énergie propre à des coûts très compétitifs. Fort de ces atouts, le plan de relance de l'industrie marocaine a placé la décarbonation du tissu productif en priorité absolue. Comme chacun sait, l'industrie du royaume s'est développée considérablement ces 20 dernières années. Le secteur a en effet été porté par des stratégies qui s'inscrivent dans une totale continuité, assurant une montée en gamme progressive et un développement en profondeur du tissu productif national. L'industrie marocaine a su créer plus de 500 000 emplois entre 2014 et 2019, et son secteur automobile s'est hissé au premier rang des secteurs exportateurs. Le Royaume a montré sa capacité à produire des ensembles de plus en plus complexes et sensibles, à l'instar des pièces chaudes de réacteurs aéronautiques. Durant la pandémie Covid-19, l'industrie marocaine a aussi montré sa capacité à répondre aux besoins du pays, y compris en ce qui concerne les équipements sanitaires sophistiqués. Nous avons été agréablement surpris, en effet, par la capacité de nos industriels à s'adapter et à se réinventer dans des délais extrêmement courts tout au long de cette pandémie. Nous sommes convaincus, plus que jamais, que le Royaume jouit d'une stabilité politique qui en fait une terre d'accueil des investisseurs. Il dispose d'une industrie innovante, réactive, compétitive et résiliente. Que cette industrie est aujourd'hui en mesure d'utiliser une énergie renouvelable et compétitive, que le Maroc bénéficie d'un positionnement géostratégique particulier en Afrique, en Méditerranée et à la porte de l'Europe. Pour toutes ces raisons, le Maroc s'est résolument engagé à développer une base industrielle de référence ouverte à ses partenaires. Bien que nos énergies renouvelables soient parmi les plus compétitives au monde, une intégration plus en profondeur de notre industrie nécessitera aussi de générer de la chaleur compétitive et décarbonée. L'hydrogène vert offre à ce titre de bonnes ou de réelles perspectives. La demande annuelle mondiale en hydrogène pourrait être multipliée par 8 d'ici 2050. L'Europe s'est fixé des objectifs ambitieux en termes de part de l'hydrogène dans son mix énergétique, qui devrait passer de moins de 2% à 13, voire 14% en 2050. Pour atteindre cet objectif, une alliance de l'hydrogène a été créée et des investissements colossaux sont prévus, estimés entre 180 et 470 milliards d'euros d'ici 2050. À horizon 2030, l'Union européenne prévoit le développement d'une capacité d'électrolyse de 2 fois 40 gigawatts d'ici à 2030. 40 gigawatts seront réalisés à l'intérieur de l'Union européenne et 40 gigawatts dans les pays voisins de l'Union européenne. Le Maroc, de par son potentiel éolien et solaire, ainsi que sa base industrielle, est outillé pour accueillir d'importantes capacités de production dans le cadre d'une approche de complémentarité qui permettrait à l'Europe de renforcer sa puissance industrielle et au Maroc son positionnement en tant que base industrielle confirmée, offrant à ses partenaires européens des gisements de compétitivité et de productivité décarbonée. Cette approche commune et concertée permettrait non seulement de conserver nos parts de marché réciproques, mais aussi et surtout de recouvrer tout ou partie de nos propres productions que nous avons laissées dériver vers d'autres contrées qui avaient, dans ces temps-là, une meilleure compétitivité. À nous de prendre notre destin en main et de gérer de façon plus efficiente nos énergies et nos complémentarités pour créer plus de richesses et d'emplois pour nos jeunes, aussi bien en Europe qu'au Maroc. Telle est la modeste réflexion que je voulais partager avec vous. Je vous souhaite un fructueux sommet.
Alors, on devait avoir avec nous Madame Kadri Simpson, la commissaire de l'Union européenne à l'énergie. Malheureusement, elle n'a pas pu être présente avec nous et donc il y a un message qu'elle nous adresse. Monsieur le modérateur, je vous prie de bien vouloir mettre le message de Madame Simpson à la disposition, à notre écoute. Merci.
Minister Aziz Rabah, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from very pleased to join you today via a video message on the occasion of the WorldPtXSummit. Allow me to start by congratulating the Mohammed VI University and the Research Institute for Solar Energy and New Energies for their lead in organizing the summit. With these kind of initiatives, we can exchange and cooperate across Mediterranean countries on renewables. Europe has set ambitions high. As you know, we have committed to a reduction of at least 55% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and to a climate-neutral Europe by 2050. That gives us little time to act and to transform our energy system from the current system to a much greener, more efficient one. Renewables have a central role in achieving our decarbonization goal. In real terms, that means just 1 decade for the share of renewable electricity to jump from 32% to 65% in Europe. To meet this target, we need to deploy new renewable generation capacity, particularly solar, photovoltaic, but also repowering of existing onshore wind farms and exploiting offshore energy. Morocco and the European Union are long-standing partners in the field of energy. The transition towards clean and sustainable energy is also a priority of the EU-Morocco Association Council Joint Declaration, which defines the key themes of collaboration between Morocco and the EU. In the coming months, The Commission will also have in-depth policy dialogues with all the partner countries in the South neighbourhood and in Africa, with a view to defining and agreeing the EU programmes of technical and financial cooperation for the period 2021-2027. In this context, I look with great interest at the cooperation with Morocco and with the other countries in the Mediterranean region who share the potential and the commitment to transform and develop the clean industry. We have a lot to learn from each other. In particular, we stand ready to join forces and work together with our partner countries on the promising and exciting prospects of clean hydrogen and Power-to-X technologies. This is definitely a win-win situation for climate, for sustainable growth and jobs, and for investing in the energy systems of tomorrow. It will also help to kick off our economies on both shores of the Mediterranean in the context of the green recovery. Continuing with hydrogen, this July we adopted the EU strategy for hydrogen and launched the Clean Hydrogen Alliance. Our approach aims to ramp up the capacity and to develop hydrogen markets as fast as possible. That vision comes with a set of ambitious targets: 6 gigawatts of electrolyzers installed by 2024 and 40 gigawatts by 2030. Our long-term focus is renewable hydrogen, produced using mainly wind and solar energy as the most compatible option with the EU's climate neutrality goal. But we see a place for other forms of low-carbon hydrogen in a transition phase, while ramping up renewable hydrogen capacity. Renewable hydrogen offers a unique pathway to address the sectors where it is difficult to cut emissions, for which decarbonization alternatives are scarce and where electrification is challenging. With very good solar and wind resources, and thanks to the dramatic fall in solar and wind technologies costs, North African countries are increasingly able to generate abundant and cheap renewable electricity. There is a huge potential to develop power-to-gas technology and produce green hydrogen and its derivatives for local consumption and possibly for export. And Europe is a prospective importer of these forms of carbon-neutral energy. For these reasons, we intend to place hydrogen high on the agenda of the structured energy dialogues with our partners. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I hope my message today provides some good background for your discussions in the next days. I wish you a very good summit.
À la commissaire d'avoir bien voulu enregistrer ce message pour notre sommet. Moi, je rebondirai juste sur un point. Quand j'entends que l'Union européenne compte, à horizon 2030, avoir 37% d'énergie renouvelable dans son mix énergétique, c'est une excellente opportunité de coopération, Monsieur le ministre. Vous le savez, d'accord, il suffit que les Européens acceptent que cette énergie puisse venir du Maroc ou d'autres pays pourtour de la Méditerranée pour que nous ayons beaucoup de choses à faire avec eux déjà sur juste ce sujet d'énergie, d'électricité et bien sûr sur tout ce qui est aussi hydrogène puisque nous sommes aujourd'hui dans le Power-to-X comme sujet. On m'a annoncé qu'il y avait un petit problème au niveau de contraintes d'agenda. Donc, excusez-moi si je ne suis pas la liste protocolaire, mais je vais donner la parole tout de suite à M. Norbert Bartel, qui est Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. So, Mr. Bartel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this panel. It's a great honor for me. I think previous speakers have stated it clearly. Europe believes that green hydrogen is a key to our future. Putting the Paris Agreement into action and limiting global warming requires innovative technologies and new partnerships and cooperation at the global level. green hydrogen and Power-to-X technologies offer a promising path to decarbonization, and even more, they allow us to reconcile economic growth with climate action. Morocco is already known as a very successful pioneer on renewable energies and as an early mover in the Power-to-X sector. Morocco is seizing the moment. The country has enormous potential for the production of green hydrogen and its derivatives, both for domestic use and for the development of an export-oriented industry. New value chains offer better prospects for the Moroccan people. This is becoming even more important at this time as COVID-19 is sweeping the world and hitting our country's economies hard. We believe that clean technologies are a key to our common future and to a global green recovery from the economic impacts of the pandemic. Germany has shown its commitment clearly with its national hydrogen strategy. Our State Secretary of State will mention this a little bit later. And Morocco and Germany have agreed to join forces for sustainable development and climate action and have set up an alliance for Power-to-X. We are very proud to cooperate with Morocco in this field, a visionary partner on climate policy and renewable energy. And just last week, my ministry, the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, therefore committed 88.5 million euros to jumpstart the development of a green Moroccan hydrogen industry. Together, we will work towards establishing the first large-scale production unit in Africa and developing a Power-to-X sector in the country. I expect to see green hydrogen made in Morocco in about 4 years' time. This effort offers great potential for both sides. We hope that this will trigger further international partnerships in the future. I encourage other countries to follow the example of Morocco's courageous and visionary policies. This conference is important for spreading the word and deepening international exchange and cooperation so that we can rise to the challenge of opening up new paths for economic development while slowing down climate change. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Bartel, thank you for these nice words and thank you for the great news. I mean, these are absolutely great news. We are very excited. I am very excited. I'm sure that the minister is also, I mean, maybe he had the news before us, for sure.
Yes.
That's great to jumpstart these efforts, and really it's on the ground that we will show that it's feasible. That's that period. I mean, and that's the right steps to be taken. So thank you again. Thank you for the
Thank you
trust.
very much. I think we have a great future of both countries in this way.
Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Andreas Fecht, Secretary of State to the Federal Minister of Economy and Energy of Germany, of course. Please, Mr. Fecht.
Yeah, Dear Excellency Minister Aziz Rabah, Excellencies Minister Fernandez, ladies and gentlemen, lieber Kollege Bartle, it's my pleasure to participate at the WorldPtXSummit with Germany. Sorry?
We have a mic that must be switched off. Sorry, Minister.
No problem. It's my pleasure to participate at this WorldPtXSummit where Germany is chosen as country of honor. The WorldPtXSummit is an important international signal for cooperation, for joining forces and working together to make succeed the potential which lays ahead of us with the technology of Power-to-X. In order to harvest the fruits of Power-to-X in future, we need to start today. In Germany, we realized that we need to introduce policies and regulations to enforce industry, which will, of course, play a key factor in establishing a Power-to-X industry. In Germany, we have introduced many processes to facilitate this. We have launched our national hydrogen strategy in June this year, which I would like to outline shortly. While we made good progress in the electricity sector, we also want to decarbonize the other sectors like industry and transport. In Germany, there are two main drivers for hydrogen. First, our climate ambitions. Second, the opportunities for cooperation between businesses and countries like Morocco. Therefore, hydrogen will be a key element in our energy transition. To facilitate the market ramp-up of hydrogen, the German government has designed a comprehensive action plan consisting of 38 measures that backed up by a 9 billion euro investment package from the German recovery program. For Germany, we foresee an annual demand of 90 to 110 terawatt hours of hydrogen by 2030. Only a small share of the demand will be produced domestically. We want to establish 5 gigawatts of installments and of electrolyzers by 2030 in Germany and another 5 gigawatt by 2035, latest 2040. So that will cover about 15 to 20% of the demand which we expect in Germany. Only 2 billion euros of our investment plan are foreseen for international projects. We are currently exploring potential international partners for hydrogen projects. With regard to first applications, we see a demand in industry, in particular in refineries or steel production and heavy-duty transport. I have no doubt that there is a chance that the PTX economy will be a key driver for further intensifying the existing and very good cooperation between Morocco and Germany. Mr. Minister, we had the opportunity to talk to each other and with your State Secretary for often in the past, and we have a very strong energy partnership, and this is a very worthwhile basis for that what we have in mind on our hydrogen cooperation. But this is not only with Morocco, this is also between Africa and the European Union as a whole. When it comes to cooperation with the energy partnership or development cooperation between Germany and Morocco, a lot has been reached already in the past years. And even last year, with the intensified hydrogen discussion, but also the agreements of the set roadmap for sustainable energy trade between Morocco and Europe. Through our energy partnerships, together with our colleagues from the other ministries in the federal government of Germany, we already today support the first reference projects and strategies worldwide, but also in Morocco, as my colleague Norbert Bartlett just mentioned. The signature of the German-Moroccan Hydrogen Alliance was another step and another foundation stone for intensifying our cooperation on green hydrogen. Morocco has an outstanding potential to produce green hydrogen because of the natural resources you have in your country. We are neighboring regions, and this offers many opportunities for further energy cooperation. Hydrogen offers Germany, Europe, and Morocco a new level of cooperation potentials and a win-win situation. A triple win when you count in your planet's sustainable future. German companies such as Siemens, ThyssenKrupp, and MAN, but also many small and medium-sized companies. And you just had a video chat with the company Sunfire in the city of Dresden. But play along the whole value chain and are world leaders in many segments related to the energy transition and to hydrogen. The technology and know-how is there and it's ready. As the development of the hydrogen market is still at an early stage, it is key to involve all stakeholders in the process. In Germany, we have set up a National Hydrogen Council, which supports and gives our government guidance. And there are NGOs, industries, demand side and supply side, and of course the science. They are all engaged in this council. But it is true in many cases in the context of hydrogen, it is also important to go beyond national discussions. Morocco and Africa can play an important role, and new geopolitical opportunities are arising. Regulations and policies will be key for rollout of the hydrogen market. When we talk about export potentials, we also have to jointly agree on standards on the origin of hydrogen, of the circumstances of production of hydrogen, but also the questions of transport. In our energy partnerships, Hydrogen Alliance and task forces, we assess currently the potentials of the bilateral and regional cooperation with intensified support mechanism on the horizon. We see a hydrogen market also as a chance for boosting our economies after the pandemic, after the COVID pandemic, driving economic development, creating jobs, improving the balance of trade and payments. We want to foster the exchange and local matchmaking to facilitate concrete projects. This is also why we jointly organize with Moroccan key stakeholders, the German Chamber of Commerce and the German-Moroccan Energy Partnership, business-to-business exchanges alongside this summit. I wish that our mutual efforts on policies and regulations will lead to concrete projects, just mentioned and announced by now, and but we need more projects on that level and that we can implement together. Let's start today, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I mean, just for the record, I have held the portfolio of industry between 2007 and 2011. End of 2011, I was Minister of Industry, Commerce, New Technologies, and I did a lot of efforts traveling to Germany to lure, German businesses to come to Morocco. I was unsuccessful. So now I'm hearing all this project we have with you on this hydrogen. I'm now optimistic that we can build some strong relationships between the companies, Moroccan companies and German companies. So finally, we're seeing the light, and in fact, it's coming from hydrogen. It's just, that's great. So thank you again for all the efforts. Now it is my pleasure, and I want to applaud.
But you have put the basis of this new cooperation between
Thank you, Minister. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. João Pedro Matos Fernandes, Minister for the Environment and Energy Transition of Portugal. Minister, I have to apologize again because, you were due to intervene earlier, but due to some technical hiccups and also some agenda, priorities, I had to delay your intervention. So again, my apologies, and the floor is yours.
Well, good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to salute everyone, especially His Excellency and my very good friend, Mr. Aziz Rabat. It's really good to see you from here. In 2016, in Marrakesh, during the climate COP, Portugal adopted the target of carbon neutrality by 2050, and we were the first country in the world to assume this responsibility. After that, we developed a roadmap for carbon neutrality, and the roadmap was approved in July 2019. It's a long-term development strategy for low greenhouse gas emissions submitted to the UN on September of 2019. In line with the conclusions of the IPCC's special report, this roadmap stressed that greater efforts must be made during the next decade to reduce greenhouse gases. Ambitious but attainable goals were established for the 2030 horizon that were set out in our National Energy and Climate Plan, which is the main national climate and energy policy tool for the 2030 horizon to implement a carbon neutral future. Climate change and its impact, especially visible and burdensome in recent years, call the country to a collective response reinforced by the pandemic caused by the COVID-19. While it challenges us to demand answers, the present circumstances show us new opportunities that we must embrace. The transition to a new energy consumption model is the natural ecosystem for the development of new business models, more sustainable, more resilient, and aligned with long-term objectives, namely regarding their impact on the path towards carbon neutrality. Portugal's sustainable growth trajectory is founded upon a more competitive and resilient development growth model, reducing the consumption of natural and energetic resources and, at the same time, creating new employment opportunities, increasing wealth creation, and fostering new knowledge and innovation. Portugal and Morocco share the commitment to decarbonize their economies, acknowledging the strategic opportunity represented in the green energy transition as mobilizing factors and enablers for a sustainable development. This path to a carbon-neutral economy requires joint action in several strategic areas, which prioritize being given to energy efficiency, greater diversification of energy sources, increase in electrification, reinforcement and modernization of infrastructure, development of interconnections, market stability and investment, reconfiguration and digitalization of energy markets, incentives for research and development, promotion of low-carbon processes, products and services, and improved energy services coupled with a more informed and aware consumer. The clean energy transition should not only involve but benefit consumers. Renewable energy sources will have an essential role. The smart integration of renewables, energy efficiency, and other sustainable solutions across sectors will help us to achieve decarbonization at the lowest possible cost. The rapid decrease in the cost of renewable electricity, combined with the improvement design of support policies, will further reduce the impact on households' energy bills and renewables deployment. Portugal's 2019 solar auction and this year's solar auction demonstrate the competitiveness of renewable electricity. Both tenders were resounding successes, with Portugal setting once more a new world record for the lowest solar tariff price. The next solar tenders will have new implementation possibilities that are under review, as, for example, the floating solar PV, particularly in the dam reservoirs. The consumer role will change, and this has already started in a very profound way, moving from the actual passive consumer to a prosumer, producer, and consumer, as an active participant in the power grids management, which ensures suitable levels of quality of service and supply security. Things like smart networks, management support systems, producer and/or consumer aggregators, bidirectional smart meters, storage systems, local production of energy, active consumers, flexibility in supply-demand, electric vehicles, among many other factors, are the variables which need to be considered when building the model for the grid of the future. To assure real integration of all these different and demanding variables, regardless of the configuration to be adopted, it is important to form a strategic vision of the national electricity network, which will allow national targets and objectives for the 2030 horizon to be met. To promote distributed electricity production and self-consumption from renewable energy sources, Portugal has already adopted a legal framework, which first allows and promotes individual self-consumption. Second, allows and promotes allows the formation of energy communities. This legal framework enables individuals, companies, and other public and private entities to produce, consume, share, store, and sell energy produced from renewable sources, thus actively participating in energy transition. In this great challenge, electrification is not a panacea, a one-size-fits-all model. Renewable gases, particularly hydrogen and also biomethane, have the potential to play an important role in promoting the decarbonization of sectors of the economy that currently have few alternative technological options and where electrification could result in significant costs or is simply technical and feasible. In the next decade, the energy sector will be the one that will make the greatest contribution to decarbonization. In this context, it is worth highlighting the role that renewable gases, in particular green hydrogen, can play in the decarbonization of the various sectors of the economy, both industry and transport, which will allow reaching higher levels of incorporation of renewable energy sources in the energy consumption. Accelerating the energy transition and the decarbonization of the economy over the next decade means that Portugal must invest in the production and incorporation of increasing volumes of green hydrogen. The recognition of the importance of hydrogen lies in the fact that, among others, it is an energy carried with high energy density, which allows it to be a solution for intensive industrial process, store energy produced through renewable sources, and enable the emergence of other renewable-based fuels, contributing to enhance the fulfillment of national objectives for renewable sources in final energy consumption and decarbonization. To bring these features forward, several mechanisms are being implemented. First, regulating the injection of renewable gases into the national natural gas network. Second, guarantees of origin systems for renewable gases. Third, concentrating financial resources available in national and European level to support energy production through the production of renewable gases, particularly green hydrogen. And fourth, setting the binding targets by 2030 to incorporate renewable gases into the natural gas network. All of this is already done. Portugal and Morocco recognize the potential of green hydrogen produced from renewable electricity as an important energy vector for the decarbonization. Our countries are working together to strengthen its partnership and ongoing cooperation on energy sector, aligning our strategic priorities on green hydrogen, looking to encourage commercial demand for it, as well as to promote joint actions to reinforce the role of green hydrogen, combining economic competitiveness and environmental and economic sustainability, including private cross-border investment of the green hydrogen full value chain. Aligning Portugal's and Morocco's green hydrogen strategic priorities is an important contribution to the creation of a forward-looking Africa-Europe hydrogen infrastructure and market, including related derivative products such as green ammonia, methanol, or liquid fuels, in the near future in line with each other's decarbonization strategies. The challenges we are facing demand concerted action between energy and climate and other policy areas, as this is the only way it will be possible to trace an achievable path towards an economy and a carbon neutral society that is at the same time promoting economic growth and improving the quality of life. The new energy model currently underway towards carbon neutrality represents a unique opportunity for our countries, which will make possible to transform our national economies in a logic of sustainable development based on a democratic and fair model that promotes job creation and prosperity, territorial cohesion, together with the preservation of natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for this very rich and complete vision. I had the pleasure to host your Ambassador Pereira yesterday, and we were talking about, not yesterday, yesterday, on Monday, and we were talking about opportunities between Morocco and Portugal, and I'm sure that this field will be one of the fields where there can be cooperation. And again, sorry for this hiccups. That is all due to my inexperience in chairing this type of events. Now I have the pleasure to introduce, in fact, Mr. Francisco La Camera. He is the Director General of IRENA, International Renewable Energy Agency. He was supposed to be on the panel. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. So he has a message for us. Mr. Moderator, can you please launch the message? Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a pleasure to share with you IRENA perspective on Power to X and on regulation and policies, which are the focus of this session. But let me first congratulate Morocco and my friend, His Excellency Ms. Aziz Rabat, for organizing this event. Morocco is in an excellent position to take a leading role on Power to X, including green hydrogen. It has the endowment of some of the best renewable resources in the world, and this neighbor of energy importing regions such as the EU, which has ambitious plans that will drive demand. International collaboration and public-private sector collaboration will be critical. On the request by its members, IRENA established a collaborative framework of green hydrogen this June. The EU and Morocco were elected the co-chair of the framework, which reflect their leading role in this area. IRENA, with its global membership, has indeed an essential role to play in analyzing latest development and impacts of different aspects of hydrogen strategies and to support international cooperation in this space. In parallel, we are also expanding partnership with relevant stakeholders, including the World Economic Forum, to facilitate enabling framework of the Accelerating Clean Hydrogen Initiative. Moving on the specific topic of this session, at IRENA, we understand the importance of policies to support the development of green hydrogen. Long-term commitments are needed to give a signal to investors and channel private capital towards hydrogen technologies. Regulation is needed that leads to the creation of new market. Certification is needed to track and value lower emission from green hydrogen. And risk mitigation measures are needed to address offtake uncertainties, which is critical for electrolyzer projects. To assist government in the process of navigating through the different policies, we just, as IRENA, released a policy-making guide on green hydrogen. The reports cover 4 pillars. First are national hydrogen strategies. They should define the level of ambition and serve as a reference for private actors' financing. The second pillar is setting priorities. Policymakers should identify and prioritize applications that provide the highest value. For example, industry and hard-to-abate sectors before low-grade hits. Third pillar focuses on introducing guarantees of origin. They should provide a clear label on CO2 emission to increase consumer awareness and claim incentive. And finally, policymakers should design enabling policies to create industrial, economic, and social value, including new and good jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, green hydrogen cannot achieve its full potential without being competitive. Renewable electricity, which is the main driver for costs, has achieved significant cost decline over the last decade, and we continue to do so in the coming year. Therefore, we need to focus on the other cost driver, in particular the cost of electrolyzer. For this, IRENA's work on hydrogen will also look at strategies to achieve a rapid scale-up and cost reduction for electrolyzer. These strategies cover innovation to improve the performance, economy of scale for plant enduring manufacturing, as well as learning through deployment. New findings on cost trends of green hydrogen in the mid and long-term perspective will be released by IRENA in the coming weeks. I wish you all an inspiring WorldPower26 Summit. IRENA stands ready to support a country across the world in transforming their green hydrogen vision into a reality. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Camara, for sending this message to the summit. Now we are moving to the last part of this first session, which is a panel. And it is my pleasure to have on this panel three panelists. The first one will be Mr. Paulo Frankel. Paulo Frankel is head of the Renewable Energy Division at the International Energy Agency, which he joined in 2007. Dr. Frankel leads the IEA's work on renewables, providing analysis and advice on policies, markets, and technologies to 30 members and 8 association countries. A physicist by training, Dr. Frankel holds a PhD in energy and environmental technologies from the University of Rome. The second panelist will be Mr. Ilyas El-Fali. Ilyas joined the OCP group in 2009 as a project manager in strategy and partnership direction. He progressed from management roles in the partnership direction and in Jorf Lasfar's commercial port before becoming director of the Safi site. In 2015, he became the executive vice president of industrial operations. And the third and the last panelist will be Ms. Tariq Hammam. Tariq is the executive director and head of development at Mazen, where he is in charge of developing Mazen's project and activities in Morocco and abroad, mainly in Africa, starting from the development strategy and the sourcing of renewable project opportunities to the launch of construction. Tariq has more than 17 years of managerial experience in leading the development of large-scale infrastructure and power generation projects, including IPPs, PPP, and EPC projects for different technologies. So thank you, gentlemen, for being with us this morning. I will give the floor now to Dr. Paulo Frankel for a presentation, and he will be followed by Ilyas and by Tariq, and we will move to, after their presentation, to a Q&A session. Dr. Frankel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is indeed a great pleasure and a great honor for me to represent the IEA in this high-level opening of the summit. Allow me to give the broader picture. You said Power2X has a global stake. So let me present a few slides, if I may, on precisely this, hoping that this will work. Okay, first, the solar and wind revolution is now. It is not in the long-term future. It is right now, underpinned by significant reduction costs. What we will see in the future years, 5 years, is the following. Here in the graph, you see the total installed capacity for each fuel, and this is what is going to happen for solar and wind. In the next 5 years, the total capacity will double, and by 2024, solar and wind capacities together will overcome coal, which needed 80 years to install these capacities. That's a real big revolution. Second point, the costs are going to continue to go down massively. And if you look in particular at the sustainable development scenario of the IEA, which is in line with the Paris Agreement, the green bars, you will see that solar PV will continue to decrease cost by 50%. Same will happen with grid-scale batteries and offshore wind, and most importantly for this session, the hydrogen electrolyzers if scale is created. Now, one important caveat, of course, direct electrification of end users and Power2X need to go in parallel. They are both very important pillars of the clean energy transitions, and this is just a well-known examples. The market of the electric vehicles will have to increase, and the stock of the electric vehicles in the world will have to increase by more than 30 times in the next decade. in order to be in line with the sustainable targets. And then let's come to the hydrogen, and in particular, green hydrogen. Three main reasons are fundamental motivators for hydrogen. One is integrating more renewables because it includes more flexibility and storage options. The second, which has been mentioned several times, decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors such as steel, chemicals, but also transport. And one aspect that has never been mentioned this morning, enhance energy security, because it provides more diversification of the fuel mix, it provides a massive expansion for renewables, and also flexibility to balance the grids. So up to now, as you know very well, of the 70 million tons of hydrogen today in the world, basically 99% is produced by fossil fuels. This will have to change massively in the next decade, and then even more so in 2050. And if you look at this point in 2050, at least half of the total hydrogen production will have to come from the electrolytic route, of course, for a low carbon electricity. So today, only 200 megawatts, roughly, of electrolyzers are installed in the world. They have to ramp up to 3,300 gigawatts in this time frame. And if you look even farther in the future, by 2070, around 1/5 of the whole electricity production will be dedicated to the hydrogen production to produce green fuels and green chemicals. This is a huge quantity. It's some 15,000 terawatt hours, which is almost the half of the world consumption today, and which is more than the whole generation of all renewables globally today. Now, by doing that, it was mentioned, but I would like to stress two examples of demand for these fuels. One is long-term, long-haul transport. For instance, this in the graph in the left, this is the international shipping, where we see a fundamental, significant augmentation of, in particular, green ammonia to provide these fuels. And in the right graph, there is an example for the industry. This is the iron production, where we see a big potential of expansion of the 100% direct reduced iron production through electrolytic hydrogen. Now, these are, of course, will be complementary, and there are other options in the industry, but these are just examples of a huge demand driving these markets. Now, in terms of geographic potential, and the potential of Africa has been mentioned several times, if you look at this map, which are the long-term hydrogen production costs from solar and wind, just don't look at the scales, but look at the colors. You immediately see what are the continents that are more dark blue, where there is a long-term potential of low-cost source of hydrogen production with favorable resource conditions, and Africa has a central role to play, not just vis-a-vis Europe, but actually vis-a-vis the whole world. So in conclusion, there are four priorities for us in this decade to go forward. One is to use industrial hubs, because these are the nerve center of having the resources and having the infrastructure for transporting the hydrogen. Second, as much as possible, use also existing infrastructure, for instance, the gas grids, enhance all the demand in terms of mobility, industrial capacities, and open new international trade. The center of this conference is, of course, the relation between Africa and Europe, but a much bigger, larger picture here it is at stake, first for the whole continent of Africa, and then actually the global markets. So allow me just to summarize 5 points. One, the solar and PNW wind are really transforming the power systems worldwide. The direct electrification of end-use sectors and the Power-to-X are two critical complementary pillars for all the clean energy transitions. Third point, very important, thanks to the electrolyzer flexibility, the Power-to-X and the production of green hydrogen facilitates the integration and allows faster deployment of solar PV in wind in local circumstances. This is very important. You cannot create an export-oriented industry without also cleaning the local power mix, and this is going to happen. There is an huge opportunity for opening new commodity international trade. by the way, massively expanding the potential uses of renewable electricity. And as Francesco La Camera just said, of course, the role of governments is more important than ever not to accelerate the transition in these sectors by attracting affordable financing and adopting a system approach. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Frankel, for a very enlightening presentation. And now I will cede the floor to Mr. Ilyas El-Filali from the OCP Group. Ilyas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to be with you today to talk about this important subject and how OCP is addressing it. So if you allow me, I will display a few slides. I hope it will work.
Don't worry, that's the Murphy's Law.
So,
yes, if you want me to give the floor to Tariq, once you get all set, I can come back to you at the end.
Yeah, I would prefer, please.
Okay.
I can't display it.
So the floor is to you, Tariq. If you have a problem also with technology, I cannot switch back to Ilyas, so it's better work.
Thank you, Chairman. I will try to connect. I think I have also some problem with the presentation. But let's proceed without the presentation. It's not mandatory. So, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to participate on this very important panel dedicated to the Power-to-X. So I will not repeat what has been said before about the competitive advantage of Morocco in terms of renewables and green hydrogen and the world of Power-to-X in general. Thanks to the very interesting potential of renewables we have in Morocco in terms of wind and solar, that make us one of the best places in the world for the generation of renewable electricity. Also, the good positioning in terms of proximity with a very large market, which is the European market, that, as we said this morning, will multiply by 8 its consumption of hydrogen within the next 20 years. And this will represent a dozen of gigawatts of green electricity to develop to serve this market. And of course, the local production in Europe will not be allowed to feed this need. And Morocco is definitely one of the potential feeder of this need to the Europe. Of course, thanks also to the great infrastructure we have in Morocco in terms of grid, in terms of interconnection with Europe. As mentioned before, we have 2 lines that connect us with Europe, with Spain. There is another project to increase the capacity with a 3rd line. Also, interconnection planning to be developed with Portugal. Morocco also is interconnected with Algeria, and there is a project to be interconnected with Mauritania, which allow us to be a real hub in terms of power and green power, and then, of course, all the application around the green energy. What is also interesting and important to mention is the legal framework that has been established in Morocco in order to support the development of our renewables projects, and which allow us to be a leader in the continent in terms of green generation or electricity. Thanks also to the maturity of our financial and banks that are very active and promoting the development of power project, mainly in the renewables area. As we all know, power represents more than 70% of the cost of hydrogen. So it means that if we want, and this is the challenge we are facing, to make the green hydrogen competitive, we should optimize the cost of generation. And Morocco has, of course, this advantage of the quality of its potential in order to get this achievement done. But moreover, what has been said about the potential, one of the most advantage we have Morocco, and that position us as a perfect partner to develop this new segment of Power-to-X is the resilience and the commitment we shows in the execution of our strategy, and especially in the renewable area. From 2009, when Morocco has established its renewable strategy with clear objectives in terms of renewables, wind and solar, with a target of 52% by 2030. In fact, we are progressing in this field, and we hope that within the next 3 years we'll achieve this target and go further in terms of massive introduction of renewables. So MASEN has been developing for the last 10 years several integrated renewable projects in accordance with its mission, and this covers different technology, solar and wind. In this context, and in order to capitalize on the experiences acquired on the renewable sector, we launched different studies in order to develop Power-to-X sector. And we start with what we call a reference project, integrated project, including wind solar generation with an electrolysis system. So for this project, we are in the development phase. We are progressing with the different studies, selecting the sites, and working with the German partners in terms of financing the project. So of course, here we take the opportunity to thank the German cooperation for their support of the development of this project. For us, it's a very important matter, because we want to dismantle that we can, in a industrial scale, produce green hydrogen, and then different applications such ammonia or biofuel in a competitive way. And I think that we have all ingredients here in Morocco to dismantle this. Our target is to develop this project and to make it under operation by 2024, 2025. Of course, this will be done with the commitment of all the parties. And our target, it's not only to develop such a first project, but also to push for the creation of a real platform and real ecosystem around this
Seems that we have problem of connection. Tariq. Tariq.
Honorable Chairman, we suggest switch to the next speaker, as unfortunately we lost connection with Si Hamad.
Connects again, then we'll give him a few words to conclude his presentation. Ilyas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope this time it's working. Do you see my slide?
It is.
All right. Thank you, and sorry for the inconvenience. So if you allow me, I will start with a short introduction of OCP group for those who don't know OCP before moving, of course, to our subject today. So OCP is one of the leading phosphate or fertilizer producers in the world, with a global footprint covering the 5 continents, around $6 billion revenues annually, and something like $2 billion EBITDA, and 21,000 employees. We are enjoying an exceptional position in terms of reserves. And according to the USGS, Morocco has something like 3/4 of the world reserves, competitive and high quality reserves, which makes OCP, and we consider ourselves to be the phosphate custodians, the phosphate responsible custodians, and that's why actually we are, engaged in a CapEx program that is mentioned here, aiming to double our mining capacity, tripling fertilizer capacity over the last decade, in order to serve, I would say, a sustainable agriculture all over the world, and to contribute to the food security in the world. So very briefly, in terms of history, we're actually celebrating today, this year, the 100th anniversary of the group that started its operations in 1920 as a pure mining, phosphate mining company. And we like to represent our history, or as a succession of what we call S-curves, in terms of development of our business model. The first S-curve being the mining S-curve, and then the fertilizer as a commodity S-curve. And today we are engaged in the third S-curve, transforming the company from a pure commodity player to a solution provider for a sustainable agriculture. So needless to say that this transformation is a deep one, and it entails a strong focus on innovation and on sustainability. So, I mean, sustainability, of course, is a broad subject, and I will need more time here to develop the group's strategy in sustainability. But let me focus more on energy and its downstream. So energy is one of the main pillars of our sustainability strategy, and OCP is today covering 87% of its electricity needs through renewable and clean energy, both by recovering heats from the processes of fertilizer production, and also through the use of wind power. And for example, today, 3 out of 4 mining sites in Morocco are already 100% renewable electricity. And our target is to be 100% clean electricity by 2030, taking into account our development and CapEx and growth program. In terms of carbon footprint, it's something we are monitoring very closely, and it's actually at the heart of our development strategy. And as you see in the chart in the left, we've been tripling our fertilizer capacity over the last 10 years while maintaining a stable carbon footprint. And on the right chart, you see another example of this improvement. Last year, for example, we increased our production by 6% while reducing our carbon footprint by 14%. And our goal is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040, so 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement objective, which makes OCP one of the leading company in the industry in terms of carbon footprint reduction. How do we plan to do this? Well, through a comprehensive and diversified program ranging, without going into the detail, ranging from CO2 capture at the stacks in the production of fertilizer to carbon farming at the mine, the use of renewable energy in our processes, and other energy efficiency initiatives, but also through the use of green ammonia. But what is interesting here to say is that green ammonia is in our scope 3 in terms of emissions. So it's not actually, so we are going actually beyond the mere carbon neutrality, and we're targeting green fertilizers using even green ammonia. Why are we doing this? Well, because we are strong believers in green ammonia. We have the opportunity to be one of the, we are actually the biggest importer of ammonia in the world. We are consuming today something like 2 million tons annually of ammonia to produce our fertilizer, and we are not tied to any source of fossil fuel to produce ammonia, which is in this perspective, we consider it to be an opportunity. So we are well positioned, and especially in Morocco, where we have abundant resources in terms of wind and solar. We have all the ingredients to be at the front end of innovation in green ammonia. So this is why we're investing a lot in terms of R&D and innovation in this sector. One of the examples is what you see here in this slide, which is the pilot plant for production of green ammonia that will be building starting in a few weeks now, next year. It's a 4-ton per day pilot plant, and it's, I mean, the objective here, of course, is to address the challenges of the scale-up of this technology. The challenges being the management of the intermittency of the solar and wind energy, hydrogen storage, and the overall integration of the process in order to achieve an efficient scale-up. We're doing it with a certain number of partners, one of them being Fraunhofer, our partner in the green energy park. But beyond this, R&D initiative in green ammonia, we are also interested in upstream R&D, and we have, of course, a research agenda covering many areas, always aiming at improving the competitiveness of renewable energy and its uses. So we're also investing in R&D in in CO2 capture, green methanol, which represents a big potential in terms of carbon footprint reduction and monetization of our carbon emissions. Energy storage, renewable energy also, because it's, I mean, here it's the objective is to adapt the existing technologies to our context of our mines in order to improve its efficiency and reduce its costs. Thermal renewable energy, using solar energy in drying processes in our fertilizer production and so on. In doing so, of course, we're leveraging a network of partners among the best universities, R&D centers and companies, partner companies. And one example is the Green Energy Park that was mentioned earlier by our hosts. Green Energy Park is a joint venture between OCP, University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, and IRESEN. And it's one of the most advanced, I would say, research center in the continents working on renewable energy development and especially solar. So we have here 20 research programs today ongoing, and these research programs are, as I said, all aiming at scaling up this technology as quickly as possible in order to meet our objectives. So I will stop here. Thank you for your attention, and of course I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fali. Thank you, Ilyas. I don't know if Tariq is back with us. Doesn't seem to.
Yes, Mr. Shami, I'm back again. Sorry for.
So you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Okay, perfect.
Presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was interrupted by the connection. In order to conclude, I just want to come back to the reference project we are developing in Mazen. It's as I said before, it's an industrial scale project. As you know, all components that are involved in the development of green hydrogen, if we take it separately, are mature. So mainly the power generation, the electrolyzer. So we are targeting to have alkyl electrolyzer here. And the question and the challenge is how to integrate all these components in order to scale up and have an integrated project that are, of course, reliable and also can deliver green hydrogen on competitive ways. And here, where we are working on this project, we as we said before, we have the support of the German government with a interesting loan and also some support for the financing and the studies of this project. It's a first step, and we believe that Morocco has all ingredients in order to be a leader in this field, and I will be free to respond of any question about this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the three of you for very interesting, in presentations in some cases. We have few questions for you. And in fact, I have 4 questions, one to address to each one of you. Of course, if there are some compliments that you would like to bring to the answer, you're welcome. And the last one will be addressed to all of you. I'd rather have you please have some concise answers and short answers because we are running out of time. But of course, any important information is welcome. So let me start with Dr. Frankel. Doctor, the question is the following: what is the importance of bilateral agreements, i.e. we're thinking about policies, regulations, to jumpstart this Power-to-X development worldwide? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the importance is very important, is crucial, because we know the technology that we have to use to produce green hydrogen. What we need is a massive scale up. We need to go from the sizes, the largest electrolyzers today is 10 megawatt, and we need to go to the 1 gigawatt scale in 2030. So bilateral projects and this are very important for that. I would add also another aspect that was mentioned by Mr. La Camera: create industrial social value, create the jobs, make the North Africa and Europe the technology leader in knowledge and innovation. And for that, one is important to create demand, and second, to have these partnerships. So I think the bilateral agreements are fundamentally important.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Elias, Tariq, anything to add? Okay. So let me move to the second question. The second question will be addressed to Elias El-Fali. Elias, what are the key challenges that faces currently the Power-to-X development, according to you?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Chairman. And my answer would go back also to build on what Mr. Frankel just said. I think the technology is known, but the real challenge here is first competitiveness challenge. So this is why innovation and R&D is key in terms of scaling up, of course, the electrolyzers, but also solving the intermittency issue. And what is interesting here also, and I had the opportunity to mention it in my presentation, is that the solutions in terms of innovations are to a great extent local. They should be adapted also to the context where we are operating, and this is why we need to have local capabilities in terms of R&D. Second challenge for me is a challenge of building a strong ecosystem that supports this ambition. An ecosystem both in terms of dynamic and innovative industry locally, but also in terms of development of skills and preparing the right skills that can support such development.
Thank you, Tariq. And by the way, I was very impressed by all the projects you are currently deploying at the OCP. I mean, to reach the neutrality carbon by 2040, if I remember correctly. So great job.
Thank you.
Any compliments, any addition that Tariq or Dr. Frankel would like to bring to Mr. El-Fali's answer?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think we are all aligned that the challenge is the integration of all the components and to this matter that we can produce in Morocco, thanks to the quality of our resources, green hydrogen on a competitive basis. And for that, I think, as you mentioned, bilateral collaboration, it's very important. And this is what is now implemented in our first project in Mazen. The scale, it's around 100 megawatt, which is an industrial scale. And I think we believe that within this scale, we will show that we can reach a certain competitiveness. But for this also, we need to establish a regulatory framework that push the development of such green generation. And here I think that the government has a role to play in order to support. Of course, we are talking about the new barriers that will be established in Europe in order to enhance the free carbon production. And here I think that there is a great job to be done by a different government, and we have our place in this area. It's very important that we will not consider green hydrogen as a raw material from Morocco, but we should take advantage of the whole add value that can be created in terms of industrialization. And I think we had a good experience with what has been done in the wind area, wind generation, with the manufactories that has been established in Morocco. So here also, if we look to the capacity that is needed to be developed in order to feed even the local market and the exportation, we are talking about dozens of gigawatts of installed capacity. And here it's, I think, a very important quantity that allow us to have this ambition to develop an industrial ecosystem around this new technology in order to catch the add value and to feed the market with the appropriate product. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Minister Bah, I mean, these messages are addressed to you. Basically, I mean, the many challenges are, you know, and the reach are on your reach. You can just take them out of the way.
I think we have all the ingredients to succeed, Ahmed. We have. I think the business climate is favorable for this development. I think we are in well positioned to have good partnership with many actors in the world, countries, companies, international institutions like IRESEN and IA. And we have good actors in Morocco. We have Mazen, ONI, ONIM, and the OCP, I think. But also we have a good private sector. They are ready now to launch a lot of projects in renewable energy, and particularly they are ready if there is any incentive to launch some projects in hydrogen. So we have all the ingredients, and soon we will have new dynamism in our energy sector.
Great to hear. Great to hear your optimism, Minister. I mean, these are just very encouraging for all the actors. And as I said in my speech, I mean, government should set the vision, the direction, send signals, and I think you are doing it right now. And so this should, of course, hopefully continue, and we, as a nation, will be successful building this hydrogen economy with our partners, with our international partners, and of course, having this strong ecosystem that is very dear to my heart, as you know. So let me, Dr. Frankel, anything you would like to add on this question, on this topic? Okay. So let me move to the third question, and this will be addressed to Tariq Haman. Tariq, how can we encourage and fund projects related to PTX technologies? Financing is one of your key strengths and expertise. So help us understand how we can finance, this project, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is, I think, one of the most challenging points for this new segment is, of course, how to finance the project. And it's relating to the sustainability of the system. Of course, for the first project, we need bilateral cooperation, and we need the intervention of multilateral institution, because first target is to show that we can produce green hydrogen and green Power-to-X within a competitive, or to be close to the competitive cost. And for that, we need to minimize the cost of the financing of the project. We need also to bring some grants to the first project, because we are building a new industry around this area. So we should cap all this flow of financing, cheap financing and subvention in order to support the first project. Once it's done with this optimization of the financing, I think the appetite of the commercial financing will be more, more present, and we can move to commercial structuration of the project. So basically, for the first project, we need institutional support. We need some subvention because we are, as I mentioned before, building a new technology, a new business model. After few projects, I think the scale-up will be done and established, and there we can, of course, be able to finance using commercial financing. If we look at the cost of an integrated green hydrogen project, basically the power generation will cost about the 2/3. So this will represent the big portion of the financing of the project, and this is mature, so we will not have any problem to finance. The most challenging is the electrolyzer and also depending of the final product. If we need ammonia, Haber-Bosch, or other equipment, and here we need such support from financial institution, and this is what we are doing for this project, the first project, with the German banks, KfW, which we are supporting our project. But I believe that within the next 3 years, we will dismantle that the integration and the scale-up will makes the project profitable. Of course, we have also to secure the offtake, and here also there is a development and a challenge, because off-taker also should commit for a long term as a first step before the creation of a liquid market. And we are starting even for this first project discussion with different partners. We have some collaboration with German companies and also Netherlands companies in order to look at to the potential off-takers of our green hydrogen and different products.
Thank you, Tariq. Ilyas, Dr. Frankel, any addition? Yes, Dr. Frankel, please go ahead.
Thank you. What I wanted to add is that, of course, we are in a special situation now due to COVID-19 and the unprecedented impact on the energy systems and on the economies. It is also a unique opportunity to allocate money and to build back in a cleaner way. So it is fundamentally important that this opportunity is taken, and the European New Green Deal and the recovery packages that are coming must include green hydrogen, and there has to be flexibility to allow investment in Morocco, in North Africa, and this hydrogen and this opportunity to be exploited. I think this is a very special situation, but which is also a special opportunity right now. We need to build scale.
Thank you. Yeah, I strongly agree. You are in a violent agreement, Frank, on this. Let me move to the last question, and this one will be addressed to the three panelists. Is the current infrastructure ready for a PTX economy in Europe, in Africa, and between Europe and Africa? Please, Dr. Frankel, the floor is yours.
I think there are all the ingredients for a good starting point. The two continents are interconnected, not only commercially, but also with infrastructures, with grids, with pipelines, and all this, and of course, through shipping. So this is a good starting point, but I want to repeat what I had said in my presentation. What is at stake here is much more. Is a leadership in global markets, and therefore also more ambitious plan for expansion should be included.
Thank you very much, Ilyas.
Well, I also agree on the fact that infrastructure, I think here will not be a hurdle to the development, because I think we have what it takes in terms of proximity, in terms also of existing electricity infrastructure, ports, and other things. And I think we have today, with the solutions of the use of methanol, for example, and ammonia, which are, I would say, simple to transport. The logistics are well known, and I mean, they don't require any particular infrastructure that we don't have. So I think really here the issue is not infrastructure. It's rather, I would say, how to operate this big transition in a smooth way, because I mean, of course, as far as the private sector is concerned, it's a matter of competitiveness, and it's a matter of cost. And this is something we should solve both from the private sector initiatives by committing to sustainability and having a long-term vision on these issues, but also through public policy in terms of incentives and visibility on the offtake that could de-risk the projects.
Thank you very much. Tariq?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I think that infrastructure are there in terms of, as you said, in terms of pipelines and electric interconnection. Of course, there is a big challenge in terms of shipping, because right now we know how to ship ammonia or green fuels, but of course, in terms of liquid hydrogen, there is, I mean, still development on this field. But I think that the most challenging now is the business model, because the business model around this sector, which is under reflection, so it should be developed and address the needs of each part and take advantage of the competitive advantage of each country. So basically, we have to define what is the best product to be developed in Morocco and exported. Is it green hydrogen? Is it ammonia? Is it green fuels, cell fuels? Is it electricity? And this is also related to what we said before about the ecosystem and the local content around it. So I think that let's move on with this first project, showing that Morocco is a great place in order to develop green hydrogen and Power-to-X products, and define with our neighbors, our potential clients, what is the best configuration of exporting this product.
Thank you very much, the three of you, for these interesting comments and answers. Before closing, I would like to give back the floor for the final remarks to Minister Bah and Minister Joao Fernandez, if he's still with us. Aziz, the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you very much. All the reports made at the international level by some organization show that Morocco is have good opportunities now to attract some investment in hydrogen. But we need to make some distinction between the local market and the international market. I think for the local market, we can launch some pilot project and some R&D project, and we can prepare all the ingredients to launch the big project for phosphate, for fertilization. I think OCP is working on this project, but we need to target the international market. What will happen in hydrogen sector at the international level is like what's happening now in petrol exploration. So I think we need to create all the condition to have all the condition to attract more investment from abroad. We need to sign some strategic partnership with companies, with countries, with organizations, and we need to put Morocco in the best radar for hydrogen. So I think we have strong work to do in the near future to do that, to have our place in the international market. I think we have logistic, we have maritime logistic, we have renewable energy, we have good business climate. Now it's question to, what I can say, to work together, public and private, with our partner in the world to target the international market.
Absolutely, Minister. I strongly agree. I mean, we have all the elements, as you said. Now let's let them work together and also with the outside world. Thank you very much for attending. I would like, before closing, to share with you a dream. I have a dream, in fact. And in fact, it's, I might say it's a green dream. A dream where our citizens breathe pure air, where the citizens pay less for electricity bills, where citizens can move around using cars, electrical cars and buses, electrical buses, where there are no shortage of water because we are desalination is happening. I have a dream where companies are competitive and they are building free carbon products. And in fact, the last piece of the dream is really this, the new frontier for the EU and African UA or African countries relations. We can really make it happen, and Power-to-X is definitely can be a big ingredient to enable this dream and all these elements of the dream. So again, thank you very much. Thank you to Badr, ICANN and IRESEN and to the M6P for organizing this first summit. Hopefully we'll see each other next year again. And I know that the agenda is still long, and I give back the floor to the moderator. Thank you to all of you for attending.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your most effective and smooth chairmanship of this high-level opening. The high-level panel set the scene through country examples, through data, through potential. The high-level opening panel also set the tone through optimism, through this invitation for partnership. The high-level opening panel also set the tone in terms of roadmap, in terms of identifying certain opportunities, priorities, and also linking with the broader recovery effort. And finally, thanks to the chairman, the high-level opening panel also set the dream. I saw Mr. Director General was taking a lot of notes during the high-level panel, and I'm sure you found it particularly interesting, as have around 1,000 participants that took part in this session. Mr. Director General, would you like to share with us your reactions to this high-level opening panel?
Thank you very much, Ayman. I would like then indeed to do this. I would like to thank all the panelists for the clear commitments as well as all the positive messages. I think we note a lot of key messages. The first one is the international collaboration. The second one is R&D, innovation, as well as capacity building, but also the development of industrial hubs, and last but not least, the development of new models for international energy partnerships. I would like again to thank our high-level panelists, Minister Rabbah, for the strong commitment, clear commitment, President Shami for your support, moderating this panel, and of course, all the representatives from the European Commission, from Germany, from Portugal, and IRENA, and last but not least, IEA. Dr. Frankel, thank you very much for the overview and the presentation about the international current situation. Of course, I would like as well to thank my dear friend and colleague Ilyas El-Feli from OCP, and thank you very much for this sustainable and strong collaboration as well with us. Thank you very much, Tariq Haman from Mazan, presenting the next ambitious reference project. And maybe to end this high-level panel, I would like to say something to President Shemi. President Shemi, we will work together to make your dream happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. Such a beautiful note to end this high-level opening panel on. We will reconvene in about 5 minutes to discuss a market perspective linked to Power-to-X. So please, at 11:30, make sure to connect again so that you may enjoy very thought-provoking presentations chaired by Mr. Saïd El-Hadi, who's the CEO of Nareva and also the president of the Green Economy Commission at the Moroccan Confederation, the General Confederation of Moroccan Enterprises. Thank you again, and see you in 5 minutes.
For Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long freight shipping, direct electrification, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions in all industrial areas, like the steel industry, for example, but also in the chemical industry, in the agricultural industry, or also in aviation or maritime. So hydrogen is not only a nice to have, but it's a necessity if we really want to achieve our climate targets until 2050 to be completely CO2 neutral.
Sunfire has partnered with Salzgitter Flachstahl and Salzgitter Mannesmann Forschung, along with several other companies, on the GreenHy 2.0 project. It stands for Green Industrial Hydrogen and is funded by the EU's Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. GreenHy 2.0 is also part of a larger project called SALCOS, or Salzgitter Low Carbon Dioxide Steelmaking.
Today's state-of-the-art process to produce steel in Europe is the blast furnace. In Salzgitter we have 3 of them. The blast furnace produces hot metal from iron ore, which is basically iron oxide. So it's a mix of iron and oxygen. With the help of carbon in form of coal and coke, we separate the iron so that we can use it later on to produce our crude steel. With SALCOS, we want to change the status quo by using the chemical properties of hydrogen, because hydrogen is equally capable of separating the iron. We want to stepwise substitute the carbon, and there GreenHy 2.0 comes into play, because in the future we're going to need huge amounts of hydrogen.
In addition to the chemical reduction reaction of separating the iron from the oxygen, hydrogen is also required elsewhere in the steelmaking process.
Here at Salzgitter Flachstahl we are producing strip steel that is formed by our customers into components. For example, for the automotive industry, has to be annealed before it can be formed. And for that purpose we need hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very good heat conductor. It increases the energy efficiency of the process, and it also prevents the strip steel from reoxidation. If you think about SALCOS for the long term, then by 2050 we want to fully transform today's steelmaking process to a hydrogen-based one.
With SALCOS and GreenHy 2.0, the Sunfire and Salzgitter teams are pioneering a shift in the steelmaking industry.
We have been able to demonstrate the production of green hydrogen for the steel industry, and I think we can proudly say that this has contributed to a mind change, both in the political sphere as well as in the industrial sphere.
Aldach is optimistic about the future success of this transition for the steelmaking industry.
The public awareness, or the public demands green solutions, demands green products, and hence I think that the important factors are coming together for green steel production to become a reality.
The potential emission reductions in the steel industry made possible through the GreenHy project also exist for many other emission-heavy industries and applications. The success of high-efficiency models like GreenHy 2.0 and the implementation of hydrogen-based power fuels provides solutions to address some of the largest emitting sectors. But there are a few major steps required to make this a reality.
It starts on the one hand side with the industrialization of a new technology. This means investments in production, upscaling, and automation of production. We require the financial support mechanisms that help us to finance this kind of upscaling process. We will probably also need cooperation between players in the electrolysis industry, but also in adjacent industries or similar industries like the automotive industry that can help to organize and realize this upscaling process. At the same time, we need a clear and stable and trustworthy regulatory framework that not only regulates how electrolyzers can purchase green power or how the hydrogen or the hydrogen derivatives are being certified, but it also needs to create a significant demand.
As we work toward European and global climate objectives, implementing efficient and carbon-neutral energy technologies will become increasingly paramount. Renewable hydrogen is proving to have high impact across all sectors, including mobility, heavy industry, and shipping, making it an essential tool for the successful energy transition.
Welcome back to the World Power to X 2020 Summit. I hope you have enjoyed just as much as I have the high-level opening session. The time has come for us to discuss in more detail the market perspective. In the opening session, we talked about the local, regional, continental, and global aspects. The market perspectives at all these different levels is very important to consider for Power to X. Clearly, mathematically, X may be understood as representing the unknown. But beyond the unknown, Power to X represents the multiplicity and the richness of applications for a transformational switch, whether it is to meet the objectives of the Paris Agreement or the broader 2030 agenda. To discuss and share the upcoming session, I'm very happy that we have Mr. Saïd El-Hadi. Mr. Saïd El-Hadi is the chairman and CEO of NAREVA. He's also the president of the Green Economy Commission at the General Confederation of Moroccan Enterprises. He has tremendous experience in top management positions, as well as an international expert in infrastructure, development, and public and private partnership setups. Mr. El-Hadi, we are in your most capable hands. You may start the session if you wish. We are not hearing you currently. Mr. El-Hadi, can you hear us? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayman. Thank you. It's my pleasure to chair this second session of the WorldPtX Summit after the outstanding and very rich high-level opening session that all of us have followed. The session 2 is to talk, as you said, about the market perspectives with the professionals with different various profiles. As you know, and I'm surprised by this figure, it's the hydrogen market is already a big market. We're close to the threshold of 200 billion USD in a couple of years. But now, as this was said earlier in the opening session, 99% of the hydrogen is out of fossil origin, and this has to change. And as you know, there is a growing importance of clean energy to meet the targets of carbon emissions and ensuring compliance with the global guidelines, namely the Paris Accord and other national and regional strategic goals. So I think the time is right to tap into the green hydrogen's potential and all the Power to X products in general to play a key role in clean, secure, and affordable energy future. So this session will highlight the market dynamics relative to the major factors driving the hydrogen and Power to X deployment. So the panelists will share their insights and forecasts for specific timelines about the Power to X evolution and share their views with different angles, production processes, delivery modes, demand share per sector, segment, technologies, applications, and regions. So it's my honor to introduce to you this panel of 6 distinguished panelists, as I said, from various profiles. So we have with us today, please just raise your hand to make sure that people recognize you. So we have Mr. Heino von Meyer, who is the head of global relations and networking at GIZ, International PTX Hub in Berlin, a new initiative that was launched at the COP25, and he will speak as a keynote speaker for this panel. We have Mr. Uvelal, I can't see him. Is Mr. Uvelal with us? Transport of the state of Baden-Württemberg in Germany. So he's a local government official. It will be interesting to have his own view, and I hope he will be with us in a few minutes. We have with us Saeed Moulin, who is the Director General of a government agency in Morocco, which is AME, Agence Marocaine de l'Efficacité Énergétique, but it is a global agency and government agency that is now in charge of promoting green economy in general. So Mr. Moulin has a 3-decade-long career all committed to environment protection, climate sustainability issues. We have with us Mr. Kurt Christian Schiel is here. Mr. Schiel is the Managing Director of the Business Unit of Government and Society at VDA. VDA is the Association of Automotive Industry that is comprising German automotive car makers and also component suppliers. So again, it would be interesting to hear the view of professional in the car making industry and component supplier, an industry that has a big role to play in this transformation happening. We have also with us Mr. Samuel Alt. Mr. Alt is here with us. Mr. Alt is the head of research in energy and electronics at Siemens AG Technology. So again, we have a profile from the multinational technology provider in the energy sector and one of the leading technology providers in renewable energy. And last but not least, because she's the only lady we have in the panel, unfortunately, we have only one lady. So Mrs. Hanan Hamraoui, who is Hanan Hamraoui, she was here, she's here. So Hanan Hamraoui works at HDF France. HDF is an IPP, independent power producer, dedicated to utility scale clean energy, clean power. So it will be interesting to hear her perspective as a power producer. So let me give the floor to Mr. Vollmeyer for your presentation, please. We can't hear you. Maybe you're on mute.
Okay, I hope.
Now it's fine, yes. So you have 12 minutes for your presentation.
So, Excellencies, honorable participants and panelists, dear President El-Hadi, thank you for this kind introduction, and many thanks to the Moroccan government, in particular IRESEN and Badr Ikin, for the invitation to address this PTX Summit. It's a great honor for me and for our international PTX hub, who, as you said, was launched a year ago at the COP25 in Madrid in the presence of Minister Aziz Rabat and Badr Ikin, and actually you were present there too. So in this session, we are asked if there is a PTX market and what is the timeline for its development. My answer is no. There is no large-scale PTX market, not yet. But there is an enormous market potential to be developed. And Morocco is clearly well prepared as a front runner to become a major player, if not a champion, in this newly emerging energy market. And we've heard that in the first session already. And the timeline? Well, I will not give a single date. Over the next decade, however, the market will be ramped up and shaped by policy priorities, programs, and public interventions, stimulating both public and private investments and demand. And if together we manage to steer this transition in a sustainable manner, and by 2040, PTX will dominate, or at least become a major part in the global energy market, and then even without further policy support. So let me elaborate my views in 10 minutes with 10 points. I will not go through each of them now, but in this way. Power-to-X, on our way to Paris, to the Paris Agreement with PTX. Climate change is real and accelerating, and to keep us within planetary boundaries, the Paris Agreement requires us to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees. And greenhouse gas emissions must be curbed. And thus, to reach Paris in time, we need massive increases on 3 dimensions. First, energy efficiency. We have to further increase dramatically. Second, we need a huge increase in renewable energy. And then third, we need PTX. All 3, not one after the other, all simultaneously. I have only 10 minutes, so I have to be quick. The PTX formula. You said X is the unknown. I rather call it S4F. PTX means using additional renewable power, solar, wind, hydro, etc., to split water into its components, oxygen and hydrogen. I think most people have now understood how that goes. And then hydrogen can further be synthesized and refined by adding either carbon dioxide or nitrogen, and nitrogen seems to be the favorite option for Morocco, to produce what I call S4F, sustainable, and then the 4 Fs are fossil-free fuels and feedstocks. And they are mainly needed in hard-to-abate sectors of both industry and transport, which cannot easily be defossilized or electrified and by renewable energy directly or by batteries. So they really need, in addition to green electrons, also green molecules. And therefore, my point is, the current debate often stops at H2, at hydrogen. We should go the extra mile. To be sustainable, this hydrogen must stem from additional renewable energy, because otherwise it undermines the power shift towards renewables. Then it's simply replaced by coal or gas. But by going the extra mile beyond hydrogen towards S4F, the options for use and the added value creation increase significantly. And that is of economic interest also. Now, of course, the carbon source, which should, if possible, come from direct air capture, and PTX can then really provide carbon neutral feedstocks and fuels for industries and transport. Now, very much the debate in Germany is driven by Germany's and Europe's import needs. Therefore, my claim is country priorities should come first. Countries should develop their SWOT analysis of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats from their national perspective, and then develop their national hydrogen or even better PTX strategy. And Morocco is well underway. Europe, the EU, Germany, Chile, and others have already set up their strategy, and I understand that the Moroccan one will come soon in the beginning of next year. Plus, you have to design a PTX roadmap with measurable targets and timelines, and these should be aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030 and the Paris NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. So the national policy should really be driven by your national opportunities, priorities, and needs. But of course, in addition to that, and I'm coming from the International PTX Hub, you have to rely, and we should build up partnerships, rely on international cooperation to speed up the transfer of knowledge and for generating mutual benefits in trade and much needed revenues. Now, there is often the so-called hen-egg dilemma. And my message is we have to take care of both, not just the demand side or the supply side. We have to intervene and act on both sides. Really, on the supply side, the investors claim that there is no sufficient solvent demand. And on the demand side, you have the potential customers, such as airlines, for example, who complain that all this is far too expensive. So policy has to act on both sides. And for a breakthrough, really, market mechanisms alone will not be sufficient. I'm an economist. I'm very much in favor of open markets, but without policy intervention, we will not manage. We have to set the regulatory frameworks right. We have to support research and development, and finally to generate financial report in the beginning at least, and on both sides, supply and demand. So moving forward, why do I have that twice? The learning curves, they are decisive. The renewable energy sector, however, provides fantastic lessons of steep learning curves and dramatic cost reductions. Just remember the lesson of solar PV power. In 2005, the cost of 1 watt produced from a PV module was $4. Guess what it's now? 40 cents. And in that period, the capacity of installed solar PV went up from 6,000 megawatt to 600,000 megawatt. And it is not totally excluded, but even possible that we could run down the costs for modular electrolyzer units. We have to do this, but we often think if we say upscaling only in terms of size, but we should also think in terms of upscaling by number through serial production. And that, I think, is a lesson we can learn from other technological breakthroughs, that serial production and increasing number of modules. So now comes the frog. He has to leap. Of course, PTX is offering significant leapfrogging potential for development. And I want to go a step further from Morocco to the rest of Africa. We know that half the population is still not connected to electricity grids. And the population is going to almost double by 2050. So look at what happened in telecommunications. Africa leapfrogged the era of copper-wired fixed cable networks. They will never go that way again. Let's imagine, is this also possible in the energy sector without transmission grids? That's where PTX might come into the game, and then not in the one standard way, but in different technological perspectives. So that will also, we talk about empowerment. Power has a double meaning. We talk about technology, but we also talk about political power, empowerment of rural communities, etc. So now PTX exports and logistics we need to handle. And thanks to the abundance of solar and wind potential, Morocco is well placed. Other countries in Latin America, like Chile, but also the former fossil fuel exporters like the Gulf states or Russia might become important players in this new global market, and that will have major geopolitical consequences. Morocco really is entering a new game there. But it's essential that we think about the implications for infrastructure, endowment, and logistics. We had that in the previous session, and it sounded very optimistic. I think it needs significant attention to really get it right and to think about the different transport options. EESG, we know ESG is economic, social, and governance aspects in sustainability assessments. I add a second E because I think the economic dimension of sustainable development matters crucially. But there will be no global market without compliance with comprehensive sets of sustainability standards and criteria. We need to establish them. Impact assessments on a broad range of sustainability concerns, economic, environmental, social, and governance are crucial. And supply chain due diligence at every step of the value chain, at every level, from the local project up to the national programs and the international, even call it planetary perspectives. Last point, PTX for PA and SDGs, all abbreviations, but you know what it's about. PTX is offering really bright perspectives for achieving the Paris Agreement. Without PTX, it won't work, and for contributing to sustainable development goals. There are good chances for broad support of a PTX agenda by a whole range of stakeholders who often tend to disagree, from business to industry to labor organizations, but also environmental NGOs. If we get those interests well aligned and from a wide range of countries, industrialized, emerging, and developing countries in the north and in the south, I really see the potential here. And therefore, our international PTX hub is standing ready as an international platform facilitating dialogue, transfer of knowledge, and joint action. And that's why I'm here. And I invite you to continue the debate, but I'm happy that I have the chance to address you. Catalyzing green hydrogen and PTX solutions on a global scale, that's our mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heino, for your insights and thoughts about PTX. So many rich ideas. So I can try to summarize some of the main insights you gave us. So first, I hear that the Paris Agreement's goals cannot be achieved without taking into account the PTX alongside the energy efficiency and renewable energy development. You call for fossil-free fuels and feedstock development that need what you call the extra mile beyond hydrogen, with integrating nitrogen and CO2 for PTX derivatives, and in a manner that allows for decarbonizing also non-electrifiable economy. That's what I hear from your thoughts. There is no place for copy-pastes, as I understand. Each country has to roll out its own strategy, taking into account its own context and the geopolitics that you said will be important for the whole industry. We hear that demand and supply will have to be both addressed in parallel. That there is a long learning curve to we have to give time to time, and probably it's a long decade struggle of everyone to have this PTX completely on the rails and brought to high scale developments. I hear that there is a big opportunity for developing countries. It's not only an issue for developed countries, it's also an opportunity for developing countries, and you give similarity with the telecommunication development in such countries. And finally, I hear also that infrastructure planning will be a big issue, as well as territorial planning, considering the needs of flows and also the geopolitics of such developments. Thank you very much, Heino. So I will give the floor to Said Moulin. Said.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Said.
We have about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I will try to manage 5 minutes just to give some information about how our country, and I'm very glad. Thank you very much for the organizers for organizing this WorldPtX Summit today, especially during this pandemic time. It's really a chance for the organizers, but also for all of us to see that there is optimistic view for the tomorrow and for the future of the next generations. We are glad because also when we're talking about hydrogen, but also what we saw these last years, and just last year in Madrid, we are all together during this event, during the COP25, linked to hydrogen, and we were looking at how things are going. To answer the question about the timeline, of course, today more than 95% of the hydrogen is produced and consumed is gray hydrogen. We want to have this green hydrogen. And one thing is that a country like Morocco, as it was mentioned this morning, we had this vision since 10 years now, giving huge opportunities. With renewable, with energy efficiency, we managed to have a policy for reducing our energy dependence, for reducing our emissions, but also for developing industries and for developing projects that can have all the impacts, environmental impacts, economic impacts, and social impacts. We should not forget the industry in this field. Since 2016, AME is the Moroccan Agency for Energy Efficiency, has been the public agency in charge of implementing the government energy efficiency policy to reduce the country's energy dependence. And we were under the supervision of the Ministry of Energy and Mines and Environment. Just last March, AME missions has been extended to include the development of sustainable mobility and clean industrial production in the country, beside its historic mission in energy efficiency in industry, buildings, transport, agriculture, and cities. The agency is now under the supervision of the Ministry of Industry, Trade, Green, and Digital Economy. And you heard this morning the Minister of Industry, Trade, Green, and Digital Economy giving some message, because industry is concerned. Industry is concerned by hydrogen because we will have many projects to develop. We can think about fuel cells, we can take our electrolyzers, and many projects that can be developed in the industry in our country. Trade is concerned. The trade of green hydrogen will be really a key issue, and all the legislation for that has to be developed. And of course, the green economy. And when we talk about green economy today, we have 3 axes. Of course, still the energy efficiency. And energy efficiency is also going to be developed also with hydrogen, green hydrogen. You mentioned, we heard this morning OCP mentioning, and I think it will be the first project in the Moroccan context talking about green ammonia. OCP wants to be carbon neutral in 2040. The main mission for the agency is that all the industry in Morocco should be concerned by carbon neutral, to be carbon neutral in the future. And the main mission asked from the ministry is to start with different industries, and the automotive industry also has a huge program to be carbon neutral in the next years. With energy efficiency, with renewables, with biomass for heat, but also with hydrogen tomorrow. All those fields can be concerned just to reach those objectives of neutral carbon. As you know, the EU carbon border tax is on the way, and the industry is really concerned by that. And that's why we believe to be coherent in our policy. We have a policy giving priority to renewable energy and energy efficiency in our energy policy. But also, to be coherent, we have to stop subsidizing fossil fuel. It's the same to reach those objectives and to have the timeline shorter when you have this coherence in your policy. We are glad that today, and we heard this morning, all the actors and all the points that can be used for hydrogen, energy storage, sustainable transport is one of the new axes for the agency. And we heard, and we follow what's going on with the hydrogen for transport, for heavy transport, for train, for buses, for trucks. And I think those products are already available today in the market, and they can be implemented step by step, of course, as soon as we have this green hydrogen produced at a good price. Of course, the last point for me, the decarbonizing industry is the main objective. And in this field, hydrogen will play a role, as I mentioned, for ammonia, for OCP, but for the industry, we can think about having this, as it was mentioned by Professor Van Meyer. We saw what happened in the solar PV in the last 10 years, how the price were decreasing, and how we can have the same things in this new sector linked to green hydrogen. We believe that also because of those policies developed in different countries, and especially in Germany, in France, in Spain, in Portugal, we heard this morning, and all what's going on in Europe is really concerning us, because we believe that we can play a role. The Kingdom of Morocco is ready politically, as you mentioned, as you heard this morning, is ready economically and technically, because we have this experience of 10 years of policies implemented in renewable energy, in energy efficiency. And I'm sure that with all those points, and AME now is in charge of the green economy, and we can look at all the support for industries, for implementing projects, are here today, included in the green economy, and to help all actors to implement their projects. Last point, thank you to IRESEN for also talking about R&D in this field, and to look at how young people, especially the next generation, can be really focusing on smart projects, on quick and I would say projects that can be just developed with universities. And I'm really pushing the young people to be more and more concerned to look at how this field of hydrogen can be developed in our country. Thank you very much, and I hope that I managed to have those 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Said, for this very short and rich summary of what about your ideas about the ecological development of Morocco. And I think it's clear hearing you that it was a smart move to have a government agency in charge of green economy as a whole, to bring in coherence and holistic approach to the public policy in this regard, and making sure that the example of OCP can be spread out in different industries in Morocco, using the PTX developments and also all the other developments in renewable energy efficiency. Thank you, Saeed. So, I will now give the floor to Dr. Schiel from VDA, the German Association of Automotive Industry. Dr. Schiel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President El Hadi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I feel honored to be invited to the World P2X Summit and to talk to you on the market perspectives from the perspective of the automotive industry branch, which is when it comes to a possible use of P2X fuels in any regard, maybe one of the major players of a future market. And I will share with you a few insights from our point of view and explain to you on where we stand with regards to the market and also to technologies which we see and the regulatory background which we need in order to bring P2X to success. Let me start with talking a little bit about the relationship between electric mobility and PTX, because as you know, electric mobility is one of the major instruments with regards to our long-term goal of achieving a climate neutral transport sector in 2050. The automotive industry is strongly working on electrifying powertrains and in bringing attractive models of battery electric vehicles, plug-in hybrid electric vehicles and hybrids to the market. However, not all transport needs can be fulfilled in the medium and long term, particularly in every regard with electrified technologies alone. There is a necessity of gases or liquid renewable fuels like hydrogen or e-fuels which need to be ramped up, and it depends on where the energy demand stands, and it depends on what kind of technology we are talking about, where the relevant uses are. So if you look here, from short range about medium range to long range, and from light duty to heavy duty, on where the relevant market shares are and where the relevant needs are, starting with the passenger cars until up to heavy duty cars and ship and air transport as well. This is one dimension. The other dimension is the size of the current fleet. The total fleet right now in Europe is around 240 million cars. We have 2 million new cars being registered each year, and even if in 2040 every second new registered vehicle and afterwards every vehicle is a battery electric vehicle, we will only see a very slow replacement of the total vehicle stock, and it will take, even if we assume this very fast pace of electrification, which cannot be taken for granted, it will take until after 2050 until the entire fleet would consist of battery electric vehicles. So this shows that the internal combustion engine still for some time has a role to play, and this is why we have to look at perspectives on how to defossilize also the internal combustion engine. And this will be much easier when you look at low load, short range and mid range mobility, and it will be a lot more complicated or even impossible if you look at high load and long range mobility, to heavy trucks, to buses, and to full size passenger cars, where electrification is much more of a challenge or even impossible compared to other drivetrain technologies. And this is where hydrogen and this is where e-fuels can finally kick in. Now, there's, of course, the argument going on the efficiency of the total energy energy chain, which of course, if you look at the whole efficiency from the primary energy source until the final use for propulsion, there it is of course correct that the use of P2X technologies, taking a German renewable energy source, is around 15%, which is not very good compared to other energy transformation chains. But if you look at other parts of the world where there's much more sun or much more wind, and the possibility to harvest renewable energy is much better. For example, in North Africa, you have 3 times more energy from solar radiation per square meter compared to Germany, in particular northern Germany. And if you harvest this renewable energy, then the overall efficiency quota is much better, for around 45% throughout the whole energy transformation chain, which of course makes it very efficient to look also at the chain of transforming this renewable energy into hydrogen and maybe into e-fuels and transport them finally to places of use elsewhere in the world. Of course, and this chart looks a little bit complicated in the first regard, but it's very simple to look in the second regard. Of course, if you look at the price of crude oil pumped out of the ground is much more cheaper and will for a long time be much more cheaper than other renewable carbon sources, or even power to liquid, or other renewable fuels. So for a long time being, we will see 2 things. We will first see a steep reduction through economies of scale. We have independent studies for 2030 showing that the cost in euro per liter diesel equivalent can move down to up to 1.2 or maybe 2 euro per liter diesel equivalent in 2030 when it comes to e-fuels, for example, P2X. In the current price corridor, and even move much lower with a perspective to 2050, well below 1 euro per liter diesel equivalent. However, we will need for some time to go additional support measures, incentive measures, and investment support measures in order to rebalance the cost disadvantage of these technologies, which of course accrue and which of course have to be taken on board if we want to achieve the positive climate effect of these technologies. So what we look at, and this is the comparison with regard to the target given by the European Renewable Energy Directive in 2030, we have to look at a couple of different instruments to tackle in order to be able to mitigate this situation. The first is change of energy taxation. So we should not consider energy density anymore. This is an approach from the old fossil world, but we should consider the CO2 footprint of the energy carriers as the basis for future taxation, which of course then really helps climate-friendly technologies like P2X and e-fuels into the market. The second is we need specific market introduction programs which help to alleviate the very high need for investment, the very high capital need for erecting the relevant production facilities to be able to produce P2X liquids and P2X energy carriers. And then on a European scale, we need really a thorough revision of the Renewable Energy Directive in a couple of dimensions. Let me name 4 dimensions. The first dimension is ambitious goals with regards to renewable fuels. 23% is what we are talking about. Then we need a minimum quota of 5%, which is specifically reserved to hydrogen and e-fuels, because these are the specifically interesting technologies when it comes to achieving climate neutrality also in the fuel sector. Then we have to look at delegated acts, which have to define the grid connectivity of the power supply and sustainability criteria, because of course we want also our international partners partners to be able to produce these fuels on a sustainable basis. Otherwise, we will not meet acceptance in the international markets. And this is what we know from our international partners in many countries, which is very important also to possible countries of production. Then, of course, we need a delegated act which defines the GHG methodology of hydrogen and e-fuels in order to really make the case for the greenhouse abatement potential of these technologies in order to make them certifiable, to make them measurable, and finally also to make them tradable. So this is what we have to look at in the long-term perspective. So if we say that the future is electrified in the long term, the future can be electrified in multiple ways. One way is the direct use in electric cars, like here with a plug, but another way is, of course, to use e-fuels, which can be hydrogen or which can be from liquid nature being poured into internal combustion engine. Both ways have their specific value, and we will need each and every technology in order to achieve our long-term vision, which is the most important lever for all, the long-term vision of having climate-neutral transport in 2050. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Scheel. It was interesting to hear you. As the mobility sector is, as you know, I mean, one of the most fossil fuel consuming industries. So I understand from your thoughts and insights that the electric vehicle development is a heavy trend that is on the way, on the run, but it's not a quick change. It's a long-term change, and the fleet cannot be 100% changed in a few years. It's a multi-decade issue, and therefore you're bringing the necessity of not working only on electric vehicle, but also on feeding combustion engine powered vehicles by liquid or gaseous green fuels, which is interesting to hear, and could be also one of the levers of development of PTX the development. We hear that it's interesting also to see your figures about the PTX efficiency depending on the locations, which is also coherent with what Mr. Formeyer said earlier. Location is an issue here, and it's interesting to hear that efficiency in North Africa would be 3 times that of Germany. And finally, you make recommendation about public policy adaptation in Europe, and with the main topics would be taking into account the CO2 footprint as a base of taxations, which sounds like a very important point, and also adopt more ambitious objectives in general for the transformation that is going on. Thank you very much, Dr. Scheel. I will move on now to Mr. Samuel Alt. Maybe I made a mistake in his current occupation. Mr. Alt is a Senior Director of Energy Policy at Siemens AG. So, Mr. Alt, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, President Al-Hidi. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me well and see the slides. Thank you very much for setting up this honorable conference and also for inviting Siemens Energy to participate in it. Please allow me very shortly to introduce my company. Although I trust that all of you heard the name Siemens before, it might possibly come as a surprise to you that Siemens Energy is a fairly young company now that has just been fully spun off of the Siemens AG and founded on the stock markets less than 10 weeks ago. So we are quite old, but we are, in other terms, almost a baby, as you can say. And as you can see on the slide, it's a company with probably the broadest energy technology portfolio that you can find in the world. And most certainly, it's also the company with the widest power to X portfolio. starting from wind generation from our colleagues from Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energies, over to electrolysis as the core of the Power-to-X economy. I would say that you can see in the new energy business field, we're having compressors for pressurizing in transport, hydrogen, as well as utilization topics such as hydrogen-ready gas turbines in our generation divisions. So all in all, a broad portfolio, but I don't want to give too many details now, as our CEO of Siemens Energy Morocco, Nadia Hakanson, my distinguished colleague, will elaborate on the Power-to-X capabilities of Siemens a little bit more in depth in the following session 3. And I really want to try to stick to my 5 minutes so that we're going to have a viable discussions later on as well. So let me come now to the main question of our panel today. Is there a global Power-to-X market? And I'm totally with Heino saying it's a clear no at the moment. Or in putting it in other words, as you can see on the slide here, it is a heavy wheel that is not turning yet, or at least it's turning at a very slow speed, right? In my personal role, as President El Hadi pointed out rightly, I'm at Siemens Energy Government Affairs, and it's actually my job talking to our management and experts internally, as well as customers and also the government externally. So the objective of my job really day to day is clearly to make this giant gear of a global Power-to-X market to contribute towards making it move, right? And I want to share with you today a personal experience that I have gathered so far as a gearbox designer, right? And I want to share with you how I can imagine this gearbox that making our wheel turn. Well, each market clearly requires an offtake. This is currently the main barrier to market development, but I come to this in a second. Market also needs supply with hydrogen and synthesis, and also all derivatives that we are talking about today and that we've been hearing a lot about, such as methanol or ammonia. And obviously, we also need the infrastructure linking both. However, I'm also with Heimo saying that we need to really address both the chicken and the egg and really drive together both of them at the same time. But I think our gearbox needs a lot more wheels and gears to make it turn really, right? I mean, if we look at the bottom left, we need the renewable energy generation. And I'm also with Heimo that it should be additional renewable energy sources here, right? For the synthesis, we need the CO2. A very important role really plays for the technology development, the pilot projects that we are currently thinking about in many countries and trying to really develop them. Because with the pilot projects, we learn more about the technology, about the degradation of the materials, and then we can also kind of invent new, more efficient electrolysis generations and scale them up in gigafactories, really to drive costs down and go down on this cost curve, as Heino also mentioned, like the renewable in the past 2 decades, right? So the infrastructure doesn't work without the finance doesn't work without the bankability, and obviously the offtake also kind of we see it mostly in industry, but also we are very close with everything that Kurt Christian mentioned today in the mobility sector, which is very, very promising to us, because here you really have in the short term the possibility to use current infrastructures, current fleets, to blend in synthetic fuels, and you have a very high readiness to pay for the CO2 avoidance in this sector, and you don't have any international competition in the street mobility where you would harm kind of industries if you now give an ambitious target to the sector. However, what's probably most relevant to make this gearbox now turn is inductions by the government, really getting traction onto the gears. How could they do that? They definitely need to go via regulation, as you can see on the right, regulating kind of the offtake sectors, giving laws and legislations to those sectors that give a certain quota as a target, and also enable those sectors to give the additional costs that are at the beginning quite high, because we are just at the beginning of the cost learning curve, but give those costs also to the end customers, so that they contribute their share towards the decarbonization. What we also need here in the middle, and also Heino touched upon this, is the certification. We certainly need sustainability criteria, CO2 certifications of the fuels, and definitely we also need the public funding here on the top left sector that is really required to kick off the pilot projects. And I think Germany as well as Morocco are on a very good track here in Morocco, with first piloting the small projects and then financed also by the German government and orchestrated and conducted by IRESEN, really the large-scale demonstration projects for Power-to-X that we all need so urgently. So in a nutshell, it's nothing different really what Heino and many others are saying are the ingredients, the components. It's just a new way of showing it from my personal experience, how we need to really set up these gears and adjust the gears in order to make this wheel turn. And I'm looking forward to a discussion, and I hope I stayed in my time, really discussing with you what are your gears, additional gears that might be missing still, or other gears that you see differently, and really exchanging on that. And thank you very much for participating, and looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Alt. So we understand that the technology is there. It has to be scaled up. Costs must be brought down, and that comes out of many, broad efforts from all stakeholders, but mainly governments that have to induct the whole thing by public funding, regulations, and certification. And you mentioned the pilot projects and the importance of the pilot projects for such developments. And I hear you also about the offtake barrier, which can be one of the questions that we can raise after the last interventions. Thank you, Mr. Alt. Let me now give the floor to Mrs. Hanan Hamraoui from HDF France.
Hello, everyone.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Can you hear me correctly? Great.
Perfect.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for inviting me as a speaker to this World Power-to-X Summit. As a conclusion to the presentation from my colleagues and to open up to our discussion later, I would like to introduce what we can do if hydrogen has an IPP, to use it for power generation. And I am going to talk directly on what HDF is doing in this hydrogen market to give some concrete projects that we are developing, enable you to see with new perspective for Power-to-X as a green power generation, as introduced by Professor Van Meyer a few minutes ago. And I completely agree with Gearbox presented by Samuel as well. And I would like to show you with my presentation how we can make this Gearbox working in order to build a Power-to-X project. Just next slide, thank you. As we see during this first session, hydrogen has an energy vector, is back in fashion. Can you hear me correctly now? Okay, I continue. All right, okay, thank you. So I said that hydrogen has an energy vector, is back in fashion to its potential to support the transition to a decarbonized energy system required to meet the emission reduction goals. Indeed, hydrogen is used in industry for more than 100 years. and has various advantages that has been mentioned several times this morning, and I'm not going to come back on those points. So in HDF, we are focusing on one of the opportunities that is the power generation. So we can use the hydrogen as a carrier for massive energy storage. So this is what I'm going to present you now. If you can just move to the second slide. Thank you. Can you move to the second slide? Thank you. HDF is a French company located in Bordeaux area. Currently, we are split into two different business units. On one hand, HDF Energy is an IPP, so we develop a multi-megawatt power plant producing stable and non-polluting electricity day and night thanks to renewable energies and their massive storage, mainly in the form of hydrogen. We call this kind of power plant renew stable for renewable and stable. And to realize this renew stable power plant, HDF needs to use a large-scale hydrogen component from electrolyzer to fuel cell. We made the decision 3 years ago to define and to integrate the supply of the fuel cell under the name of HDF Industry. This is the second business unit part of HDF. We are a supplier of the most strategic brick of the future large hydrogen infrastructure, so the high power fuel cell. These fuel cells are currently produced individually, and thanks to its assembly plant in France, HDF will industrialize the strategic equipment, standardize them to drastically reduce their costs and significantly increase their reliability. So the HDF plant will be the first in the world to produce high power fuel cell, adapted in terms of performance and cost to the energy storage and also the mobility market. Can you move to the second slide? Thank you. As everyone knows, solar and wind energy has been competitive for a long time and have many advantages, like carbon-free, easy to develop and install, but they have technical limits, so they are intermittent, and only few can be installed on the electrical network in several countries. Our solution that is presented here on the slide address this problem by developing a stable, dispatchable power supply. So the so-called renew stable projects combine an intermittent source of energy, solar or wind, with a large capacity of storage based on hydrogen. So we have electrolyzer, hydrogen tanks, and then the fuel cell to reproduce electricity after. This megawatt scale renew stable project we are developing in several regions in the world in direct competition with diesel generators. And we can provide clean and stable energy to the grid for a better price than a diesel power plant. The expansion of the model and the ramping up of the hydrogen industry will decrease the capex, and we can say that we are already competing with the heavy fuel and the LNG power plant. One example is our first project called SEOG, is the world's first multi-megawatt hydrogen power plant in French Guiana, for which construction work will start by the end of this year, with an investment of more than 100 million euros, entirely private fund. The partner for this private fund is Merijam and Sarah, the refinery in Martinique. We have partnered with McPhee for building of 16 megawatt electrolyzer and Siemens Energy that are on the table here, that will be the EPC of the power plant. So this kind of project show you a perspective to use the hydrogen to produce electricity at demand, and that will be dispatchable and firm and stable. So 24/7 green power production. To the next slide, sorry. Just here a quick slide to show you that we have started to work in 2016 on the technology part with Ballard Power System, the Canadian stack fuel cell supplier. We have built a partnership with them to co-develop 1.5 megawatt fuel cell, and this fuel cell will be used for our energy project, but also in other application, has maritime application, for instance. And we have developed also a partnership with ABB Marine International to put together our effort in the industrialization of this large-scale fuel cell for this marine application. And on the last slide, what I wanted to show you is the first application of this kind of fuel cell. So the project called ClearGen in French island Martinique, with Sarah as a partner and also Ballard Power System. This project show you another application of the hydrogen. We can use the hydrogen co-produced by the refinery, and we recover this hydrogen to generate electricity and to inject into the grid. So this project has been launched in December 2019, and this is the first fuel cell that is CE certified and with 1 megawatt PEM fuel cell and designed for an industrial use for more than 15 years lifetime. So this kind of project can show you as well that we are going from demonstrated program to industrial use. And I wanted to show you here that on a market perspective, we can, it is very time, there is a lot of pilot project that has been launched. And I believe that today we need to move now to industrial project and to achieve a scale up to have the market running correctly. And the last thing I wanted to say is that the Kingdom of Morocco is a pioneer in renewable energy. And this renewable energy program was a real showcase for the whole world, first of all, because of its anticipatory vision, but also because of the demonstration of its very good implementation for many years. And I believe that with the exceptional natural resources at your disposal and your vision on the energy mix, the development of the hydrogen infrastructure can represent a real opportunity for the kingdom. We are developing now an R&D project with IRESEN, SOMAS, also the Moroccan storage company, and the Spanish gas TSO Enagás, to build underground storage for hydrogen, because we believe that we are talking about production of the hydrogen, we are talking about the end user, the offtake, as we can be HDF to produce electricity, but we need also that the infrastructure and the storage ready, as Samuel explained, like all this gearbox has to be ready to implement correctly the market. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very good summit to everybody. I look forward to have the opportunity to meet you soon to make project move ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. So we can see that there are already some real projects with the hydrogen in the power sector. And I hope they're not only pilot projects, and I think there are real projects with PPAs. Let me just say that Dr. Uwe Lal, unfortunately, probably had a connection challenge, so he unfortunately cannot join us. Would have been interested to hear local government's view from Germany, but we'll move on to the Q&A session, and let me stay with this first with this issue of new projects, how to foster such new projects and make them feasible. Which brings me to the issue of offtake and the feed-in tariffs, a question that can be addressed to Hanan Hamraoui, but also to any of the panelists that wants to respond. We have seen in the past that the PV development was quick and the cost were brought down dramatically, but this was mainly in the beginning, back in 15, 20 years ago, to generous feed-in tariffs that were granted for PV production. Do you think that this notion of feed-in tariffs and offtakes with feed-in tariffs can be, a real lever for hydrogen developments alongside with the carbon tax lever? Maybe Hannah, if you want to respond, and any other panelists. Who would like to take this one? can't hear you, Samuel.
Okay, yes, I can certainly go ahead with this question. Happy to take it. Well, I think at the moment we have to ask ourselves who should really finance this market uptake and this cost regression curve. And there is basically two general options. One is that we get it mostly funded by the governments, which then gonna incorporate CAPEX, OPEX funding, and a lot more, and will be very comprehensive. Or we try to find markets where the readiness to pay for the CO2 reduction is significantly high, and then we get it out of this market. And we see kind of introducing quotas, for instance, for synthetic fuels in the transport sector, but also in the aircraft sector, as well as in other sectors, as a very promising way to really introduce those fuels. But maybe Christian Schiel wants to elaborate a little bit on this as well.
Well, I of course can, because the question of feed-in tariffs is one which is complementary to other regulatory measures with regards to the question of fuels. And we have to look, because we have to look on one side, on the supply side, and the supply side is the side where feed-in tariffs play a very important role, particularly in Germany and many other European jurisdictions. And on the other hand, we have the demand side. On the demand side, we have to see a variety of instruments. I have shown some of them in my presentation, which have to enable a price competitiveness with regards to PTX technologies and PTX fuels from a user's perspective. And in our case, in the case automotive industry, it's the driver who finally has to choose these fuels at the pumping station, and has to find a competitive price for the final product. So both things have to go together in order to really provide for a fast ramp up.
I can add one point, is that I believe that, of course, feed-in tariff can be one of the solutions, but as we saw, some industries are already in almost economical. I think about refineries, I think about ammonia production, I think about maybe steel industry, who can use hydrogen in a matter that is almost already economic in the next few years. We should not wait until 2030 for some applications, but for others, yes, of course, we will need to wait that the price should go down.
A question linked to this. Well, obviously, we are all waiting for this massive scale up to bring down the costs, and I think everyone agrees that the regulations will be very important to reach this point, in terms of carbon tax, in terms of CO2 footprint, maybe feed-in tariffs, funded by government budget. In which timeline do you think this will happen? I mean, we need these regulations to be set up to enable the scale up and to enable prices to be brought down in a level. As Mr. Schiel shows with the chart, at a level that can allow green molecules to compete with the conventional fuels, fossil fuels and feedstock. Which timeline? What is, in your view, the timeline that we will have for such developments in terms of regulations? Mr. Vormeyer, maybe?
Well, I don't have the magical date to announce. However, we are experiencing currently a situation in which huge political decisions with major financial implications are taken almost every week. Due to the pandemic, we are seeing recovery programs of unprecedented order. And the issue is we really need to ensure that these funds don't lock us into a fossil future. And there, I think really a lot is needed to carefully analyze to what extent we are setting our economies and energy systems on the right pathway. So in addition, I think what was mentioned already, we are spending billions to save airlines, and why not make those support programs at least conditional with a time frame in which these companies commit to also embark on a green pathway. That would not be economically unthinkable, because in the end it's the customer who will pay, but the increase in flight tickets prices would be not that dramatic if we start with certain blending mandates, not to call it quota.
Thank you. Dr. Shield, do you have something to add in this regard?
Yes, because this was a very important point that Heiner von Meyer made. From our point of view, the answer is the earlier the better, because looking at the huge investment needs, at the huge capital needs which are at hand, we have to take decisions which provide for a clear and stable regulatory framework really early. And the Renewable Energy Directive has to be transposed in European member states right now. And this is why we are discussing and asking for a very stable and very long-term and a strong quota there, as I have developed before. First and second, on a European scale, we really need to enhance the regulatory framework on the taxation side, on the quotation side, also on a tariffing side, so that investors really find a long-term stable framework to ramp up these technologies, so they are at hand in the relevant quantities and in a long-term stable way when we move towards climate neutrality in the transport sector.
Thank you. Maybe I can ask you another question relative to your intervention. You talked about this necessity of green molecules to fuel combustion engine powered vehicle. We understand that necessity, and I think it's something very important to take into account. But do you think such development of feeding conventional combustion engine cars with green fuels, do you think in the long term may affect or compete with the development of EVs?
Well, on a technological scale, of course, this is always a search for the better solution. And probably in the long term, the answer will be that for a large part of transport problems, electrification and electric vehicles will be the priority solution, in particular when it comes to passenger cars. But there will be transport modes and transport solutions which are hard to electrify or which can only be partly electrified, like with plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, where you also have an internal combustion engine in the car. And or if you look at heavy-duty transport, at long-haul transport, very long distances, and so on. And for these transport solutions, we of course have to look at defossilized internal combustion engines as well, and there P2X comes into play. And if we talk about a decarbonized transport sector, we talk of zero carbon, and zero carbon means that we have to have good solutions and technologically viable solutions for all transport modes and all transport sectors. And this is why we we very well see a long-term perspective for P2X.
Thank you, Dr. Scheel. Finally, we addressed during this session, we talked about several segments. We talked about mobility, we talked about industry, and also housing. What do you think will be the segments that will be the most disruptive, that will help really strong and decisive change and transformation with regard to leaving the fossil fuel economy towards the green molecules economy and green electricity economy? Who would like to respond? Mr. von Meyer, maybe?
Well, I will not single out individual industries or transport sectors. I think it was a crucial decision by many countries, the EU Commission exactly a year ago, to go for a carbon neutral zero scenario by 2050. Until then, I think many sectors thought that they would manage to get through the remaining loophole. Yeah? Let the others adjust. We will manage to escape through the back door. I think since the carbon neutrality decisions, it is clear for every sector that they have to get carbon neutral in a very short period of time. So they are all under enormous pressure, and top managers have that on their desks. So I really think let's see the competition play this out. And I'm pretty confident that we will see interesting developments. My message was, let's strengthen international cooperation. That was perhaps the only gear I was missing in the fantastic Siemens gearbox. I really like that. And by exchanging our experiences, I think we in Europe tend to underestimate the enormous potential which this conference reveals, what's going on in Morocco. But there are other countries, even within Sub-Saharan Africa. Let's really generate those ideas. I think that's what will create the momentum.
Thank you.
I can add one point, is because I believe at the same time that, of course, some industries will be very, very quickly interested in those applications. Transport. In 1992, with the Ministry of Energy, we went to visit the BMW site in Munich, and we saw the first car using hydrogen. And at this time, we were discussing about when it will arrive. And we said maybe in the next 20 years, depending on the price of oil. Now it's really linked to two things. Of course, the economy, but also the environmental point. We need to reach those objectives linked to the Paris Agreement. We need to reach this carbon neutral industry. And I believe that that's why the mission of the agency today is really linked to that. We have both industries, some industries that are very quick win, and also some transport. I know in Germany you have a train running on hydrogen already since 1 year almost. So we also saw that trucks, maybe not cars, but trucks will be using hydrogen very soon, because the technology is maybe better than electrical ones. So in some cases, we'll have some project that can help implement step by step. In the next 10 years, I hope that we'll manage to reach those economic point linked to what some experts are saying, that in 2030, the green hydrogen will be cheaper than the gray hydrogen in the next 10 years. So having all this in mind, we can think about, to answer your questions, dear Hadi, they said, it's that we look at where are the opportunities, where are the quick wins, and then where we can go further. Thank you.
Thank you, Saeed. So,
can I just add something?
Hanan, you had a comment?
Yes, sorry, just a few minutes before I had a problem with my connection, so I couldn't answer your question. I just have a comment regarding for the market for the Power-to-X and which timeline as well. So I believe, as my colleague said, that I think it's come from the industry, like the decarbonization of the industry is a key element, but those industries, they are not going to take green hydrogen if it's not at the cost. So the cost has to be 1.5 euro kilo. That is a cost that we can hear, and we believe. And when we see the national strategy that there are in place, what happened? Okay. You can hear me now. When we see the national strategy that there are ongoing in France, in Germany, and now also in Morocco, it comes. It starts with a decarbonization of the industry. So this is the key start. So you can have decarbonization of like a lot of steel industry, like OCP, for instance, in Morocco, but also decarbonization of the electrical grid. This is one topic that is also important. We can see a lot of countries that are still running with thermal power plant, with a coal power plant, and there is a large program to shut down all these power plants in these 10 years that they are going. And we believe that hydrogen can be also a good way to replace this thermal power plant. So in terms of timeline, what we can see with a lot of national strategy and also with the EU strategy, with the Green Deal, is that within 2030, so in 10 years now, there will be enough project, there will be enough hydrogen production with this scale-up that is enabled to reduce the cost of the electrolyzer, for instance. That is the key also element to produce a very, with a good cost for the hydrogen. We can see that the initial resource energy, so the solar and the wind, can be now produced at a very good price if we use, for instance, resources as you can have in Morocco. So the electrolyzer, it's really the key element. And thanks to this national strategy, this EU strategy, and the fact, as explained by Samuel, that we come to a production of a gigafactory for electrolyzer that is going to reduce significantly the cost of this technology, we can be able to produce at a very good price the hydrogen. But then after, we need as well, and I insist about this, on the infrastructure, on the storage, to be able also to take this hydrogen to this industrial cluster, because this is going to come from the industrial cluster that are going to use hydrogen in a very high volume to reduce significantly also the cost.
Thank you, Hanan. So maybe a last final comment from after Hanan and Saeed, maybe from those who want to have a final comment. Dr. Sheil or Mr. von Meyer, for 30 seconds, please. We're running out of time.
Well, only a brief remark. Don't forget that the acceptance of this new technology will strongly depend on a real serious sustainability assessment along the entire supply chain. Currently, we have all the stakeholders aligned in support, but it's already starting to split and divide. And we will only be credible if we make sure that hydrogen and PTX are really, in the broad sense, not just ecologically sustainable.
Thank you. I know, Dr. Sheil, you wanted to say something. 30 seconds, please. We can't hear you. You're on mute.
The other point is, which I may add to what Tano von Meyer said, long-term stable framework conditions on a European scale or maybe even on a global scale, because this is what investors need. This is a very capital-intensive business. We need clear perspectives, and this is what we should work on together, and then we can have very good perspectives together. Thank you, and thank you very much for holding this great conference.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikh. Thank you, Dr. Sheikh. Saeed, you wanted to say a final word?
Just one.
30 seconds, please.
Yeah, when danger grows also that which saves. It's Hölderlin poet who said that, and I believe that hydrogen can also be one of the solutions for the future for the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you all for this very insightful discussion. I see that we have enthusiastic stakeholders from government parties, automotive industry, IPPs, technology providers. So I think everyone is looking forward to speed up this hydrogen PTX development. And it has to do now with understand the speeding up the regulations, the incentive programs, not only country by country, but also in a broad manner with international cooperation and international agreements. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your availability and for this interesting discussion. And we can now close the second session. We are almost on time. Thank you. Thank you.
Very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you to all our esteemed panelists. Thank you for a most thought-provoking presentation. I think the conversation really brought forward the collective intelligence that was evident in the panel. So thank you very much for that. We ended the first panel, the high-level opening panel, with a dream, a green dream. Through the second session, we moved to a gearbox, in a sense looking at the engine that will make this green dream a green reality. I think we all appreciated the rigor, the intellectual rigor of our esteemed panelists in the session just now when he came to describing where we currently are and where we can be if we work together to seize the opportunities that are presented by Power-to-X. Of course, it is important to rely on verifiable data, to rely on maps that are adequate, that do not promote misunderstanding. And I think you'll be very interested in joining us again after the lunch break so that we can go even further in our considerations of how to make this green dream a reality. The gearbox that was discussed at the conclusion of the session just now, I wanted to also indicate that when we connect one gear to another, there is a gear ratio. And the gear ratio allows us to increase the speed from one gear to the other or decrease it dependingly. But I want to use this image to really highlight the power of connections and partnership when it comes to working together and unleashing the transformational potential of Power-to-X. So we will resume our summit in about an hour and 15 minutes. That is at 2:30 Rabat time. Thank you for your attention. See you soon.
essentiel pour la santé, l'éducation, le développement économique et le progrès technologique, l'énergie est au cœur de notre développement. Pour promouvoir des modes de vie et de production justes et durables, le Royaume du Maroc et l'Allemagne se sont engagés ensemble sur la voie de la transition énergétique. S'appuyant sur l'expertise de ses collaborateurs aux cultures et profils techniques variés, la GIZ soutient les efforts du Maroc dans les domaines de l'efficacité énergétique, la production et le transport d'électricité durable et la mobilité durable. La transition énergétique passe par des lois, des mesures pour favoriser les investissements, ainsi que le développement des compétences des prestataires et de leurs services au niveau national et décentralisé. À travers ces actions, la GIZ accompagne chaque jour des hommes et des femmes leaders de la transition énergétique au Maroc.
Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long freight shipping, direct electrification, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions in all industrial areas, like the steel industry, for example, but also in the chemical industry, in the agricultural industry, or also in aviation or maritime. So hydrogen is not only a nice to have, but it's a necessity if we really want to achieve our climate targets until 2050 to be completely CO2 neutral.
Sunfire has partnered with Salzgitter Flachstahl and Salzgitter Mannesmann Forschung, along with several other companies, on the GreenHy 2.0 project. It stands for Green Industrial Hydrogen and is funded by the EU's Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. GreenHy 2.0 is also part of a larger project called Salzkos, or Salzgitter Low Carbon Dioxide Steelmaking.
Today's state-of-the-art process to produce steel in Europe is the blast furnace. In Salzgitter we have 3 of them. The blast furnace produces hot metal from iron ore, which is basically iron oxide. So it's a mix of iron and oxygen. With the help of carbon in form of coal and coke, we separate the iron so that we can use it later on to produce our crude steel. With Salzkos, we want to change the status quo by using the chemical properties of hydrogen, because hydrogen is equally capable of separating the iron. We want to stepwise substitute the carbon, and there GreenHy 2.0 comes into play, because in the future we're going to need huge amounts of hydrogen.
In addition to the chemical reduction reaction of separating the iron from the oxygen, hydrogen is also required elsewhere in the steelmaking process.
Here at Salzgitter Flachstahl we are producing strip steel that is formed by our customers into components. For example, for the automotive industry, has to be annealed before it can be formed. And for that purpose we need hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very good heat conductor it increases the energy efficiency of the process, and it also prevents the strip steel from reoxidation. If you think about SALCOS for the long term, then by 2050 we want to fully transform today's steelmaking process to a hydrogen-based one.
With SALCOS and GreenHy 2.0, the Sunfire and Salzgitter teams are pioneering a shift in the steelmaking industry.
We have been able to demonstrate the production of green hydrogen for the steel industry, and I think we can proudly say that this has contributed to a mind change, both in the political sphere as well as in the industrial sphere.
Aldach is optimistic about the future success of this transition for the steelmaking industry.
The public awareness or the public demands green solutions, demands green products, and hence I think that the important factors are coming together for green steel production to become a reality.
The potential emission reductions in the steel industry made possible through the GreenHy project also exist for many other emission-heavy industries and applications. The success of high-efficiency models like GreenHy 2.0 and the implementation of hydrogen-based power fuels provides solutions to address some of the largest emitting sectors. But there are a few major steps required to make this a reality.
It starts on the one hand side with the industrialization of a new technology. This means investments in production, upscaling and automation of production. We require the financial support mechanisms that help us to finance this kind of upscaling process. We will probably also need cooperation between players in the electrolysis industry, but also in adjacent industries or similar industries like the automotive industry that can help to organize and realize this upscaling process. At the same time, we need a clear and stable and trustworthy regulatory framework that not only regulates how electrolyzers can purchase green power or how the hydrogen or the hydrogen derivatives are being certified, but it also needs to create a significant demand.
As we work toward European and global climate objectives, implementing efficient and carbon-neutral energy technologies will become increasingly paramount. Renewable hydrogen is proving to have high impact across all sectors, including mobility, heavy industry, and shipping, making it an essential tool for the successful energy transition.
Bien essentiel pour la santé, l'éducation, le développement économique et le progrès technologique, l'énergie est au cœur de notre développement. Pour promouvoir des modes de vie et de production justes et durables, le Royaume du Maroc et l'Allemagne se sont engagés ensemble sur la voie de la transition énergétique. S'appuyant sur l'expertise de ses collaborateurs aux cultures et profils techniques variés, la GIZ soutient les efforts du Maroc dans les domaines de l'efficacité énergétique, la production et le transport d'électricité durable et la mobilité durable. La transition énergétique passe par des lois, des mesures pour favoriser les investissements, ainsi que le développement des compétences des prestataires et de leurs services au niveau national et décentralisé. À travers ces actions, la GIZ accompagne chaque jour des hommes et des femmes leaders de la transition énergétique au Maroc.
This is the first edition in Africa. We know it would be difficult, but this is the spirit of a competition. This is the spirit of a challenge. Warm welcome to Morocco. Thank you very much. And we will start right now.
بالشعر الله الوطن الملك.
Africa, and in particular North Africa, has tremendous potential for solar generation. Imagine a solar plant the size of 3,500 football pitches. Well, this is no fiction, it is reality. This is Morocco, the home of the largest concentrated solar plant in the world, the NOAA Solar Power Station. The solar plant sits on over 6,000 acres of land near the town of Ouarzazate. The project was developed in 4 phases. 3 phases with a capacity of 510 megawatts are complete and already functional. The 4th phase with a capacity of 70 megawatts is in development, and it will bring up the total capacity to 580 megawatts. This will be enough to supply clean energy to about 6% of the country. The NOAA plant will not be entirely a concentrated solar power plant. The first 3 phases are concentrated, and the 4th phase, which is under development, will use photovoltaic solar panels. So, how does concentrated solar power plant produce energy? Let's hear it from an expert.
Okay, take the natural heat from the sun, reflect it against a mirror, focus all of that heat on one area, send it through a power system, and you've got a renewable way of making electricity. It's called concentrating solar power, or CSP. Now, there are many types of CSP technologies: towers, dishes, linear mirrors, and troughs. Okay, have a look at this parabolic trough system. Parabolic troughs are large mirrors shaped like a giant U. These troughs are connected together in long lines and will track the sun throughout the day. When the sun's heat is reflected off the mirror, the curved shape sends most of that reflected heat onto a receiver. The receiver tube is filled with a fluid. It could be oil, molten salt, something that holds the heat well. Basically, this super hot liquid heats water in this thing called a heat exchanger, and the water turns to steam. Now the steam is sent off to a turbine, and from there, it's business as usual inside a power plant. A steam turbine spins a generator, and the generator makes electricity. Once the fluid transfers its heat, it's recycled and used over and over, and the steam is also cooled, condensed, and recycled again and again. One big advantage of these trough systems is that the heated fluid can be stored and used later to keep making electricity when the sun isn't shining.
Here we are in the solar field of the Noor Ouarzazate 3 project. It's a CSP, concentration solar power technology. We are in the middle of a solar field of 7,400 mirrors. As you can see, the size is quite huge. Each one of them is almost the size of a tennis court, and they all concentrate the solar heat at the top of the tower that you see there. There's a receiver at the top of the tower, and all this energy boils a liquid that is salt, a molten salt. This heat is used to produce steam by boiling water, and this steam is basically driving a turbine to produce electricity. And this electricity is exported to the national grid.
Morocco has an ambitious plan to have 52% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2030. The NOAA plant is a giant step towards achieving that goal. It is important for other African countries to observe, take notes, and be inspired.
OCP Group celebrates its 100 years. 100 years of passion, progress, and innovation carried out by OCP's dedicated people. A one-of-a-kind human adventure that is progressive and marked by innovation and major achievements. An adventure intimately linked to the history and industrial history of the Kingdom of Morocco. The creation of OCP on August 7, 1920 by Dahir is also the culmination of a process that started in 1905 by the geologist Abel Brives, who mentions the probable presence of phosphates in Morocco, that was later confirmed in 1917 by his colleague Louis Gentil. Mining started in March 1921 in the Oulad Abdoun phosphate field near Khribga. The very first Moroccan shipment of phosphates leaves the port of Casablanca on July 23rd. Since then, everything has accelerated. The group achieves a series of successes and innovations. The exploitation of a second basin in Gantour began in 1931, giving birth to a new town bearing the name of Louis Gentil, the future Youssoufia. A second port, very important to the group's activities, is put into service in 1936 in Safi, linked by the railway to Youssoufia. The 1960s marked the office's shift into high gear with the inauguration of Maroc Chimie in Safi, the first industrial platform dedicated to the processing of phosphate, in particular for the production of phosphoric acid that is essential for the manufacturing of phosphate fertilizers. The group acquires state-of-the-art industrial assets, including the famous Marion 8400, a dragline with impressive extraction capabilities. It continued its development by inaugurating new mines, such as those of Benguerir in 1980 and Sidi Chennane in 1994, by completely taking over the exploitation of phosphates from Fosbukra from the Spanish company Instituto Nacional de Industria in 2002. And by aiming for the industrial excellence came the inauguration of the new Jorfelsfar phosphate procession complex in 1986, the world's largest phosphate fertilizer production platform. In 2008, a new page opened in the history of OCP. The group becomes a public limited company owned by the Moroccan state. It continues to expand internationally by opening several international offices and concluding joint ventures such as GESA, created in 2010, with the world leader in engineering, Jacobs Engineering, and whose shares were taken over by Worley in 2019. Today, GESA Worley is the largest Moroccan engineering company and the leader on the African continent. In 2014, OCP inaugurated the slurry pipeline, the only one of its kind in the world, which allows phosphate to be transported from Khribga to Jorfelsfar by optimizing industrial processes and considerably reducing the environmental impact. By creating OCP Africa in 2016, the group proved its commitment towards promoting agricultural transformation on the continent, while continuing to support Moroccan farmers and contributing to the kingdom's agricultural development. The keystones of this commitment are knowledge, research, and continuous learning. For this very purpose and to serve the African continent at large, the group created the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. In the same year, and thanks to its employees' dedication, OCP launched Act for Community, a community development program, as part of a bigger company-wide human capital development initiative known as the Movement, created in 2016. After a successful industrial transformation in 2018, OCP increased its annual fertilizer production capacity from 4 million tons in 2010 to 12 million tons. Its mission? Maximize the potential of its two resources, phosphate and people. This industrial dynamic is part of a sustainable circular economy approach that is accompanied by environmental programs aimed at achieving 100% clean energy and unconventional water resources by the year 2028. Today, the story of this extraordinary success is accelerating and proudly carried out by generations of dedicated employees who are highly committed and proud of their collective work in the service of the world of tomorrow. OCP, Future with Legacy.
Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions in all industrial areas, like the steel industry, for example, but also in the chemical industry, in the agricultural industry, or also in aviation or maritime. So hydrogen is not only a nice to have, but it's a necessity if we really want to achieve our climate targets until 2050 to be completely CO2 neutral.
Sunfire has partnered with Salzgitter Flachstahl and Salzgitter Mannesmann Forschung, along with several other companies, on the Greenhigh 2.0 project. It stands for Green Industrial Hydrogen and is funded by the EU's Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Greenhigh 2.0 is also part of a larger project called Salzkos, or Salzgitter Low Carbon Dioxide Steelmaking.
Today's state-of-the-art process to produce steel in Europe is the blast furnace. In Salzgitter we have 3 of them. The blast furnace produces hot metal from iron ore, which is basically iron oxide. So it's a mix of iron and oxygen. With the help of carbon in form of coal and coke, we separate the iron so that we can use it later on to produce our crude steel. With Salzkos, we want to change the status quo by using the chemical properties of hydrogen, because hydrogen is equally capable of separating the iron. We want to stepwise substitute the carbon, and there Greenhigh 2.0 comes into play, because in the future we're going to need huge amounts of hydrogen.
In addition to the chemical reduction reaction of separating the iron from the oxygen, hydrogen is also required elsewhere in the steelmaking process.
Here at Salzgitter Flachstahl we are producing strip steel that is formed by our customers into components. For example, for the automotive industry, has to be annealed before it can be formed. And for that purpose we need hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very good heat conductor it increases the energy efficiency of the process, and it also prevents the strip steel from reoxidation. If you think about SALCOS for the long term, then by 2050 we want to fully transform today's steelmaking process to a hydrogen-based one.
With SALCOS and GreenHy 2.0, the Sunfire and Salzgitter teams are pioneering a shift in the steelmaking industry.
We have been able to demonstrate the production of green hydrogen for the steel industry, and I think we can proudly say that this has contributed to a mind change, both in the political sphere as well as in the industrial sphere.
Aldach is optimistic about the future success of this transition for the steelmaking industry.
The public awareness or the public demands green solutions, demands green products, and hence I think that the important factors are coming together for green steel production to become a reality.
The potential emission reductions in the steel industry made possible through the GreenHy projects also exist for many other emission-heavy industries and applications. The success of high-efficiency models like GreenHy 2.0 and the implementation of hydrogen-based power fuels provides solutions to address some of the largest emitting sectors. But there are a few major steps required to make this a reality.
It starts on the one hand side with the industrialization of a new technology. This means investments in production, upscaling and automation of production. We require the financial support mechanisms that help us to finance this kind of upscaling process. We will probably also need cooperation between players in the electrolysis industry, but also in adjacent industries or similar industries like the automotive industry that can help to organize and realize this upscaling process. At the same time, we need a clear and stable and trustworthy regulatory framework that not only regulates how electrolyzers can purchase green power or how the hydrogen or the hydrogen derivatives are being certified, but it also needs to create a significant demand.
As we work toward European and global climate objectives, implementing efficient and carbon-neutral energy technologies will become increasingly paramount. Renewable hydrogen is proving to have high impact across all sectors, including mobility, heavy industry, and shipping, making it an essential tool for the successful energy transition.
Greetings everyone, welcome back to the WorldPtX 2020 Conference Summit. I am Ayman Sharkawi and I'm happy to moderate this afternoon sessions as well. This morning we enjoyed some very insightful remarks from a series of high-level panelists, experts, and I'm happy to say that this will continue this afternoon. For this particular session, we will be discussing the industrial dimension of Power-to-X. And to chair the conversation for this session number 3, we will enjoy a chairmanship of Mr. Rashid Idrissi Qaitouni, who heads Africa Gas, as well as the gas department in the AFQA Group Holdings. So, without further ado, I am pleased to leave the floor to Mr. Qaitouni.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ayman Sharkawi. I'm extremely honored to share this session 3 dedicated to the industrial deployment of green hydrogen and Power-to-X. Indeed, green hydrogen will most likely play a major role in the integrated energy system of the future, alongside renewable electrification and a more efficiency and circular use of resources. A large-scale deployment of green hydrogen solution at a fast pace is key to counter climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emission in a cost-effective way. This ambition represents one of the biggest industrial challenges of the current decades. This concerns different renewable energy sources: intermittent, solar and wind, continuous, hydro, geothermal and biomass. From different technology, power to hydrogen, power to fuels, power to ammonia, and for different products and application: mobility, fertilizer, power plants, long-term storage, chemical feedstock. Morocco is ideally placed to produce green Power-to-X products to address both domestic markets and export. In this session, the panelists will share their experience tackling the challenges of scaling up technology, especially the electrolyzer industry. They will also give their insights on how to turn large infrastructure development projects into profitable and positive investment decisions. The panelists will also share their views on creating the right synergies between the key players of the Power-to-X value chain and their impact on the distribution network, storage, facilities, and supply logistics. For this matter, I'm glad to have with me today the distinguished panel: Dr. Catherine Godamer, Managing Director of Rainer Lemoine Institute, is there. Mrs. Nadja Hankenson, Managing Director, Region Africa from Siemens Energy Service Industrial Application. Mrs. Karen Hillinger, Chief Commercial Officer from NG Hydrogen Business Unit. Mr. Christopher Frank, Head of Strategic Business Development and Key Account Management, ThyssenKrupp Industrial Solutions. Mr. Florent Baudu, Sales Director from McPhee. Mr. Raphael Tilo, Renewable Director from Cockerill. And the last but not the least, Mr. Denis Thomas, Global Business Development Leader from Cummins Incorporation. We will start this keynote from Dr. Catherine Godamer, Managing Director at Rainer Lemoine Institute and board member of the German Hydrogen Alliance, EPOS. Dr. Godamer is an energy market expert with a special interest in energy policy, stakeholder involvement in politics and transdisciplinary approaches to knowledge generation. She is the Managing Director of the Rainer Lemoine Institute and Energy Research Institute in Germany.
Hello, everyone. And thank you, Mr. Idrissi, for the kind introduction. It's great to see you, although we can't meet in person, but we can meet in this conference. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be talking a little bit about the learnings that we have had from green hydrogen projects in Germany. And because this conference has already highlighted a few of the German issues that are very important right now, I think this would be a very good match to see from my applied energy point of view how this translates into practice. And then in this session, you're going to hear from many other practitioners how they see the whole idea of the large scale in hydrogen, the industrial deployment. This is what we'd like to talk about in this session. What I've compiled for you is a little bit of history about the research that I've done and also the work that I've done as a board member of HYPOS, so that you know from which perspective I'm talking about green hydrogen projects. Generally, what you need to know about my institute is that we have a legacy, and the legacy is the one of Rainer Lemoyne. And you might have not have heard about him, but he's a German engineer who unfortunately died very young, but he was one of the pioneers in renewable energy already in the 60s and 70s. And he founded two very famous German solar PV companies in the 90s, which basically earned him a lot of money, and he turned this into a philanthropy. And we are doing the nonprofit work from a research perspective that Rainer started as an engineer. Likewise, at my institute, we're all engineers, so my perspective is usually from electrical engineering, from computer science, mechanical engineering, and then we're looking into, you know, deploying these technologies. What does it mean cost-wise? What does it mean carbon-wise? Because we're committed to a future with 100% renewables or a net carbon-free. I'm also today representing the HYPOS network. And this is an important player in the German hydrogen field as well. So this is why I'm also introducing you to some of the projects that we're doing at HYPOS. Hydrogen research at my institute, if you want to picture what we're doing, is basically something that taps into the idea of 100% renewable energy in the future. So for example, hydrogen in Power-to-X always comes into our energy system modeling. Green hydrogen can be part of the energy supply for Germany as a region. We're also looking at the interplay between Power-to-X and other kinds of storage. So for example, if you see hydrogen coming up in the transport sector, this will have an effect on large-scale storage, which you will need for the electricity sector. And coupling all these sectors together in esteemed energy system models, that's what we're here for. We're also looking at generally the effects of these technologies on carbon emissions, investment costs of energy systems, and so on. Green hydrogen production, though, is also something else. It's also to look at the on-site electrolyzer, its different dispatch options, and so on. And we have a focus on hydrogen and Power-to-X in the transport sector. So for example, we're comparing battery electric vehicles and their impact on the energy system to what you would do with a fuel cell vehicle. And then the fuel cell vehicle is not the only transport option we look into. We've also conducted a few projects with fuel cell trains and ships. And this can be a study and it can be an application depending on the degree of readiness. For example, when you look at fuel cell trains, the readiness level is very different from the one when you look at for example, this is something that I'd like to show you because it shows you a little bit of the discussion that we've had in Germany over the last few years. So for the Federal Ministry of Transport in Germany, we're working on a location tool for whole of Germany, and we're trying to facilitate the transformation of the transport sector. In our case, our job is to look into hydrogen and alternative to natural gas, but our partners are looking into what could be the best location for the charging infrastructure of the future. And it shows you that when we're looking into alternative transport, hydrogen is playing a part in this area in Germany. We're not only looking into battery electric vehicles, but also into hydrogen. And one of the first projects that we did is in a way a famous project because it is related to this famous new airport in Berlin that we've had. Well, and we've been building it for a very long time. You might have heard the news about it. It was supposed to go online almost 10 years ago. And now finally, this year, amid the Corona crisis, we have opened a new airport in Berlin. Several years ago, RLI was already supplying, together with partners, this airport with hydrogen, and this was on-site electrolyzer-based hydrogen. The idea at the time was the new airport will probably need a new public transport line. Why not give it a hydrogen bus to supply the airport line? So we were setting up a gas station that Total owns. We were setting up a new kind of electrolyzer, and the idea was that the new airport is situated in Brandenburg, which is a federal state with a very high share of renewable energy. And this could be a predecessor for new projects where you take on-site electricity generated from renewables and then feed them into, for example, a well-running gas station like this one. As you can imagine, this one, as it came online, practically the hydrogen part at least had to go offline for another few years because it wasn't a very well-used hydrogen supply station at the time. But I'm lucky to tell you that now finally, since the airport is online, I think we're going a great step from this one. And since this is about scale-up of technology, I've also taken this example that I wanted to show you because we've also actually developed new electrolyzer technology. And the idea behind the project that we did here was, obviously, if we're honest, electrolyzer hardware costs are always and still the most expensive part of the investment, right? So is there any way to drive these costs down? And at the time we were thinking, can we work together with the automotive industry? Because you know that the automotive industry in Germany is extremely strong, extremely efficient. And we were thinking, is there, let's say, a processing or a production knowledge that we can use from this industry to maybe produce a new electrolyzer that we can scale up in such a way that we can help all these industrial deployment issues at some point in the future. And we've developed a prototype which comes as a very, very small scale electrolyzer. And we were thinking, you know, this could be great for basically sending it up in small remote situations. This could be an off-grid site, for example, or you could plug them together and make them modular. And since I'm also representing HYPOS, this is something that you should know about the network that we're in. So HYPOS is the hydrogen power and storage network in the region that I'm going to show you on my next slide. The idea is that we're combining the knowledge and also the mission of more than 120 members in Germany, but also abroad, working on a green hydrogen economy. We're very keen on the green part, and I can explain to you why that is. Generally, the idea is that the whole value chain should be part of the transformation of the hydrogen economy. So for example, we're both looking at the production, and I'm talking renewable electricity production. I'm not only talking hydrogen production. This is not where we start, but we're starting at the renewable energy. And then we're looking at production, storage, transportation, and utilization. Why is HYPOS especially well situated to do this? Well, this is a map of Germany. You've probably seen it before. In the area that is highlighted on the east, this is more the area that HYPOS is active in. And it's an area that is very famous for its chemical industry. It has a long history of chemical industry in the area, and it also has one of the two H2 pipelines that we have in Germany. It's not like it's a country full of hydrogen pipelines, but we have one dedicated hydrogen pipeline in this area, and it supplies some of these chemical industry sites that I've just mentioned. And what's also interesting to know about this region is that the supply of renewable energy already, but also in the future, will be massive because it's prone to a lot of wind and so on. And it's also not a densely populated area with a lot of industrial production. So there is going to be a surplus of green electricity coming up in the future in this area. And we're thinking it will be a great synergy to turn this into green hydrogen and make it use in the industries that are here. We're looking, as I said, at all the different phases of the value chain. And what's interesting about the value chain is that I also mentioned that we're looking into large-scale storage. So we're not only thinking, you know, decentralized small scale or putting it on a truck, but we're actually having, we've developed a few projects with a natural gas network operator tapping into their storage facilities, into the caverns, and looking what hydrogen will do to these storage options. And then when it comes to the utilization of hydrogen, from my German perspective, I am open to all these different kinds of deployment methods. I can see hydrogen coming up in the transport sector, as well as the chemical industry, the industry in general, energy supply, and so on. And I think we should talk a little more later of maybe how you would see this in Germany or in other countries coming up. What are the areas or energy sectors where we're actually going to be using hydrogen first? I look forward to your opinions on this. So some of the projects that we have, they can be as big as this one, like a large hydrogen storage facility, but they can also be a large-scale electrolyzer that we're aiming to set up. And HYPA's, if you want to imagine what we do, is the facilitator in most of these places, and sometimes we're part of the project. We're also looking into fuel cell trains in the region, or logistics projects, or projects with the smaller municipalities in the area. And I'd like to conclude my, my short presentation with a summary of what I've learned from our projects when it comes to three major things: the industrial deployment and the challenges, the question how we can make these large infrastructure development projects more profitable, and also the synergies or the interconnections between those areas. So from my German perspective, the industrial deployment of Power-to-X is something that I'd like to see in the future, but it's not really there yet. What are the reasons? I see a challenge in the regulatory framework that we have, and it basically has to do with everything that can drive investment costs down. That comes from a regulatory perspective. Obviously, investment costs can also come from technology development, right? So development of technology will probably profit from the fact that it's being deployed. So the more large-scale facilities we're seeing coming up, the better the investment costs are going to be. But also the regulation in Germany is very important. We've been discussing for a very long time how we can make green hydrogen particularly interesting. And we've just decided, as one example, that if you want to turn electricity into hydrogen and it's all green, you are stripped of a few of the very heavy charges that are usually added to energy consumption at the consumer level. This will obviously make a big difference, right, when it comes to producing green hydrogen. And I also think it's an issue of timing. So whenever the electricity surplus is very high, when the price volatility in Germany is going to be very high, there is more making use of turning electricity into green hydrogen and storing it as hydrogen. When it comes to profitability, I still want to mention that, you know, generally from a bird's eye view, carbon pricing will probably play a role too, right? Green hydrogen is only as attractive as, you know, fossil fuels are unattractive. So this is something that would make a big difference. And I think internationally we should discuss this. And then carbon targets for the industry in Germany and the transformation of industrial processes to a decarbonized industry, that would really play a very big role in Germany as well. And what I'm particularly interested in is the synergies or the effects of Power-to-X on the energy system, because we're running all these energy system models, right? And in our scenarios, it makes a very big difference if we consider, let's say, 45 million passenger cars being battery electric, or half of them being fuel cell cars, right? Because the amount of hydrogen that needs to be produced for this could have a great effect on the electricity system. So my first point is it's going to have a great impact. And my second one is, obviously, it then makes sense to develop electricity systems and a hydrogen system in a close synergy. You know, have an idea of what your hydrogen future will be like, and then try to develop electricity systems alongside this idea, because it's going to save you a lot of sunk investment in the future. And with this, I'm closing my talk. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Golamer, for this insightful presentation. We will move now to Mrs. Nadja Hackinson. She is the Managing Director of the African region at Siemens Energy. She is responsible for leading the Energy Services Unit for Siemens Energy in Africa. where her priority is to grow the business and optimize the organization. In addition, Mrs. Hackinson focuses on developing skills and capability locally across the continents. Go ahead, please. Micro.
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Idrissi, for the warm welcome and introduction. It's an honor, a pleasure to participate in this important event today, representing Siemens Energy, and very much interesting sessions prior to this one, I must say. And I'm very honored since we as Siemens Energy are an important contributor to realize. So I don't know what happened there with the noise, but I hope it's better now. I want to start by maybe just explaining a little bit what Siemens Energy are all about. I think Siemens is quite well known for the most of everyone listening at the moment, having a long history and a broad portfolio. Actually, today I would say that with our newly formed Siemens Energy company, we actually represent the whole value chain and are a great mirror, actually, of the current energy landscape, having our traditional portfolio of gas turbines, steam turbines, compressors, our power generation, our industrial applications, our transmission business, of course, our renewable business through Siemens Gamesa, which we also support via the transmission and steam turbines. So we really represent the whole value chain of what you see in the world today, which is very exciting, right? And we also have a division named New Energy Business, which is really focused on the products around hydrogen. So through our New Energy Business, we can provide the technology, the systems and solutions to enable the production of hydrogen and its derivatives through our electrolyzer technologies. So through Siemens Energy, of course, having that whole portfolio, we can accompany and support the society on this mission of decarbonization, which is very much what we have now in focus, and it's very important for us all to contribute with. This slide is a really good visualization of the concept of sector coupling. So because if we think about it, why are we aiming, why are we talking today so much about hydrogen? Why is this such a trendy topic that we're all focusing on? Well, of course, obviously, we believe, just as many, that hydrogen is going to play an important role for the deep decarbonization of our world, right? And why hydrogen? Well, because through hydrogen, it enables a large-scale application of hydrogen. Sectors that today cannot use fully renewable energy that is generated locally in a decentralized area. And this is because hydrogen is such an excellent carrier of energy, which enables transportation, right, of the green energy to other sectors, enabling mobility, industry, heating for houses, etc., etc. So it opens up for a completely new revolutionized in energy landscape. So sector coupling is all about the close integration of the power generating sectors with the power consuming sectors. You could say that it's really creating a mix of different solutions that today exist as sort of standalone, and putting them all together. So that's completely new, combining existing energy solutions into an ecosystem. And with this slide, my main key message is that we are really on a journey. We are on a development journey, scaling up from test application, which we started with the electrolyzer, the Stylizer 100 already back in 2011. So it's quite many years in R&D and development, right? So now it's all about scaling this up. So what is needed is to move from smaller test scale, lab scale demos to more larger scale pilots to really demonstrate that these R&D developments and theoretical aspects of what hydrogen can do can really be tested in a real live system. What we as Siemens do with our Stylizer technology is that we focus on the PEM electrolyzing technology, which PEM stands for proton exchange membrane, which makes us quite unique because PEM is highly flexible and adaptable when it comes to the volatility and intermittency of the renewables. So with this time scale, I'm sure we're going to talk about that. You know, it's quite an ambitious time scale, right? But we are quickly moving towards 100 megawatt projects, right? It's our belief that we can do that in a fairly near future. And the ultimate vision is, of course, the 1 gigawatt perspective that we envision. What I want to mention, I mentioned initially that we mirror perfectly the current energy landscape, and we have a broad existing fleet already of our conventional technology for energy. And we believe that natural gas is still going to play a role as a transitional technology through our gas turbines. And what I want to show with this is just a few of our gas turbine models that we are actually already today able to run on hydrogen. So we are really focusing on making the existing conventional technology future-proof, future-ready. So the ultimate goal also here is that they will be able to run on 100% hydrogen, so really ready with our technology for the hydrogen economy. So with that, I thank you all, and let's move to the next.
Thank you, Mrs. Hackinson, for this interesting presentation from Siemens. We will move now to Mrs. Karen Hellinger, is the Chief Commercial Office of Hydrogen Business Unit at ENGIE. She develops green hydrogen innovative solutions for large-scale industrial customers around the world. Prior to her current function, Mrs. Hellinger oversaw business development at ENGIE Fab, the innovation factory of ENGIE. She's developed disruptive large-scale new businesses in the entrepreneurial fashion, anticipating the technologies of tomorrow. Please go ahead.
Sorry, I needed to unmute. Thanks a lot for this very kind introduction. Thanks a lot also for the invitation to this conference. I'm really happy to be with you this afternoon. Today, hydrogen is alive, and within ENGIE, and together with a lot of partners and industrial, we make it happen. The topic of this afternoon is about the challenge we are facing toward the scale-up of the Power-to-X value chain. I would like to turn it on into what are the opportunities to make it happen, because behind each challenge, it's an opportunity, and it's really essential. The first element I wanted to share with you, and I will complement on what has already been said this morning and right today, it's about being at the crossroad of a huge momentum. And it's a few elements. What we can observe today is that there is a massive collective commitment on the energy transition, and the support and the contribution of hydrogen is really recognized in that. If we sum up all what is being proposed now as support mechanisms, it's about tens of billions. It's mainly driven by Europe, but also massively by Australia with almost 20 billion, Chile, Japan, and soon Morocco, I'm sure. We are also now seeing the structuration of the sector to materialize a strong pipeline of concrete projects, of which something completely new, the average size is 100 megawatt, as it was also just mentioned. So it's scaling up is getting the reality. And on the electrolyzer supplier side, we see this integration of the scale up. And just the setup of the panel this afternoon is highlighting it. Another added value of hydrogen, which I would like to add on what has already been said, is the fact that hydrogen is contributing to the energy transition, but also, and even maybe more important, it's contributing to the local economies, and it will boost local economies. So it's a real investment for the future, starting today. What are the concrete things that we need to make a reality as of today? It's 3 opportunities. It can be seen as 3 challenges, but I would rather take it as opportunity. First, it's about sorry for this. Okay, so first of all, it was big momentum. What are the 3 key elements? First, it's about the competitiveness of the renewable hydrogen production. If not competitive, it will never make it. Second, it's about regulation. And third, it's about having the good financing and support mechanism, the 2 later one being really in balance. Let's touch about the competitiveness. Today, producing hydrogen via electrolysis is double the price than via fossil fuels. In some good cases, we can reach out parity soon if we are in some specific area. What are the key elements to drive this competitiveness down? We have 2 of them. It's about having access to the cheapest renewable energy with the best load factor. In that context, and you can see it on the small map above here, Morocco is wonderfully well positioned. Second aspect, it's technology cost reduction. Again, the panel today is really putting that into the spotlight, and they're working on it, and they see it getting materialized step by step. The second element was about regulation. And the third one was about having the good support and financing mechanism. Let me take both of them together. The good news in all the support and regulation which is being put forward, it's about scaling up. It's about large scale. So it's about supporting big steps instead of a lot of small steps. And that's where we are in. Very concretely, how can we make it happen? In this support type of mechanism, we are convinced that we need to play on all the part of the value chain. On the supply side, having contract for different type of mechanism to offset temporarily, and that's essential, temporarily the gap between the cost of carbonated and decarbonated. On the other side, the end of the value chain, on the demand side, introducing specific target, supporting the offtake is really essential. And to support the entire value chain is having a concrete roadmap with concrete milestone to be able to decarbonize the energy sector. So what we see here is really a rapid structuration of the market to reach those ambitions. What do we do at ENGIE? Here you see a slide. It's a bit of a collector slide, as it was, it dated back from 2016. The good news is that now everybody is sharing this vision of producing in very good region, having local offtake, encouraged with the industry, with the mining, the heavy mobility, and then at a later stage, exporting this renewable energy to location worldwide where there will be a lack of this renewable hydrogen. This vision, ENGIE is really putting it into actions with a portfolio of 3 gigawatts of industrial scale project at more than 10 different countries worldwide, and on the different axes of different sectors, as you can see. Now, concretely on what scale-ups requires and what are the key lessons learned ENGIE is willing to share from this pipeline of development. We have 5 of them, and we can take them in different order. For us, what is essential is having offtake, building the offtake. That's really the basis of how we think we can trigger this scaling up. For sure, we need to have the design of integrated solution. We have to have the technology at the right size, and that's something which is being done by the entire industry, partnering together to make it happen. For sure, that's essential. Sometimes we forget it takes time. The permitting part, the health and safety, is also very important, and also because it integrates different bricks. It's about renewable electricity production. It's also about the transformation of it into a renewable gas, and then the end use of it. Having the investor ready to invest, making it a bankable project is for sure essential. And on top of it, or to start with, it's about having the good support mechanism, having the political willingness, the vision to make it happen, to be bold, to take big steps and set up the good regulatory framework. So if to conclude, I would like to say that from our perspective, we believe that Morocco is fulfilling all the success factor or the key lessons learned of the project we have recently been developed to be at scale, to be at the rendezvous, to be able to decarbonize the industry, benefiting from the renewable and with the opportunity to export this renewable energy. And at ENGIE, we are ready to engage, to join forces into consortium to go for this development of hydrogen project in Morocco. Thanks a lot for your attention. And the last word, tomorrow is today. So let's build up those consortium to make it happen. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mrs. Heilinger, for this insight from ENGIE and a nice word for Morocco industry. Our next speaker, Mr. Christopher Frank, is the head of strategic business development and key account management at ThyssenKrupp Industrial Solutions. ThyssenKrupp is a leading partner for the engineering, construction, and service of industrial plants and systems. He's responsible for the implementation of the further enhanced key account management practice for the entire process technology portfolio of the company of the Middle East, Turkey, and Africa. The floor is yours. Mr. Christopher, the micro, put on the micro.
Thank you very much for that hint. Yeah, it helps a lot to have a microphone open. Yeah, thank you very much for giving the nice introduction and for giving me the opportunity to introduce what we as ThyssenKrupp are doing. While we've learned in the previous presentations that it's important to convert future markets for hydrogen as an energy carrier or other energy carriers coming from hydrogen, from green hydrogen, or setting up, of course, the necessary green power generation, we at ThyssenKrupp Industrial Solutions feel a bit more like being kind of a machine room to make all that happen. If you look at the energy demands on hydrogen and compare it to what is used currently in Western Europe in form of natural gas imported energy, if you would like to store that natural gas provided energy in batteries, you would probably need 1.2 billion Tesla cars in order to store all that energy, just to give you a grippy thing. So we're focusing on how can we contribute to accelerate the developments into a green energy society. We are convinced that this is also this is necessary here in Europe and elsewhere in the world. It is also very important that we make energy transportable. And hydrogen, to transport hydrogen is possible, of course, via trucks to a certain extent, much better via pipelines, but also even better via chemicals. And I'm coming to that a little bit later. Let me see how I can flip the screen now. Here we go. And we had that earlier already in one of my predecessors' presentations, that we have that we are targeting for a circular economy. Yeah, and I think what is absolutely needed is a cross-industry coupling, using waste streams like CO2 emitted from furnaces, from other chemical processes, etc., and combine that with renewable energy and produce useful things out of that, such as monomers, plastics, or olefins, for example, or methanol as an energy carrier, ammonia as one of the base chemicals that is very important in our food security. Yeah? Ammonia is the base product for most of the fertilizers we use today to feed the world. However, ammonia is also one of the key commodity chemicals to produce mining explosives via ammonium nitrate. We heard it on the ENGIE presentation earlier, that one of their projects is also for the mining industries. You can convert complete industries into a CO2-free industry. However, it requires large-scale investments, and not only into the electrolyzers, for example, to start with, but moreover into the provision of the generation of renewable energy. And I think that's what I wanted to demonstrate with my earlier example. The energy demand just of Western Europe is huge. And that has to come from somewhere, and also the German government is convinced that it only will work for Germany, at least, when we import green energy from somewhere. And of course, one of the elements, the key element to produce green energy is hydrogen. I think we are all aware of that. What we've done is we used our expertise in coming from the caustic or alkaline or chlorine plant technology from the electrolysis chloralkali technology. And we converted that and refined it and rejuvenized our technology to, let's say, a world standard technology which can be applied to many cases, and is also very flexible. It's a pretty old technology, in fact. The first hydrogen-based ammonia and nitric acid and ammonium nitrate plant has been built by us in the 1960s already. Now, went into operation in 1965 and in Peru, and it's still operating there. So what we did is we need to commercialize that, and we thought that standardized modules are the relevant modules because it's easy to apply and can easily multiplied. So we have a whole variety of electrolyzers, but we focus on 20 megawatt electrolyzer units that can be combined then by just multiplication into larger plants of any size. And right now, some of you might have heard it, the first mega projects are developing there. Air Products recently announced a cooperation with us in Saudi Arabia, where the intention is to produce hydrogen coming from 2 gigawatt electrolyzers. This is needed, in fact, to, in that particular case, to produce ammonia, which then is going to be transported to Europe as an energy carrier or as a commodity chemical carrier, which is important because at the end of the day, I think we have to change the whole value chains of the chemical industry, not only for the mobility sector, but also for all kinds of other applications of our daily life, like fertilizers, plastics, etc. This slide gives you a little overview of what's going on at the moment and what is possible already. There are various types of producing chemicals from renewable sources. One is, of course, biomass. You can gasify biomass and convert it into Fischer-Tropsch and upgrade it and produce diesel, for example, out of that. That's currently done in Dunkirk in France, where we're in a partnership with Total and Axence for a demonstration unit there. Disadvantage of biomass gasification, we all know that is, of course, you need biomass, and that's in competition with food, in many cases at least. Yeah. So we see a market for that, but the quantities we don't see at the moment. The majority really comes from renewable electricity and water electrolysis. Also there, you can split the hydrogen into various applications readily available at industrial scale already. So there's no need, in fact, as long as the hydrogen production facility is reliable, to go into pilots plants. Why? Because all these downstream technologies are well proven and have been applied multiple times globally. Methanation, for example, methanation process is applied in every ammonia plant. Methanol synthesis, that's done as well. The catalytic side, of course, is a bit tricky there because you only have two reactants available in green methanol, which is CO2 and hydrogen. The CO is missing there. But that catalytic problem has been solved and has been tested in demonstration plants already. Ammonia synthesis is clear, hydrogen and nitrogen. Nitrogen could come from an air separation plant, which is also a standard application. So let's say the technical possibilities to implement national strategy to convert industries into a green industry, that is to a very large extent all given already. It's no rocket science any longer. Can be built, and it can be built even on a lump sum turnkey basis if wanted. Why am I saying that lump sum turnkey or EPC? Because at the end of the day, it's necessary to finance such projects. And we've learned earlier that yes, the competitiveness is clear. It needs to be competitive, otherwise no one will invest. And that is something which I think the governments, the lawmakers really have to focus on. That they set up legislation that permits investment into such technologies. That trade of energy coming from either pure hydrogen or chemicals as an energy carrier or as a regular commodity product, that trade is not prohibited or full of obstacles, but is as easy as possible, that no further costs are being added. That there's a fair competition, meaning that not some producers polluting or continuing to pollute the atmosphere have advantages over non-polluting production technologies. All these aspects are, of course, sensitive elements, and they affect a lot of different societies and countries and governments. And I think the tricky part, the most tricky part, has been successfully passed already. That was the Paris Treaty. And if we then, at the end of the day, would come to, let's say, a globally aligned legislation framework, which is transparent in order and provide guidance to the investors. Sometimes it's very complicated to apply for, let's say, initial upfront financing or governmental support. It is a nightmare to apply for that for regular investors. They want to do things quickly, and application for governmental aid is really time consuming. I think all of my pre-speakers would certainly share that view. The endurance of policymaking is very important in order to bring things forward. It needs incentive mechanisms also to attract investments, which at the end of the day will pay back by more jobs, by converting an industry, by maintaining jobs, and thus, of course, maintaining tax flow or tax money flow to the governments. It will need political will. And I think what is definitely needed from our perspective is that the global governments need to accelerate pace in a dramatic way. We are far too slow. Technology is ready. That's what I wanted to see, to show you, to demonstrate to you. The setup for building projects is there. The competitiveness, and I could elaborate more in different slides on production prices for ammonia, for example. It's all related to the power price. We've seen projects in the Middle East, of course, yes, they have a lot of sun, where the kilowatt hour price is guaranteed at 35 US cents per kilowatt hour in the production cost. And I think at that level, we are already now competitive. Further developments, of course, have to be done in terms of efficiency of the electrolyzer cells. That's a continuous process, not only with our company. I'm sure that Siemens and others are working on that heavily as well in order to bring down the investment cost. But without the political will, without governments being aligned and not only thinking in 4 years legislation timeframes, then I think we have all chances to accelerate matters and to become a greener society, to live in greener societies in the future. And with that, I end here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank, for this input from ThyssenKrupp Group. Let me please give the floor to Mr. Florent Baudu. He is the sales director of McPhy, where he is in charge of the development of large-scale decarbonate hydrogen solution for the industry and hydrogen production via multi-megawatt electrolyzer. McPhy is a designer, manufacturer, and integrator of hydrogen equipment, which has 3 development, engineering, and production units based in Europe. Please.
Thank you very much. Okay, sorry for the echo. Thanks a lot. Indeed, and this was mentioned by the different presenters just before, what we see at the moment is clearly a great momentum in the hydrogen world. And that is quite unique. What I would like to remind, it was somehow touched base by the previous presenter. The hydrogen is actually a unique opportunity for all the actors of the ecosystem and for the states as well to be a front runner in a pioneering technology, to bring growth, local employment, and also to develop added value skills on the territory, which is very important. As well, to participate, and that's the basic of it, but to participate to a healthier and a cleaner future for the next generation, which I believe is one of the essence of all the efforts we are doing at the moment. Indeed, on the hydrogen world today, the motto is clearly scale up. Sorry, I have the echo. Strange. So indeed, the motto is scale up and scale up and scale up again. And the roadmap for bringing the hydrogen, the green hydrogen, to a cost down is clear. And you can see on the slide, by the way, the targets, which are quite well known and quite shared by most of the actors, of the ecosystem. The successful scaling up is indeed key in this industry to allow the massive industrialization, which will lead ultimately to the adoption of the technology. Having the technology, having the technical issues is fine, but having the technology being adopted is the most important target we have to achieve. This will also be based on real projects which have to be implemented. We will have to learn by doing. The different stakeholder of the industry will have to learn by doing. This is the essence of the know-how, which will participate to the adoption of the technology. Of course, we will also, by scaling up, drastically reduce the capex and optimize as well the opex. At the end of the day, what we are all looking at is the total cost of ownership of the hydrogen molecules to go down and to reach the competitiveness level that we are all targeting. Last but not least, it will also allow the crystallization of some industrial standard specifics which are not yet existing for this industry, which will have to be set and which have to become the real standards. And we mentioned briefly, but the safety standards, for example, are one of those industry specifics which will be growing up and which will be established when we will scale up all the industry. But of course, this will require all the actors of the ecosystem to be at the rendezvous. And speaking about this, I would mention the investors and the industrial players, which shall not be too risk averse. Of course, all the points being of who will be the front runner, who would be the followers, and who will take the risk. But to develop it, there will need to be some players which will not be too risk averse. Then, of course, the public authorities, which will have to support by initial fundings mechanism and also by regulatory frameworks to allow the industry to quickly reach the right competitivity level. They will have to light the flame, if I might say so, even though in hydrogen world we have to take care by lighting the flame, by the way. But that's important. And then, of course, the equipment and the solution suppliers, as we are, we will have to be very straightforward. We will have to sweat blood and tears to reduce the costs, the TCO, as quickly as achievable, with no compromise on the engineering standards and on the quality standards as well. And this is very important. Those three pillars I just mentioned before will have to work in conjunction and cooperation, and they will have to put what might appear from time to time like some short-term contradictory interest. But we see also today that this works, and we see those three pillars and those three main sides of the actors which are working together, which is very positive. Of course, within the path for scaling up, the large-scale pilot project will drive concepts to a tangible reality, and they are of primary importance. I present you on the slide the case of the Jewels project, which is under execution, which is a 20 megawatt electrolyzer, which will be installed in Netherlands, which will avoid 27,000 tons of CO2 per year, and which will deliver 3,000 tons per year of green hydrogen for methanol synthesis. That would be the biggest one in its kind in Europe. And this one will be led by a consortium with Nourion Gazuni and 6 other members, McPhee being the electrolyzer suppliers in this case. With this project, we will be able to real scale operational validation of the concept, also OPEX optimization while starting the unit and really operating the unit. And we will also have to, because you see on the slide that this electrolyzer will be implemented in the middle of a chemical cluster in Northern Europe to hit the highest safety standards, which will be of main importance again. Then, of course, for the electrolyzer or refilling station supplier, this will require the anticipation of long-term visions for the adapted industrial capacities. As example, as you can see on the slides, we at McPhee have already available the manufacturing workshop capacity of 100 megawatt to 300 megawatt, 100 megawatt with 1 shift, 300 megawatt with 3 shifts, easily scalable to 600 megawatt, and as well some gigafactory investment to be confirmed in 2021 to reach gigafactory capacity totally of 1.3 gigawatt by 2024. Matching the timetable between the supply and the demand will be a key issue while developing the whole ecosystem and making the hydrogen world, being tomorrow the leader of these new technologies and decarbonated world and industry. Again, this is great momentum we are all living, and this is unique opportunity to build this new industry. And we have to make that in an environment which is socially responsible, and of course, keeping the target of decarbonizing our whole world. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Baudu, for this interesting talk from McPhee. I will introduce Mr. Raphael Thillot. He is the Director of Renewable Energy at John Cockerill, where he is in charge of hydrogen-concentrated solar power and thermal storage solution. He also oversees the integrated energy solution, including battery storage. Mr. Thillot has more than 15 years of experience in energy sector, having worked on project and businesses development across the power and natural gas value chain around the world. He has extensive experience in Africa, amongst others having managed ENGIE's activity in Cameroon for 4 years. Please.
Okay, bonjour. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation to join the conference today. I'm very happy to talk today about Morocco, which, as you will see, is a very important country for John Cockerill, and even more happy to talk about hydrogen and specifically large hydrogen projects. A few words about John Cockerill. Who are we? So John Cockerill is in fact the largest manufacturer in the world of electrolyzers today. We are a company of more than 2 centuries. We have a turnover of 1.3 billion and have delivered so far more than 1,000 electrolyzers in the world. And we are present in quite a few places. In terms of renewable energies, John Cockerill is active on several fronts. In Morocco, you know well the solar industry. We are one of the major players in concentrated solar. As we speak, we are starting plants in South America, in China, also integrated renewable systems. And of course, in hydrogen. And you see here a nice picture of one of our 5 megawatt electrolyzer stack. In terms of hydrogen, today, with our subsidiary in China, we are the largest manufacturer of electrolyzers. In fact, we, John Cockerill, as a group, we have decades of experience in electrolysis and hydrogen, as well as in pressurized equipment and gas treatment equipment. We have references in many countries, in many different kinds of industries, specialized industries like chemical, steel making, power plants, and so on. We are proud to say that we already have 12 references with our 5 megawatt stack. As you know, increasing the unit capacity of the stack is one of the main levers to reduce the cost of hydrogen. Of course, optimizing the investment cost, reducing the maintenance, reducing the use of the surface. So increasing the unit capacity of the stack is very important. We have manufacturing capacity in China with today 350 megawatt per year of electrolyzer capacity. And we also have capacity in Europe, which is under construction, where we will have in 2022 a capacity of 100 megawatts per year. We focus on very large scale production of hydrogen. We are, as some of my peers have explained earlier today, working on several projects with a size of 100 megawatts. And also we are working on a project for the longer term with a unit size of 1 gigawatt in this order of magnitude. We have just announced an investment plan of 100 million euro to accelerate our development in hydrogen. So this is R&D, this is new manufacturing capacity, among other in Europe, and this is developing new product lines of equipment. And finally, we are also active in the hydrogen mobility with hydrogen refueling station equipment. On the right here, you see a picture of our future hydrogen electrolyzer plant in France. And a final slide on Morocco. Morocco is a very important country for John Cockerill. We are in the country since several decades, but we have created our subsidiary in Morocco in 2013. We employ 500 employees in Morocco in a range of activities. We are very much specialized in providing engineering services, expertise to a range of industrial players. For instance, we provide technical expertise all over Africa from our base in Morocco. We also perform maintenance, major shutdowns of power plants in Morocco, but also beyond. We have a large workshop in Morocco where we manufacture fairly complex equipment, such as gates for locks, such as fans for very large fabrics, and the likes. And then to close, John Cockerill is very active with a range of energy players active in Morocco. We are working with major organizations in Morocco on renewable R&D as well as industrial projects. Of course, in the solar industry, but also more and more in the hydrogen industry. And in fact, we have already sold our first electrolyzer, an electrolyzer of 500 kilowatts to a client in Morocco. And with this, I will stop my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thillot, for this insightful presentation from John Cockerill. I will now introduce our last speaker of the panel. Mr. Thomas is leading globally the business development activities for the water electrolysis business of Cummins Incorporation. Before this role, Thomas was International Business Development Manager for power to gas at Hydrogenic. Hydrogenic has been implicated in most of the power gas project in Europe and is reference manufacturer of alkaline and PEM electrolyzer worldwide. Since September 2019, Hydrogenic has been part of the new power business of Cummins. Mr. Thomas focused on the Cummins hydrogen activity are on power to hydrogen, power to gas, power to mobility, power to fuels, and power to industry. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Idrissi, for the nice introduction. I'll share my screen. I think you can see my screen, huh? And you can hear me well. Thank you. Yes, so I'm here today to present the views of Cummins on this topic of industrial deployment of Power to X. So Cummins is a large international company specialized in delivering high-performance power solutions in a variety of applications in the transport and the power generation. We are today present in more than 190 countries, and we employ more than 60,000 employees. Cummins has made several acquisitions and partnerships in the field of hydrogen technologies, especially in 2019, And Cummins has acquired Hydrogenics, which is a leading and well-established manufacturer of electrolyzers and fuel cells. On the fuel cell side, we mainly deliver solutions today to the transport sector for applications such as buses, trucks, or even trains. I think one of the most emblematic reference project that we have is the partnership with Alstom on the hydrogen trains, where we supply the fuel cells to Alstom. And concerning the electrolyzer business, we've been active since 1948, and we have delivered more than 1,500 electrolyzers for all kinds of applications all over the globe. And today we have manufacturing sites in Canada, in the US, Belgium, and Germany for hydrogen technologies, and we are preparing expansion plans in new locations. I will not go through, say, presenting all the products, but I think it is probably interesting also for the participants to this webinar to see what is available today. On our side, we are active on both alkaline and PEM technologies. Our alkaline is very well suited for small-scale industrial applications, typically for clients in like the float glass industry, but also in the field of oil and fat hydrogenation, but also in power plants. And we have a number of references in North Africa, in power plants, and also in Morocco. But the main focus for us when we speak about Power-to-X applications is the PEM technology, on which we have, let's say, spent quite a lot of efforts because we believe it is the future of electrolysis technologies. And for us, the key features or what does the market need in terms of electrolysis is, first of all, a product with the highest safety standard, a product that can, let's say, cope with very dynamic operation profile to be combined with a renewable power, such as wind and solar mainly, which is the one that are going to be used mainly for Power-to-X applications. Efficiency is clearly an important element to make sure that we maximize the amount of hydrogen produced for every megawatt hour of electricity being used by the units. Obviously, cost of the technology and durability will be key to ensure the low cost of the hydrogen being produced. We should not underestimate also the question about pressure. We think that there is an interest to have technologies that can deliver a high pressure directly at the outlet of the electrolyzer. And also the footprint is something that matters, probably less in Morocco because you have quite a lot of space. But especially when we are targeting industrial application, we need to make sure that we maximize any square meter. So on our side, I will just briefly explain you what we see in terms of products and the way forward to larger applications. So today, the core of the technology is the stack, and that's where the electrolysis reaction will take place, where the electricity will split water into hydrogen and oxygen. What you see is the most compact system that you can find today. And we've started to deploy this technology in 2014 in a number of Power-to-X demonstration projects in Europe and also in North America. So you see that here the cells are placed horizontally in the system. And this unit has input a power of 1.25 megawatt of electricity and can deliver something like 25 kilograms of hydrogen per hour. When you integrate this into a complete product to actually including all the transformers to go from medium voltage to low voltage, but also the rectification of power from AC to DC, the water purification system, but also the cooling. We need cooling in electrolyzer technologies and also hydrogen purification system. Then you see the type of solution that you can actually get on the market today. For this size of application, it's mainly containerized systems that you can find on the market. But when we speak about large-scale Power-to-X application, for us, the keywords is integration, standardization, scalability, and modularity. So what we've been doing on our side was to make an upscaling of the stack that I've just presented before, and to move to stacks with an individual input power of 2.5 megawatts. And we integrate this into this type of product, which is called the IRESEN 1000, where you get two stacks actually producing the hydrogen and injecting the hydrogen in this balance of stack. And then you see that the technology is extremely modular. And here you see a rendering of a 20 megawatt system with 4 units of 5 megawatt each. And what you see here is typically the scope that we see for a company like us. While for the rest of the utilities, we see a key to partner with local EPC companies that can bring the local knowledge and also that can help us to reduce the cost of those technologies. Our focus has been to focus on the core components, especially the electrolyzer technology. In our philosophy, I'd say bigger is cheaper. So and each time we can actually, let's say, increase the size of an individual element, it will have a positive impact on the cost of the technology. And this is also valid for the scale of the project. So clearly there is a move towards 100 megawatts plus type of project. This will really help all of us to bring the cost down of the technology because this is key to ensure the success. So today, this 20 megawatts system, actually we are building it. It's in the final stage of the commissioning in a project in Canada. We, as Air Liquide, as a client, the hydrogen will be liquefied and sent to industrial clients by trucks. It is a commercial application, and it will be inaugurated in the beginning of next year. And maybe to conclude my presentation, I would like to stress the most important challenges that we see. It has been already mentioned, but the policy framework will be key to address adequately the cost gap between the hydrogen which is being produced today from renewable power and electrolysis in comparison to the hydrogen being produced today from natural gas, because it is still more expensive. And so we need to work on this together with policymakers to create a demand for renewable hydrogen and make sure that we can compete natural gas. And last but not least, standardization for us is really key, not only at our scale, but also among the different suppliers to make sure that we can reduce the cost of the technology. So we're very keen to see the interest and the developments on the topic of Power-to-X in Morocco and in the rest of the world. I remain at your disposal if you have any question. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Tomar, for this interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, as conclusion of this session, I would like to resume in a few words the main contribution of each panelist. Dr. Catherine Godamer highlight their research projects mainly in energy system modeling, green hydrogen production, and fuel cells in vehicle, trains, and ships. She also presents HYPOS network mission objectives and projects. Mrs. Nadja Hackinson has presented Siemens solution for industrial Power-to-X deployment, particularly in hydrogen system, Power-to-X solution, and energy consulting and digital services. This experience can be very important for Moroccan Power-to-X industrial deployments. Mrs. Caroline Hillinger has exposed NG vision and expertise in the new Power-to-X markets. She highlights the challenge facing industrial scale-up of the Power-to-X value chain, vision complementary of players, timing, regulatory framework, etc. Mr. Christopher Frank presents the smart solution for climate projects protection using RES based on the powerful Power-to-X technology. He focused on the pillars for successful Power-to-X industry deployment, legislation, framework, transparency, to guide investors, incentive mechanisms, and to attract investment, etc. Mr. Florent Baudu presents McPhee Industrial Solution for Zero Carbon Hydrogen Production and Distribution. He also insists on the role of scale-up to improve competitiveness. Mr. Raphael Thillot presents the expertise of John Cockerill, who placed green hydrogen at the center of his renewable energy strategy, particularly in the manufacture of high-capacity electrolyzer. With a presence in Morocco with high added value, John Cockerill is part of the technology and industrial support of renewable energy projects, in particular in the Power-to-X field. Mr. Denis Thomas focused on the solution offered by Cummins Hydrogenic in the power-to-gas and power-to-fuel sectors. These solutions are able to bring a significant added value to development of the Power-to-X industry in Morocco. And without more delay, let us start question and answer session. The first question starts from Dr. Catherine Goldamer. Germany has recently adopted a national hydrogen strategy. How will this affect the industrial deployment of Power-to-X technologies? In which energy sector do you see Power-to-X technology being used in Germany in the future? Please.
Yes, thank you for this question. I think, Carolina, you said it best. We need cheap renewable energy and a technology cost reduction. And obviously, Germany is not the kind of country you were thinking of when it came to renewable energy, right? But still, we have adopted a hydrogen strategy. It's about green hydrogen, so it has to come from renewable energy. And Germany is actually thinking about importing green hydrogen from other countries. But we have also set up national targets for electrolyzer capacities in the range of 5 to 10 gigawatts over the next 15 years. So what this tells me is that obviously the hydrogen strategy is addressing the technology cost reduction in the sense that they're trying to invest in projects, thinking that this will drive the cost down. And also, when you're asking about the energy sectors where I see hydrogen coming up, this can also be related to the German strategy, because in the German strategy, the decarbonization of the industry is the first focus point. So we're looking into the next 10 years or so, the German industry, and then after that, the transport sector and heating. So the order of priorities in Germany will be the industry, and then the transport sector, and then heating and other energy uses. Thank you.
Thank you. The second question for all the panelists. What are the challenges facing industrial scale up of the Power-to-X value chain? Who wants to answer, please?
Maybe I can start.
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think what we are really facing today is that there is a huge expectation, in fact, on the market and on the paper for our technologies. So everyone is expecting to buy today, or actually preparing today, very large projects, but those are only going to be really decided in a couple of years. And so this is extremely challenging actually for the industry today. To actually commit already on those type of projects, so I think that that's clearly one of the challenge. Obviously, one of the solutions to this challenge is a collaboration together with the project developers, with energy utility companies, like the ones that are present to this meeting, to actually ensure a good visibility on the project pipeline in terms of size and the moment at which those electrolyzers will be needed on the market. The second one is clearly cost, and is linked with this challenge of scale. As I mentioned, bigger is cheaper, and so we need volumes actually to invest today in gigawatt factories. Actually, we are planning today first gigawatt factory, but when we see what Europe and also leading regions are planning, will need hundreds of gigawatts. And this is going to be one of the main challenges together with the supply chain, and to ensure that the rest of the supply chain will follow in delivering the large quantities of electrolyzers which are needed for this market expansion.
Yeah, I can only add to that in agreement, of course, what you just said, that ultimately one of the bottlenecks will be the manufacturing of electrolyzers. That's for sure the key, but that will come up in the next years as soon as the market is developing. But again, getting the energy to Europe or to the industrialized nations or to the highly industrialized nations, I think the energy transport is another bottleneck that we have to focus on. Right now, there are initiatives on using methanol as an energy carrier. The commercial ship industry, for example, could be a huge potential off-taker. Methanol is considered to be non-hazardous to the maritime life, so you can use the double hulls of the ships as a tank, as an additional tank. That could quickly come. We know that cruise ship industries, ferry industries think of hydrogen as a fuel. That's all okay as long as the hydrogen is renewable. And I think one aspect we should focus as well, in particular here in Europe, where let's say the availability of renewable energy is limited. Although it might not be very popular, but I think the so-called blue production of commodity chemicals is also an option, because it can, as an intermediate step, can provide extremely large quantities of hydrogen with conventional technologies like autothermal reforming, steam reforming, etc. And then the only thing you need to do is to separate the CO2 and, of course, either give it to other let's say chemical value chains on one hand, or to sequestrate it. I know here in Germany it's a no-go from the public opinion wise, but if you look at Norway, for example, or if you look at the UK, there's not a no-go. Yeah, so you can use depleted oil fields, gas fields as a potential storage of CO2. Compression of CO2 is standard. It's also no rocket science, can be easily applied. And the advantage is, for a transition period, you can supply CO2-free enormous amount of hydrogen without this larger transportation problem. We can use many of our pipeline networks here in Europe and elsewhere in the world as well, wherever you have gas pipeline networks and grids. You can convert these either to pure hydrogen service, or you can use it by mixing additional hydrogen to the natural gas, for example. So that's another aspect besides the electrolyzer, which certainly would be an option to provide very quickly CO2-free hydrogen at a large quantity for a transition period. Thanks.
I can also add also from my side that I think, we talk about the supply chain and scaling up the technology and so on being one challenge. Of course, this is obviously a challenge, but the key priority challenge is the off-taking, the business model. That this is still very expensive technology needing a lot of investment, and it's really great that countries such as Germany is heavily investing and focusing on this, and seeing also the international component of importing green hydrogen from countries such as Morocco. And I think that all of this just needs in a harmonious, simultaneous way, all happen at the same time, so that there is a clear business case also for those who actually take the risk and invest in this new field of energy.
I can only support what you have just said. It all starts with the customer. And the customer is for sure the off-taker. While in developing this new industry, it's about building the partnership on the full integrated value chain. And to make a project fly, for sure technology is helping. For sure the good cost of renewable is helping. Combining different sources of renewable, is it solar, is it onshore, offshore? With offshore having 55% load factor, that's helping a lot the business case. giving a second life to assets, is it pipeline, is it the industry, it all helps to bridge the gap, and maybe cherry on the cake if we target an industrial cluster or an ecosystem where we stack the different end users, we can come up to a scale. And to do that, it's a new way of development. It's aligning and joining forces, thanks to also the political support and the political willingness to move ahead. And that makes country like Germany, to come back, Catherine, on what you said, a great country to do so. That makes Morocco a great country to do so. And that's joining forces will make it happen.
Yeah, if I may add to that, Caroline, it's not only there, but there are elsewhere in the world huge efforts underway. If you look at Australia, I think RG is active in Australia as well, as far as I know, and even Saudi Arabia is extremely active in that field, which is maybe not that much popular and heard of in the Western world, but they are doing extreme things there with huge investments. So I think our mission is moving forward, if I may say so. But as also Nadia said earlier, I think the political framework is absolutely necessary. We see that in Germany, we see that in France, and let's say in Western Europe, all the way down to Spain, Morocco certainly as well. But there would be much more countries could be helpful there. If you look for Egypt, for example, I know they are developing something like that as well. So everybody's coming up, but we need velocity, I think, in that. And that's only possible if there is some political pressure also applied to the systems, to the economical systems, in order, if I may say so, to twist some arms in the industry to redirect maybe some of the investments. I think that's happening here in Europe, at least. In other countries, we at least hope that this is going to happen as well.
I mentioned Morocco as... sorry, Raphael. I just wanted to add, I mentioned Morocco to thank our host, and also as natural partner, because being very close to Europe with very good renewable resources. But for sure, it's happening everywhere. Sorry, Raphael.
Thank you.
And a nice gas pipeline going to Spain.
These projects, large-scale projects in hydrogen, are relatively new, and they are complex. And if we want to make them happen soon, fast, we need to find a good balance between being local and being global. So to find the right partners, to bring the complementarity between this local dimension for Morocco, which is key to secure this project, to secure the permitting of the project, to secure also the labor, the workforce for the construction, for the development, for the maintenance, and to combine that in a more global dimension to get access to the best equipment, to the cheapest equipment, to funding, possibly to a market for the export. So for us, the partnership dimension to make it a win-win is really key to go fast.
Thank you.
If I may just add to what was said, indeed fully agree with what you've just said. And, building those partnerships, one thing which we see also by experience, you mentioned that, all of you, during your previous speech, we need to have this holistic approach. So we need to put together members of the ecosystem which are coming from different culture. They have different habits and different internal mechanisms. They don't always speak the same language. And they need to be brought together to make these projects working and this ecosystem developing. And it also requires from time to time to make sure how you will structure the rules of working of those, let's call them a consortium, whatever, so that the governance of these small consortium you bring together works in an efficient way, which would make the project coming from just an idea, a concept, then industrial implementation and final investment decision positive, actually, which is not always easy, and that's also one of the key within this project as we see it.
Thank you. My question now is addressed to Mr. Florent Baudu. What are the key drivers to bring scale and impact to industrialization efforts and to achieve a further cost reduction and competitiveness? Please.
Thanks for the question. We do believe that at the end of the day, it's a kind of role game, let's put it this way, to be a little fun, which has to be played by the three sides of the force, if I may say so. When I mentioned the three sides of the force, these are the one I mentioned in the presentation, the industrial and investors, the public authorities, and also the equipment suppliers. On the first slide of the presentation, as you have seen, the axis scale was the twin scale, where you could see at the same time the timeline and the installed capacity to allow the scaling up and the drop of the cost of the electrolysis and production of hydrogen, because they have to go all together. We cannot separate the timeline and the installed capacity. It will work in the expected timeline if the projects come and if indeed they are turned from concept to real project after positive final investment decision. And this is the sole way that all the timeline and the installed capacities or finally decided projects will come to reality, will drive the cost and the scaling up in the right direction. As well, and this was not reflected in the slides, but we do strongly believe that the curve will not be, as you've seen that on the presentation, a smooth curve with a kind of decreasing exponential curve, but some technological thresholds, typically it was already mentioned, bigger equipment size, bigger equipment capacity will clearly rupture the slope of the cost reduction, which will participate to reaching the targets which we are ultimately focusing on. And then, of course, it was tremendously mentioned, but the right amount of subsidies, but at the right place, will be important. The subsidies shall not be a blank check, and they shall help launching the rocket, to be used like boosters, but then the rocket should fly by itself when we have reached the right scaling up level. And this will make all of us around the table as equipment supplier sweating, for sure, to focus our efforts to the right place and to reach these targets. It will not be easy, for sure. We all have our path and roadmap to reach this target, but as I would say, there is nothing which is gained with no suffering. We will have to suffer somehow in our organizations, but that will be the key for us to reach what the market is demanding to make the whole ecosystem fully sustainable.
Thank you, Florent. I think if we want to respect the time, we will stop now. Thank you again for all the panelists for their interesting presentation. Thank you for the organizer. Amen. It's you.
Honorable Chairman, for this particularly insightful session. I was not surprised by your ability to chair this meeting and to summarize the important insights we gathered. As president of the Moroccan Energy Federation, I'm sure you are quite used to this very constructive type of remarks. We have discussed the real economy in a sense. Following the earlier sessions, we were able to consider concrete experiences, concrete products. We discussed challenges, success factors, we discussed ambition, and we also discussed what is possible already. We differentiated between technology and technology adoption. And we also took into account the fully integrated value chain of what we're discussing. So thank you again to the chair and all the speakers for these most insightful remarks. One of the speakers mentioned a cake and the cherry on the cake. We have about 20 minutes before the next session. I am not sure if it's enough time to enjoy both the cake and the cherry on the cake, but make sure to at least have some coffee so that you can continue to be intellectually mobilized and stimulated for our upcoming session at 4:30 with Irina, discussing the hydrogen collaborative framework. Thank you very much. See you in a bit.
Essentiel pour la santé, l'éducation, le développement économique et le progrès technologique, l'énergie est au cœur de notre développement. Pour promouvoir des modes de vie et de production justes et durables, le Royaume du Maroc et l'Allemagne se sont engagés ensemble sur la voie de la transition énergétique. S'appuyant sur l'expertise de ses collaborateurs aux cultures et profils techniques variés, la GIZ soutient les efforts du Maroc dans les domaines de l'efficacité énergétique, la production et le transport d'électricité durable et la mobilité durable. La transition énergétique passe par des lois, des mesures pour favoriser les investissements, ainsi que le développement des compétences des prestataires et de leurs services au niveau national et décentralisé. À travers ces actions, la GIZ accompagne chaque jour des hommes et des femmes leaders de la transition énergétique au Maroc.
This is the first edition in Africa. We know it would be difficult, but this is the spirit of a competition. This is the spirit of a challenge. Warm welcome to Morocco. Thank you very much. And we will start right now.
بالشعر الله الوطن الملك.
Très bien. 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 Très
Africa, and in particular North Africa, has tremendous potential for solar generation. Imagine a solar plant the size of 3,500 football pitches. Well, this is no fiction, it is reality. This is Morocco, the home of the largest concentrated solar plant in the world, the NOAA Solar Power Station. The solar plant sits on over 6,000 acres of land near the town of Ouarzazate. The project was developed in 4 phases. 3 phases with a capacity of 510 megawatts are complete and already functional. The 4th phase with a capacity of 70 megawatts is in development, and it will bring up the total capacity to 580 megawatts. This will be enough to supply clean energy to about 6% of the country. The NOAA plant will not be entirely a concentrated solar power plant. The first 3 phases are concentrated, and the 4th phase, which is under development, will use photovoltaic solar panels. So, how does concentrated solar power plant produce energy? Let's hear it from an expert.
Okay, take the natural heat from the sun, reflect it against a mirror, focus all of that heat on one area, send it through a power system, and you've got a renewable way of making electricity. It's called concentrating solar power, or CSP. Now, there are many types of CSP technologies: towers, dishes, linear mirrors, and troughs. Okay, have a look at this parabolic trough system. Parabolic troughs are large mirrors shaped like a giant U. These troughs are connected together in long lines and will track the sun throughout the day. When the sun's heat is reflected off the mirror, the curved shape sends most of that reflected heat onto a receiver. The receiver tube is filled with a fluid. It could be oil, molten salt, something that holds the heat well. Basically, this super hot liquid heats water in this thing called a heat exchanger, and the water turns to steam. Now the steam is sent off to a turbine, and from there, it's business as usual inside a power plant. A steam turbine spins a generator, and the generator makes electricity. Once the fluid transfers its heat, it's recycled and used over and over. And the steam is also cooled, condensed, and recycled again and again. One big advantage of these trough systems is that the heated fluid can be stored and used later to keep making electricity when the sun isn't shining.
Here we are in the solar field of the WorldPtXSummit 3 project. It's a CSP, concentration solar power technology. We are in the middle of a solar field of 7,400 mirrors. As you can see, the size is quite huge. Each one of them is almost the size of a tennis court, and they all concentrate the solar heat. At the top of the tower that you see there, there's a receiver at the top of the tower, and all this energy boils a liquid that is salt, a molten salt. This heat is used to produce steam by boiling water, and this steam is basically driving a turbine to produce electricity. And this electricity is exported to the national grid.
Morocco has an ambitious plan to have 52% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2030. The NOAA plant is a giant step towards achieving that goal. It is important for other African countries to observe, take notes, and be inspired.
Hello again, and welcome back to the WorldPtX 2020 Summit. The time has come for us for the last session of today, a dedicated session led by IRESEN, which will discuss collaborative hydrogen framework. I'm happy to be joined on this particular opening by Mr. Badriken, who welcomed us this morning and has been an instrumental part of the conversation that we have had so far today. We went from the green dream when we were discussing regulations and policies. We then discussed gears and gearboxes as for how we can structure the translation of that green dream into a green reality. And in the session right before this one, we discussed the stakeholders of the real economy in terms of how we can reach industrial scale when it comes to Power 2X. Mr. Badrikan, would you like to share with us your views regarding this session?
Yes, please. I would like then to do this. Thank you very much, Ayman Sharqawi. Ladies and gentlemen, it's for me a real pleasure to give the opening remarks, which was planned to be done by Mr. Hans van Steen, but he will join us later on and he will do the closing remarks. It's for me a real honor and pleasure to support the collaborative framework for hydrogen, which was initiated by IRENA. And I would like then to share with you then some points regarding green hydrogen. IRENA believes in green hydrogen as an enabler of a successful energy transition and would like to consolidate its own role as a disseminator of analytical materials on this strategic topic. For this sake, IRENA has initiated a collaborative framework on green hydrogen in order to spread knowledge, reinforce dialogue, cooperation, and experience sharing among members and partners. For this year, Morocco and the European Union were designated as facilitators by IRENA's members. IRENA is also creating synergies with existing initiatives, Mission Innovation, SEM, IPHE, Hydrogen Europe, and other initiatives. And IRENA had recently signed a collaboration memorandum of understanding with WEF on green hydrogen. As per the future green hydrogen deployment, there are many similarities with natural gas logistics. Therefore, an international harmonization of regulation and standards is a must for the unleash of a worldwide market. This standardization will also be practical to use hydrogen in existing LNG infrastructures. Besides, green hydrogen is a source of high-level emissions, hence transparency is needed to brand adequately green or blue hydrogen. This can be assured by the applications of guarantee of origins. Those guarantees of origins, not only for green hydrogen, but also for its derivatives, ammonia or e-fuels, iron, and so on, are important. And concerning these standardization aspects, IRENA is building on its previous efforts on clean tech, wind, solar, and so on through the INSPIRE platform to analyze, to have a training, capacity building with experts from IEC, ISO, and PTB. Besides, IPHE started a group focus on standards as well as ISO is also developing standards on hydrogen for the whole chain value. And finally, CEN and CENELEC that we have among us today has a mandate for the guarantee of origin in Europe. And it's simpler in off-grid configurations, but rather more complicated when the hydrogen production facility is connected to the grid. In Europe, guarantee of origin is already in a good track, thanks to the EU Directive 2009/28/EC, Article 15. The European project, Certify, had also contributed in setting the scene concerning these aspects. The objective of this session is therefore to continue the dialogue within IRENA's collaborative framework as a strong channel for international cooperation to enable large-scale green hydrogen market deployment through standards, infrastructures, and knowledge sharing. For this, I am very honored to chair this session, gathering an outstanding set of panelists. Indeed, we are glad to welcome among us Mr. Dolph Gillen, Director of IRENA Innovation and Technology Center, as well as a panel discussion led by Mrs. Anna Held. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Dolph Gielen. Please, the floor is, virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ikin, and it's a great pleasure to participate in this important summit on Power-to-X. We already had a very good discussion around standards and certification for renewable electricity in the context of the Moroccan-German dialogue a few weeks ago, and it became apparent from that discussion that there is a lot of experience with certification of renewable electricity and guarantees of origin that can also be broader applied to
technical problem. Then briefly introduce the members. As I said, we will have in the... C'est bon? Ah, parce que je ne les entends pas.
Can I continue? So the experience with standards for renewable electricity can also directly be applied to hydrogen and to green commodities based on hydrogen, but there are some specific aspects that need to be tackled. And as I already mentioned, there's the issue of green or clean hydrogen. What exactly, for example, are we now talking about? The topic is gaining much importance in various discussions in a European context, and more specifically in a German context. There were recent discussions, for example, on should all electricity-based hydrogen production be counted as green or be at least exempt from paying grid taxes. And there was some pushback on that, and whether there's a need for dedicated PPAs to really guarantee that it's green hydrogen. And I think we'll get to these points in the panel. If you move to the first slide, so you already mentioned the collaborative framework on green hydrogen. So that has now started this year. The response of countries and also private sector is very strong. There have been 2 rounds of discussions, and the issue of standards and regulatory frameworks for green hydrogen was identified as a priority. So that's why we picked up this topic to go a bit more in detail. We move to the next slide. So there is a need to indeed, the hydrogen molecule by itself, of course, is clean. But you need to make sure that the emissions in the supply of that hydrogen are indeed also low. And that's then where the standards and certification come in. It's a little bit different from electricity, as the hydrogen trade may take place between countries that are far apart. And how do you make sure that then both the supplier and the consumer apply the same standards, for example? That is an issue that needs to be tackled. Move to the next one. As I mentioned, there are many certification systems, or let's say a handful for renewable electricity, for which there is good experience, but there's also an increasing number of standards and certification systems for hydrogen. And a few of these are listed here. And for some of them, we'll also hear in the panel discussion. In a German context, there is now discussion about this in the context of the guarantees of origin also for gas systems, which has to be developed over the coming months. And there's already some partners in some countries already, and a party has been assigned as to issue certificates. And also outside Europe, there is increasing attention for this topic. So Morocco, of course, but also Chile, Australia are looking into this. And also International Partnership on Hydrogen Economy is working on especially tracking carbon intensity of hydrogen production, and we'll also hear from that in the panel. So as said, I mean, the issue of standards and certification, of course, is not new in relation to renewables. Relevant ones relate to renewable electricity, and also for bioenergy. Of course, there are standards and certification in place, and there are some lessons that can be drawn from these systems also for green hydrogen. Next slide, please. So there are various aspects that need to be tackled around governance, compatibility across borders, the compatibility of the standards and certification systems for renewable electricity, and then for hydrogen, and then perhaps for green commodities, and then various issues around how do you design the methodology. And I think the panel will go into more detail. So this is a first discussion. Your inputs will be taken back to this collaborative framework discussion, and for us it's also a start and to see a little bit what are exactly the gaps and where to focus in this discussion. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dolf Gielen. We will now move to Mrs. Anne Held. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne Held from Fraunhofer Institute for System and Innovation Research, and I'm really glad to be able to moderate today this session. I think it's really important in the light of hydrogen, so that we have a global market, or that we can work together to create a global liquid market, and to make sure that we use the hydrogen which is produced at quite low costs, wherefore we need very good renewables potentials. So I'm really glad to present shortly our panelists. I'll give a brief introduction now in the beginning, an overview of all panelists, and then we'll start with short statements from each of them, and then I will continue and ask a few questions. So we are happy to have here setting, which is really important. The second panelist will be Laurent Antony, representing the International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy, IPHE. This is an organization to foster international cooperation on hydrogen, and we are really looking forward to the input from Laurent. Then we also have the scientific perspective on board. Ilaria Conti, head of gas at the Florence School of Regulation, will provide us her view and talk about the interface between policy and science. Then we have also the experiences of Norbert Schmidt at the ISCC, the International Sustainability and Carbon Certification, where we also get some insight about the sustainability certification system. And I think we can learn something also about the certification systems used in the area of bioenergy. After that, we also have some, can you hear me? There was an echo. We have Benjamin Malondela Filippi from the Chilean government, from the Ministry of Energy, and we are happy to have here the policy from the perspective of Chile. Then we have Roxana Beke Mohammadi, working at a non-profit alliance, the Western States Hydrogen Alliance, and she will present her views and her experiences on the Western US states with hydrogen. Kilian Krone from the German energy agency DENA will also make his comments about the perspectives of hydrogen and the role of standards and certification. And then afterwards, we'll have closing remarks by Hans van Steen, Director General for Energy of the European Commission. So I think we'll start with the first panelist, who is Bernard Gindreau from Sensenelec. And he is an independent consultant since 2013. He has a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering and in Applied Industrial Mathematics with a PhD in multi-phase flows. So he chairs several technical and strategic bodies at ISO level and Sensenelec level, including hydrogen and energy systems, the joint Sen and Senelec strategy, and the advisory body on energy management, energy transition, mapping research, pre-normative and standardization needs and support to EU strategic targets. Several working groups are under his responsibility, including hydrogen. And he has been working for the French Environment and Energy Management Agency, ADEME, in various positions, and in 2005, he joined the French Agency for Industrial Innovation. So we are really looking forward to your input. The floor is yours, Bernard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me properly. I would like first, as I'm the first speaker as well, to congratulate IRENA for the impressive effort in gathering partners, parties, through this cooperation agreement towards greening our society and greening our energy systems. So congratulations for that. Having said that, thank you also for this very interesting panel. In fact, I'm representing, as you said, the standardization world, especially at the European level, also active at global and with ISO. However, standards could definitely contribute to filling some gaps, especially through bringing trust among the different stakeholders of the whole value chain by bringing some safety and security guarantee, but especially with the topic of today, by developing tools that will help in understanding and guaranteeing the origin of the hydrogen and contributing to making this international trade possible, having the same scheme among the different people. So I'm very happy to be here. And I think we will have very interesting also inputs that can serve my future work in continuing the development of these activities in support of the legislation, of course, but also our economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Maybe we can start already with a few questions before switching to the next panelist. So, what would be very interesting to know from you is where do you see the main obstacles or difficulties towards a hydrogen go market compared to the electricity GO system? I think we've already, or if we had looked already at the Go electricity system, it's clear that the system is quite complex and it's not easy to implement such a system. So maybe you can comment a bit on that question.
Yes, thank you, Anne. Indeed, it's a very interesting question. In fact, I've been involved in writing the Guarantee of Origin standards for electricity already a few years ago. And when we identified within the Standardization Technical Committee on Hydrogen in the Energy System the need to develop something similar for hydrogen, getting the inspiration from the certified project we already discussed and referred to, that was really the Stroman documents from an initiative in that sense. We understood that it could be very interesting to use the revision phase of the Guarantee of Origin for electricity and adding something about hydrogen, trying to have the same scheme, being able to guarantee the origin of the production of the electron for the electricity, the molecule of hydrogen for hydrogen, and then moving to the same scheme for emitting the guarantee of origin and canceling them when the electron or electricity is consumed, or for hydrogen when the molecule of hydrogen is consumed. So that was the initial issues. However, we were facing many obstacles. We are still facing many obstacles that prevent the progress of this work, especially by some confusion when hydrogen could be used to blend the natural gas grid. And in that sense, we had some parties in favor of considering then that the blended natural gas being, let's say, a green natural gas with a content of hydrogen, and then to cancel the guarantee of origin emitted for hydrogen when this blended will be consumed. And on the other parties are considering that it is much more reasonable, relevant, and in line with what is done for the electricity to emit this hydrogen guarantee of origin when hydrogen is produced, and to cancel these GOs when hydrogen is consumed. So we have these two things, and from our perspective, it is extremely important to ensure these trust and transparencies among the different consumers. And thus, when people will decide to consume hydrogen, to be able to show them that the scheme is adapted to this guarantee of origin and this disclosure scheme, totally in line with the electricity. So that's the type of challenge and barriers we are facing now. We will have some special and specific meeting very quickly in the 2 coming weeks to try to solve this issue.
Okay, thank you very much for this answer. Yes, so you say that hydrogen certificates should be emitted when produced and cancelled when they're used or consumed. And how do you consider the different hydrogen-related products? So you have green electricity, you have hydrogen, you may have hydrogen derivatives. Do you have any opinion on how to deal with this different stages of hydrogen use or green hydrogen use?
I think first we have to understand that when we are designing or drafting this type of guarantee of origin or having a standards of guarantee of origin, the idea is just to have a robust methodology, a robust step-by-step process to guarantee the origin of the production. It is not within the guarantee of origin standards that we will be able to qualify green or low carbon or gray or even blue hydrogen. This is through the certification or through the application and the way we will consider and use this tool, guarantee of origin, to qualify what will be green, blue, gray, low carbon, etc., etc. So far, we need a robust scheme for guarantee of origin, and having the capacity to be able to trace or to understand exactly and to consider all the different energies that has been engaged to produce this hydrogen. So that's what is needed in such a scheme, so that we are not missing part of the energy. Just to give you also an example from my previous barriers identified with the natural gas grid, for instance. If you inject hydrogen in the natural gas grid and you would like to use hydrogen when you consume this blended, then it means you would need to consider the energy to re-extract hydrogen for the natural gas grid if you are moving to the consumption and utilization of hydrogen.
Okay, thank you very much for this insight. They are very useful. I think provided the tight timetable, we will move forward with the next discussant. Maybe in the end, we still have some time for a joint discussion between all panelists. But now we are happy to welcome Laurent Antony from IPHE. And Laurent Antony is a hydrogen and fuel cells program manager at CAA Lytton, French Atomic and Alternative Energies Commission. He started his career as a senior scientist in material sciences at Mittel Group Arcelor. And since 2016, he's the president of Hydrogen Europe Research and member of the governing board of the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. And I think we're really looking forward to your statements and to your opinion on this interesting issue. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I will just share my screen. So first, I would like to really thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to be during this session. So here I am representing IPHE, and I will just give you some words. What is IPHE? Of this International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy. And so IPHE is a global government-to-government partnership. And the idea has been established in 2003. And it is really to accelerate hydrogen and fuel cells deployments by sharing information at the government levels, by informing the different governments about also the future policies, and really to foster collaboration, as we're all convinced that hydrogen cannot be deployed, developed an economy if we are not collaborating at international level. This is really key.
Mr. Guindos, can you please your microphone? We don't hear you very well.
And IPHE now, we have 21 countries plus the European Commission, and just 2 weeks ago we had 2 new countries, Chile and Switzerland, joining IPHE, and Minister Radar, Energy Minister of Morocco, was also part of a steering committee last June. We're very honored of his presence. So during our activities, we have coordinating and sharing information. We are also sharing all the country updates, but then we have working groups, and this is the topic of today. We have 2 working groups. The first one on education and outreach, which is also quite key to inform people, to train people about hydrogen, what is hydrogen, how useful hydrogen can be to, in particular regarding the climate change. And the second one is on regulation codes and standards and safety. And since 1 year, we have also started a task force focusing on the hydrogen production analysis. And we are, of course, always looking forward to collaborating with any other organization, among them ARENA. And so we're very happy to be here with ARENA today. And so regarding the IPHE, regulation codes and standards and safety activity, the idea is to identify gaps on LCS and to see how we could then tell to the regulation bodies, as IPHE is not developing any standards, but providing some ideas, some inputs, some gaps that ISO, IEC, maybe, or IMO could then fulfill. And that's why we've done a compendium over the last year among our members to see what are the different existing regulations in different items like hydrogen infrastructure or the different hydrogen mobilities from vehicles to ships, for instance, and to try to identify these gaps. And this activity is now under, I would say, assessment and to come with some main gap to be really solved in the next years. And then we've started also this specific hydrogen production task force on the hydrogen production analysis task force. And here, as already mentioned previously at the introduction, but also by Bernard, it's very important. If we want to set up some guarantees of origin, first we need to agree on the methodology. And among the methodology, it's to agree how can we calculate the greenhouse gas footprint. So, and this means we have to agree on the system boundaries, on the greenhouse gas allocation method used, and then on the different also process flow diagrams for different hydrogen production pathways. And this is exactly what we are doing now on the IPHE. And we have, we're developing this approach for 5 different hydrogen production pathways, where we may maybe discuss later on during the discussion. And so the idea is, the objective of this task force is really to provide a document which may then be transferred to ISO, for instance, and then to become an international standard to propose a methodology to calculate the greenhouse gas emissions when producing hydrogen, regardless the primary energy used. So that's, as mentioned by Bernard Saint-Rose, the idea is not to focus on renewable, but to take into account all the different pathways. There are so many when we want to produce hydrogen, but we need to have a common comparable methodology to be able to compare apple and apples when producing hydrogen, but also hydrogen with electricity, as just mentioned before. And this is what we are now doing in this task force for the IPHE.
Okay, thank you very much, Laurent, for this very valuable input. Maybe I'll limit myself to two questions. I would be interested in this, or in hearing a bit more about the gaps you identify, or what are the main gaps. I don't know whether you maybe have examples from the countries. You stated that you would have country reports, which would be very interesting. Whether there might be best practices or also information about the concrete gaps. Another question would be looking at the activity on hydrogen production analysis. What about the emissions regarding the transport and the end use? I mean, we are talking maybe about production, but it's also the transport part may involve very different issues depending whether it's the hydrogen is transported via pipeline or by ship. So maybe you can comment on that, whether you have an opinion on that. This would be.
Thank you. Yes. So regarding, I would say, regarding your first question on the gaps we could identify. First one is for the permission to connect or to inject hydrogen into gas grid. Mm-hmm. This is at the same time at the distribution level, at the transmission level, and at the distribution level. And when we took, this is almost a common gap which is missing. It's very difficult in many countries to do that. And then also another big gap we have identified are also all the permitting requirement processes when installing hydrogen refilling stations. This is also quite difficult, and if not difficult, at least it takes a very long time to implement hydrogen refilling stations. Mm-hmm. And then to have some safety requirements and process, like for instance, distances in a hydrogen station, refilling station between different fuels. So this is quite a gap identified. Another one is, for instance, regarding infrastructure in maritime, onshore refueling or the bunkering. Here we have also a big gap to fill, and as we also are convinced that long distance transport of hydrogen from regions producing mainly renewable hydrogen and other countries like Germany, for instance, in their strategy, they plan to import quite a lot of hydrogen. And of course, we may use pipes, but also use shipping. And then this is also quite a big gap to fill, to have really standards, regulation, to be able to transport hydrogen and to ensure a safe also bunkering and transport of hydrogen. So this is some examples of some important gaps we have identified. Then regarding your second question on transport, I think we can just agree. But as we are working at the international level, at the global level, we have to take into account some specificities between countries. And yes, at the end, our objective is to contribute to set up guarantees of origin certifications. And as mentioned by Bernard Gendros just previously, first guarantees of origin is to ensure and to tell people that people can trust what is the origin of the hydrogen produced. So the idea is not to do everything at the same time, because it might be much more difficult to find a common international consensus in a short time if we are considering at the same time production, origin, and then transport. But for sure, we can see that in the third step. First step is to consider production. And then we are, of course, using a certified approach in Europe, but also Australia is providing inputs. Japan, Korea, US are participating actively in this task force. The second step is then to consider liquid hydrogen. What is the greenhouse gas footprint when going from compressed hydrogen to liquid hydrogen that may be then shipped or transferred through pipelines or into boats, liquid that's cryogenic or LOHC or ammonia. And then the third step is, once we have done that, then of course we need to include the transport. And that's for sure. And if we want really to establish after some certificates of what is clean or renewable or low carbon based hydrogen, we need to move from the well to gate, the well to use approach. And but At IPHE, we say, let's be concrete, pragmatic, start first on the production. And once we provided this document to be to ISO, for instance, then we may consider the second step for transport. But for sure, it has to be taken into account.
Okay, thank you very much for this answer. I think this sounds very logical to do it in a... There's an echo. Sorry for that. We'll try to continue.
Just continue, Mrs. Anne.
Yes.
Everything is okay now.
Okay, so thank you very much for this comment. Then we will move to Mrs. Ilaria Conti from Florence School of Regulation, where Ilaria is head of gas at the, and she has worked in EU energy policy and regulation for more than 15 years, so a lot of experience, of which 9 in Brussels. So I guess we will hear quite some input on the European perspective also from Ilaria, and I'm very happy to listen to your statements. Thank you.
Many thanks, Anne. I will try to share my screen as a start, and I guess it's visible now. So yes, thank you very much for the kind introduction and for an invitation to this very, very prestigious event. I'm pleased to bring today the perspective, as you said, Anne, in the introduction, of bringing some input to about the interface between policy and science. This is precisely what we do in Florence School of Regulation, which is part of the European University Institute. What we do, how we call it, this interface, is applied research. So what we do in Florence School is we try to produce research, publications, and organize events, training that have an impact on the real world. So we do not research on abstract, let's say, theories or concepts, but we really try to contribute to the advancement of energy regulation and policy. So indeed, what I'm presenting today is a proposal to, in a sense, upgrade the guarantees of origin the way they stand right now. I will try in 5 minutes. It will not be easy, but let's start from the basics. So we know that in the so-called RED II, so in Directive 2001 of 2018, there is a clear prescription for member states to collectively ensure that the share of energy from renewable sources in the Union's gross final consumption is at least 32%. And we know that also this target is being reviewed. So we, in principles, there is a collective a target for all European member states to reach, to increase the share of consumption from renewable energy. And this target is in fact across all energy vectors. So it reflects, it refers to renewable energy in general without distinguishing between electricity and gas. So in fact, the cost of meeting these targets might be reduced by allowing guarantees of origins to be traded across member states and across energy vectors. Our proposal is based on these 2 pillars: to extend the guarantees of origin as an instrument covering all type of renewable energy, therefore electricity, gas, hydrogen, according to the directive, to the definition in the directive, and so that they become an instrument for cross-border trading. So in fact, it's probably time now with the energy system integration strategy from the European Commission published last July to think about an instrument supporting an optimal combination of renewable energy vectors. How would it work in practice? If we think about the way renewable energy is distributed, we see that electricity can be produced from renewable sources or not. Hydrogen and gas, same thing. They can be produced from renewable origin, renewable sources or not. So in fact, the least cost combination of renewable-based energy vectors is the one for which the marginal costs of greening the different vectors is equalized. What does it mean? It means that if we consider the cost of greening a vector, and greening a vector means replacing the conventional vector with its renewable-based equivalent. And if we put this in the charts, we see that that we come up with the ideal share of renewable energy for that vector. So the renewable share of renewable energy for electricity, for hydrogen, and for gas. And that's the optimal share. Why? Because it would assure to meet the renewable energy target consumption with the least cost. So in fact, what we propose is to upgrade the guarantees of origin as the current instrument, which basically means to add more information to the information that is currently vehicled by guarantees of origin, so that they become a sort of common currency for sustainability, making possible the communication between different vectors. So really becoming an instrument which could ensure sector coupling, sector integration. This would mean that they would need to move from covering electricity only to covering all energy vectors, as I explained. They should be upgraded from a voluntary, mainly from a merely voluntary instrument to a statutory or mandatory instrument, and they would need to carry not anymore the informative value that they bring. We know that today they are used for merely disclosure purposes, so they are used to inform consumers about the green value of the certificate of the energy that consumers buy. And so they would also bring a sort of market value, because they would reflect this equation that I explained earlier on. And they would probably need to be applied to address not anymore consumers, but suppliers, large consumers or distributors. This is up for discussion, of course. In fact, the leading rationale of our proposal is really to assess and certify the green value of energy, regardless of the commodity, by using a merit order criteria based on cost efficiency. So in fact, I hope I managed to explain in the short time available. We really start from economics, and we come up with a proposal which is indeed, which has the scope to upgrade, to enhance guarantees of origins based on a clear rationale. Of course, then in our applied research, we also take into account the difficulties of implementing this, but we also think and hope that this is important food for thoughts, because we are really living interesting times, and we are really in the middle of a big reform for the European energy market. So it's probably the right moment to come up with ideas that might appear even a bit advanced or extremist, but we think that this is precisely the contribution that should come from academia and research centers like us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ilaria. Very interesting. I think you mentioned a very important issue, which is the increasing integration of sectors in energy, or to and you say that we, or your statement is that we also need to consider this for the design of the guarantees of origin. Then my question would be, provided that already the system of the guarantees of origin, maybe for one sector, has been shown to be complicated, how do you think such a system could be implemented in practice? Do you think that it's easy to put this into practice, or do you see major bottlenecks, and do you have any ideas how to tackle them? This would be the first question. Maybe I can add another one, and
sure. I
think we leave it with 2 questions again. And maybe another question would be regarding, or maybe a bit more related to the practicability, or to the would you see, for instance, a market or a possibility? Just an example that the EU neighboring countries could use the same certification scheme. So Dolph mentioned in his introductory remark the case of Morocco. So they have very good renewables potentials. The EU published its hydrogen strategy, also with the possibility to import hydrogen from abroad. So how do you see the possibility for Morocco and other neighboring countries and the EU to have running or unique certification system. Thank you.
Thank you for these very good questions. Well, yes, in moving from theory and research to practice is always a challenge. And thankfully, it's not a challenge for us. It's more for policymakers and those who will have to take decisions. That is the beauty of having, you know, the possibility of reflecting without any links or constraints. On the other hand, I don't think that this proposal would be impossible to put into practice. Difficult, yes, but not impossible. And I see actually very good points in the proposal, in the sense that it goes precisely in the direction, in the energy policy direction that the European Commission seems to have taken lately in the course of the last couple of years, let's say. So when it started from sector coupling as one of the main enablers of, you know, the change and one of the main instruments to reach decarbonization. In fact, what we propose is precisely to link with one instrument all types of renewable energy, so that electricity and gas and hydrogen, the new kid on the block, if you allow me this expression, is they are all going to play a very important role in the future energy sector. So the proposal has definitely this merit of linking all types of renewable energy, no matter what the original commodity is. So if a certain if energy has a certain type of renewable origin, then it should concur to have this certification. This let's say what we call it in the proposal, not to confuse it with existing guarantees of origin, is guarantees of renewable origin. So it would be GROWS instead of GOES. And so that's definitely one of the key points in supporting the European Commission's vision and strategy for energy system integration. Where are the difficulties? The difficulties and the bottlenecks certainly will be will appear, will concretize when the discussion will move to how do we implement it, what sort of perimeter we cover with this growth, because as you've seen in my slides, we propose that, of course, the wider the perimeter, the bigger the benefits, because then it would really, the growth then would really permit to assess what's the best cost, what the least cost solution would be to achieve the targets. So clearly, the ideal implementation would entail cross-border and cross-vectors. But of course, policymakers may decide that it's too difficult to implement it cross borders, as it happened in the past. Actually, we already faced this big challenge in the past. And then decide to make it a national scheme. That's also possible. So I see merits and some difficulties, but I think with some courage it could be implemented. And your second question about neighboring countries is, I think it's a consequence of what I just said. So once the perimeter is defined for the implementation of this proposal, if it will be implemented, then it could become a national scheme, or what we would suggest a European scheme. And then in that case, we have a strong instrument to compare and to measure with the non-European countries, and compatibility should be the next, research on compatibility should be the next step.
Okay, thank you very much, Ilaria, very interesting. I think we'll see how this procedure maybe will go on. So I would suggest to succeed, and we now have our speaker Norbert Schmitz from ISCC. So Norbert Schmitz studied business administration at the University of Cologne in Germany, where he also acquired his PhD. He worked several years for a leading European management consultancy, and he initiated the development of ISCC, the International Sustainability and Carbon Certification. Since 2010, he's managing director of ISCC System GmbH. So I'm really looking forward to getting some insight. I think it's above all also about experiences with biofuels and biomass certification issues. So Norbert Schmitz, please, the floor is yours.
And thanks a lot for the kind introduction, and also thanks a lot for inviting me here to provide an overview about the experience we have gained so far with the ISSC Sustainability Certification Scheme. And actually, indeed, it's a system which was initiated more than 10 years ago. And ISSC was developed in a multi-stakeholder process. And I think we also must admit and must say, of course, that the development of ISSC is strongly related to the Renewable Energy Directive. Because when we started to discuss ways and means how verification of greenhouse gas emissions along supply chains can take place, in practical terms, that was between 2006 and 2010. And of course, as you know, the first RED was published in 2009. So ISSC is also a baby of the RED, so to say. And I must say, from our point of view, and we can elaborate a bit on it later on, it is really a success story, the RED, where first time that for market sustainability and greenhouse gas emissions for certain markets have been defined. And what we see nowadays is that ISSC is not only used for biofuels in the European Union to show the compliance with the RED requirements. ISSC is also recognized abroad. It's the only scheme recognized by the Japanese government for biofuels. We are recognized in Australia. Canada is at the time being looking at ISSC and several others. And what is also extremely important in the context here of what we discuss here today, ISSC has expanded in the last years strongly into the chemical markets, into industrial applications. And the big driver here is, of course, is the decarbonization of the economy, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. There are different options like biomethane, but also hydrogen and others. So if you could move forward to the next slide, please. Yeah. As it's the first time that we present here in the context of IRENA here, ISSC, a brief background, who we are and what we do, and who is behind the entire organization. And this has been also mentioned beforehand. Governance is extremely important for any certification exercise. And ISSC is governed by a non-profit association with 154 members. And what you can see here, it's quite a diverse structure. We started with around 20 organizations in 2010, mainly focusing on biofuels at that time being. And nowadays, as you can see here by the membership, we are also looking into other markets, Lanzatech, for example, which is using the fossil waste streams from steel plants, for example, or NatureWorks for bio-based chemicals. And then you see also companies like Siemens Energy, and it's obvious that Siemens Energy has nothing to do with agricultural operations or with the biofuels business we are coming from. Next slide, please. So what is the difference between certification system and also standards? I think this is a question which is quite often raised. And to make that also clear, we very much appreciate the work of CEN and ISO, and we are also involved in those initiatives we support with the experience we gain. But the certification system like ISSC is much more than a standard. So what we run, for example, is a comprehensive training program for the auditors and also for the system users applying ISSC to ensure that the rules and regulations are applied in a proper way. And what is also important, of course, is to have a regular stakeholder dialogue. We have global stakeholder events with the Global ISSC Association, and then we have several discussion platforms with regional focus or looking at certain technical issues, for example, in the chemical market. At the time being, we have, it's not only 4,000, I think we have nearly 4,500 system users now in around 100 countries. And the audits actually are not conducted by ISSC itself. They are conducted by 32 certification bodies. These are organizations like SGS, Control Union, and others. They have more than 500 auditors, and they conduct the trainings on the ground in the different parts of the world. Next slide, please. Yeah, it was mentioned. We have started with the bio, and here in particular with agricultural feedstock for biofuels. But then relatively soon, there was also a big drive, also due to regulation. Just one buzzword here, Annex 9, Part A, the use of processing residues and waste. And so we certified tall oil, used cooking oil, forestry and agricultural residues, straw, and so on. Just to give you an indication of all the certificate holders we have at the time being, more than 50% are also dealing with waste and residues. And this is a remarkable change and development from agricultural crops and forestry towards waste and residues. Nevertheless, you have to take also into account reality, and this is what I sometimes see what is on political level missing. For example, here in Germany, if you look at the latest regulations being discussed by the Ministry of Environment, just for you as an orientation, we have more than 80 million tons of agricultural feedstock being certified. And if you talk about the waste and residues, the most important one is UCO, and this is only 3 million tons. So everybody wants to have waste and residues, but this is very limited, and there's a very strong demand for those feedstocks for renewable fuels. RIFFEN-Bows, so the so-called recycled fuels of non-biological origin and also recycled carbon fuels. They're not only, they are reality already within ISSC. We have conducted actual pilot projects, and there are certifications already undergoing in both sectors on there. With respect to recycled carbon fuels, we have already certificates which are being issued. Next slide, please. So what we see at the time being that these RIFFEN-Bows will play an important role in the final energy consumption in the transport sector by 2050. So it's a really big ramp up expected in the near future. And of course, hydrogen, Power-to-X plays a major role. And it's a new kid on the block. I would say everybody is talking about it, and everybody says this is what we should look for. But if you look at reality and also the volumes which are being required and the costs of those new fuels, I think we should not abandon the current options we have. For example, here in the area of bioenergy, where we have well-established industries providing high greenhouse gas emission savings and contributing to decarbonizations of certain sectors. What is interesting here is, I think I said it already, but extremely important, we have significant demand for fuel applications, but I would say the majority of applications we receive at the time being, this is from big companies which are interested in implementing zero net or zero carbon emission targets by 2030 or whatever. And they all look at those options like hydrogen or other renewable fuels. Next slide, please. The RED2, which is the basis for, or the RED1 and 2 basis for the development of ISSC, they set specific criteria to determine the share of renewable energy content for Riffenbos. And indeed, here the big question pops up, how to deal with it and what to do. There are different options available, and I guess that you are very familiar with it. You can go for an average grid electricity, and then you would say the renewable share of the grid mix equals the renewable share of the Riffenbos. You could go for another option. These are the direct connections of Riffenbo plants and the renewable energy plants. If this criteria is fulfilled, then you could say it's a 100% Riffenbo. And then requirements here is, of course, there should be a timing of the installation of the renewable energy plant and the respective project, and supply via exclusive direct connections. And the third option here is renewable grid electricity. Again, here requirements, exclusive production with guarantees of origin, purchase agreements. It must be additional renewable electricity, and in particular, this additional renewable electricity, this is somehow, from our point of view, a big stumbling block, how to define what is additional renewable electricity. If you look at what is in the German media, it's quite clear that purchasing, for example, electricity from Norway, or the guarantees of origin from Norway, and using it here in the German market, this is seen by magazines like The Spiegel as a greenwashing, which of course does not help at all.
Okay, thank you, Norbert. I think we should move forward. Maybe you allow me a few questions, or maybe one question regarding your very interesting statements. In particular, the last issue you've raised with regard to additionality. I think this is a very important issue. Can you think, or do you have experiences in how to deal with this additionality issue, and how it can be guaranteed that hydrogen is really used where it makes sense, and that it's not that it does not take electricity away from other, maybe more economically efficient uses?
I think this is the $1 million question you have raised, and indeed I think you have to look at specific projects, and this is what we are actually doing. So it's the same like if you look at the forest sector. In the forest sector, we have a similar situation. Yeah, we have people from the forest sector coming to us and saying they are replanting a forest which they have harvested recently, and now they say this replanting is, there's a carbon accumulation and they want to be remunerated for this. I think, again, that's a similar question, additionality. What is the additionality? From my point of view, this would not be an additionality. The same with, if you look at Norway, the big question here is, from my point of view, as far as I understand it, the electricity in Norway comes from water power plants, which have been established many years ago. I'm quite sure that this electricity is considered in the national reporting of Norway. So here the question arises, do we have a kind of a double counting if you sell it again to, let's say, to users in the German market? So additionality you would achieve if you have really, let's say, new electric or new renewable energy plants, like new wind power plants or additional wind power plants, which are not supported or which are not funded or subsidized by a government subsidy program.
Okay, thank you very much, Norbert. I think this last issue was also very important, the double funding or the double incentivizing. So if there are additional policy instruments, I think it needs to be clear that support is not paid double, so or at least interactions are considered. I mean, when using this, for instance, because the is considered for the auction, but I think
we have an echo again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I said just that the interaction with support schemes, like if it's an auction, then the price. She is from the Western State Hydrogen Alliance and will tell us the experiences or from the Western US states. Thank you, Roxana. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I am so grateful for this opportunity to speak to the global hydrogen economy. I am truly humbled. Our organization, the Western States Hydrogen Alliance, is very focused on sharing all of the fantastic hydrogen initiatives with our leaders in the Western states, but also with the federal government. Our primary focus is on facilitating government and industry coordination on the rollout of a robust hydrogen economy in the United States. The global hydrogen initiatives discussed at this summit, we hope, will serve as justification for investments and supportive policies for hydrogen in the US. We have quite a ways to go here, but we are making progress and we believe great things are on the horizon for hydrogen in the US.
Okay, thank you very much, Roxana, for the statement. I think the discussion on the certification in the US is quite advanced, and maybe you can say a few more words. Who is involved, who's coding it, and what is the timeline for this certification? Thank you. Just very brief, maybe, because we're quite tight in time.
Okay, well, it's very different from what you guys are doing in the global community. So unfortunately, the US does not have a national standard for defining what is considered renewable or green hydrogen. What we have today instead is a patchwork of different definitions in different states. No national definitions, and in most states of the US, we have no definition at all. This is something we at the Western States Hydrogen Alliance are working to develop and homogenize throughout the US so that we can begin to encourage green hydrogen production throughout the nation. We believe a green hydrogen definition should include hydrogen production through electrolysis when powered by renewable energy, as well as hydrogen production via reformation of biogas when the feedstock is a waste gas and that process produces carbon neutral or negative hydrogen from well to tank. We find it's difficult to achieve something if you don't know what it is exactly. It's a bit like trying to hit a moving target. We are, however, optimistic. Working with the incoming Biden administration, we will be able to establish a national definition and make strides toward promoting the widespread production of green hydrogen throughout the US, particularly if President-elect Biden taps Professor Majumdar of Stanford University as his Secretary of Energy, which we at the Western States Hydrogen Alliance believe will be the case. And then once that is established, there are obviously the much more technical details that we will then have to develop as some of our speakers have discussed.
Okay, thank you very much, Roxana. I'm wondering how this could work at a global scale if not even the US has a harmonized national standard. So I think there are quite some challenges ahead. And thank you for that. So I think we'll move on to the next speaker, Kilian Krone from the German Renewable Energy Agency, from the German Energy Agency. Please, Kilian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna, very much for this introduction. And maybe as a first disclaimer, as the German Energy Agency, we are obviously working very strongly within Germany on all parts of the energy transition, but we're also working internationally in the Global Alliance Power Fuels with a range of industrial and research partners in addressing the international aspects of hydrogen and its derivatives, which we term as power fuels, that we believe is a very important component in achieving climate neutrality worldwide. Now, maybe also a couple of numbers, and I think there might be an echo coming up, at least a visual one. What is the market we are even talking about? Because essentially certification is about creating a liquid market. And at the moment, the way we see it, the discussion is mostly a market between a producer and an off-taker in a direct connection. Where we want to be, I think, is a merchant market, such as we have for oil and wholesale electricity and gas, that is liquid and that can function efficiently. And I think there's quite a long way to go. The size of this market, we did just recently launch a study on what a climate compatible scenario would look like. We see that up to 27% of final energy consumption globally could be provided by hydrogen and derivatives, because the problem is bioenergy is limited, or sustainable bioenergy is limited. Electrification also has its limits, and then conversely, the rest would have to be taken up by hydrogen. We also see that a scenario with trade is much cheaper than ideas of autarky involving hydrogen, up to 30% for Europe. Europe as a prime demand region that will rely on energy imports. And the German government in particular has been very clear about that in its recent hydrogen strategy, saying that around 85 terawatt hours of hydrogen may be imported by 2030. So I think the framework is set where we want to go. The question is how to get there. And what we've also learned from biofuels is that credibility is essential. How can we convince the energy community, and how can we convince the public that what we are doing here is actually not taking away from other efforts of sustainability? The issues are a bit more difficult or different here. I think it's less of a food versus energy debate. It's more a debate of water use, but also one of the power sector defossilization that is taking place globally and still has a long way to go before we even talk about global trade of hydrogen. What we've seen, and Norbert has presented this very well, is that in the European Union and with the Renewable Energy Directive too, there are already a number of factors that need to be established. For example, when talking about creating hydrogen from grid electricity. They've been briefly mentioned, and I think the most difficult one is establishing this additionality, where we say that we've actually created surplus renewable energy that can then be used to be transferred into hydrogen. We've also debated this intensely in the Alliance and within the German Energy Agency, and we think there is no perfect way forward, because analytically the challenge is certifying something that's not there, establishing a counterfactual. So what we see is that there may be a solution if we say, if we build renewable energy sources or renewable energy plants that are not benefiting from subsidies, and there is no really strict limit on the number of renewable electricity plants that we have in a certain country, then we can say everything else is then additional. We've launched a paper on it and looking forward also to discussion on that. It's quite a complex issue. Another thing I think that needs to be mentioned is that all criteria, when they become operational, and I link to the discussion that Ilaria brought up, they have to be practicable. And that means sometimes the discussion is a bit too academic in the way that we have to consider all the criteria that are defined need to be then implemented by organizations such as ICC and then certified on the ground in a plant, on a plant level. And some of the discussion that we are having in Germany, I think, has a bit lost track of the requirements that we actually have, that for a true global applicability of such criteria, they have to be simple, they have to be transparent, and they have to be independent also of government action in the supply countries for the global hydrogen economy. We've done a couple of proposals there, and I'm sure others have too. Maybe one last remark before I close. What we've seen is that there is a need for, let's say, binary criteria, and there's a need for continuous criteria. What Ilaria mentioned with the energy vectors and, let's say, increasing renewability and allowing for a path towards even greener hydrogen, that is very important. But at the same time, going back to my initial remark on credibility of green hydrogen, we also need to establish minimum criteria, and we have to make sure that these are met. These are, in a way, the non-negotiable criteria for hydrogen certification, and I think that is also a discussion to be had, and maybe also some food for thought later for the discussion. Thank you very much. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much, Kilian, for this interesting insights. I think I can agree to quite a lot of your suggestions, and it's very interesting or very good suggestion to have simple, transparent, and criteria which are free of government intervention in order to make it possible that a lot of countries would agree to them and consider this. So I think we'll continue with Benjamin, the last speaker for today, just because of time. Benjamin is from the Chilean government, and I'm really glad to hear about the perspective from outside, or from the South American perspective. Please, Benjamin, the floor is yours. Benjamin, you're mute, I think.
What about now? Okay. So it would have been a pleasure to be there in Morocco today, but let's leave that for the next year's seminar. I just want to give a very short, brief overview of what Chile is doing, so you can get an idea and to see what are the challenges that and the opportunities that we see in the certifications issue of green hydrogen. So we just launched our green hydrogen strategy. We published it about a month ago in an event where actually Mr. Gillen was present, and we actually had several discussions and remarks in the panels regarding certification. And our strategy is quite straightforward. It's oriented to the production, use, and export of green hydrogen exclusively produced from renewable sources, solar, wind, hydro, and other sources. Where Chile has its potential, that's the competitive advantage that we can make into a complete opportunity. And our export markets are quite clear. We know which countries have very strict climatic policies. Several more are ever coming into these commitments as well. And as Kilian and some others mentioned, decarbonize and be cost effective in decarbonizing. So for us, the issue of certification is mostly an international issue on how are we gonna put a stamp on the products that we are gonna be exporting overseas. And this is quite important, but it's not only regarding hydrogen and not even regarding only ammonia, which is also and could be used as an energy carrier, but also green copper and green iron and green salmon and green blueberries and other products where a green hydrogen certificate is going to play a role in the value chain, and it's going to play a role in the certification of the cleanliness of the final end product. So we see the green hydrogen certification schemes. There are many. We have Certified Europe, we have the Australian initiatives, we have some others one in Germany. For us, the key issue is working with the off-takers of the products which are going to use these green hydrogen certificates to see what their requirements are. And we are very keen on promoting practical initiatives to take this from theory into practice, as Ilaria challenged us policymakers. And we are actually discussing with Certify the possibility of implementing a pilot certification process for a green methanol project that it's being developed in the south of Chile. It's being pushed by a Chilean company named AME, along with Siemens and Enel. And the off-taker of the green methanol and green gasoline is actually Porsche from Germany. So this is going to be a very real experience of a project developed for export of a green commodity. And we're going to explore the possibility of actually testing this and see what challenges arise from the practical implementation of such a scheme. And otherwise, we are very open to international collaboration. We're the newest member of the IPHE. We hope to continue these discussions there as well, on SEM, on IEA platforms, on the WEF, and on many others. And we are very grateful for this space that IRENA and the Moroccan government have granted us to have this discussion today. So I leave it like that. And if you want to follow up with some questions, either to me or to the panelists, but so we don't run too much over time.
Thank you. Perfect. I think this was very interesting. Maybe given the time, I will just continue with a short wrap up of what we've been discussed now. And I think it's been a very interesting discussion. Also, we can have this echo. Sorry. Yeah. So it's been a very interesting discussion. We've been talking about the challenges towards the hydrogen certification. We've learned about standards and certification. We've been talking about the different processes, that it's also necessary to talk about transport. We've been talking about considering hydrogen as part of the integrated energy system and not continuing like looking at each vector in a separate way. We've also seen some barriers and problems, like for instance, requirements for storing hydrogen in refueling stations was one problem that was mentioned. Then I think a very large issue or a very important challenge ahead lies in maybe agreeing common principles on an international level. There we've already heard some statements from Roxana from the US, where we still don't have this this agreement at a country level. So I think this could be complicated, but we've also heard already some solutions. Kilian mentioned that these criteria need to be simple, transparent, and free of government intervention. So I think this was very important. Another issue we dealt with was the issue of additionality. So how do we guarantee that additional electricity is used for the hydrogen? And also we've mentioned that the certification needs to be cross-border and cross-vector. So I think these were the most important issue we've covered. I think it was a very interesting discussion, and I hope we can continue this discussion and maybe structure it and in order to make progress towards a working, functioning certification scheme, maybe at a global level, in order to support the development of green hydrogen. So thank you very much, and I would hand over to Hans van Steen for closing remarks on that session. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much, Anne. I hope you can hear me and that there are no technical issues. I'm really very happy to join you, albeit very late in your session. I had hoped to be there at the beginning, but unfortunately the way things turned out here in Brussels, that wasn't possible. But let me first of all thank both IRESEN and IRENA for organizing this session. I think this is really a very concrete example of what the things that we need to discuss to move on in our discussion about hydrogen. You know that we now have this new platform in IRENA, and we've had 2 preparatory meetings for establishing the collaborative framework on green hydrogen. And it's very clear that there's a lot of interest among members of IRENA in doing a lot of different things on hydrogen, including aligning regulation, standards, and also certification of hydrogen between countries. So I think the kind of discussions that you're having here are really critically important in that sense. I understand that you've been discussing a lot of very interesting things, and I think how we can bring a little bit together the experiences which are already being developed in different parts of the world on this topic. In the Commission, we are also now beginning to look at this, and we have announced, as you have perhaps seen with our hydrogen strategy that came out this summer, that we would be attempting to come forward with a proposal for how to certify renewable and low carbon hydrogen. That would be one of the key initiatives coming from this strategy. And I think as such, it involves actually many of the initiatives that have been presented here today, and I just heard the tail end of some of them, but these are, of course, the kind of experiences that we need to use in order to develop this in a sound way. One of the topics that the Commission is looking at is whether of renewable and low carbon hydrogen can be embedded with a wider certification of all renewable and low carbon fuels, because in a way it is important that we are not developing something separately for hydrogen if we can do something more general for low carbon and renewable fuels. If we were able to do that, that would also in fact allow the end consumers to compare different forms of renewable fuels, including renewable hydrogen, but also things like synthetic fuels derived from renewable hydrogen, as well as direct use of renewable gases and other types of renewable fuels. And that would be quite useful if that was possible. Another element that is being discussed is the carbon threshold for renewable and low carbon hydrogen. We know that there are many different pathways to produce renewable hydrogen, including through the use of different forms of renewable power or from converting biomass resources into to ensure that such carbon thresholds can continue to evolve as we increase our efforts to fully decarbonize our economy. So these are some of the questions that we are discussing currently. We in the midst of preparing for the review of the Renewable Energy Directive. I heard that was mentioned by a couple of the previous speakers, because that might well be the vehicle for this. Not necessarily so, but it could certainly be one vehicle for doing that. As part of that, we are, as you probably know, doing a public consultation on many of the key issues that we will need to do. And this is then hopefully leading, it should lead, if all goes well, to a proposal by June of next year. And that's, of course, a very short timeline for something as complex as that. So we are in a great hurry to do all these things. This public consultation is open to everybody. If any of you here around the table today would like to take part, I would only very much welcome that. I think what we've seen also today is that we are not the only ones in the EU who are dealing with these things, and that's why it's very important to look at this also in an international context. Essentially, certification is, of course, there to create trust in the product by consumers, and we know very well that the moment that the consumers lose trust in any kind of project, and I think especially something like this, which we're doing for the greater benefit of decarbonizing, once that trust is gone, it's a very bad situation. So trust should be the key objective of all of that. It's a very complex issue as well.
Mr. Van, feedback in terms of sound. We're having some challenges hearing you. There's some kind of technological issues, and they seem to be coming from your end. Apologies if there's a speaker you could perhaps try to turn off. Thank you.
Computer, if that will help you. Is it better now?
Apologies for cutting off like that. We're very interested in hearing you speak.
Yeah, I also my end. Maybe now is it a little bit better? Let's try and do that. Anyway, I am coming to the end. You'll be happy to hear then, at least if there are technical problems. What I wanted to say, that this is complex in many different, with many different aspects that have to be considered. And that's why we think that it's very, very useful to have a full and frank discussion internationally. Also on that, I think there are many different places where that could take place. IRENA is one of them. And that's why we have engaged, and why I personally have offered to be one of the facilitators on that platform together with Mr. Iken from Morocco. So we're very, very pleased with that. So I'll perhaps leave it there.
Mr. Vasin, please reactivate your microphone, unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Continue, please.
Why that happened? Okay, this is not turning out to be so easy. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, very good. Anyway, I think I will wrap up and say that we welcome very much this. We thank again the hosts, both IRESEN and IRENA, for having put this together. We're very happy. I know my colleagues have followed the entire discussion and will be able to debrief me also of some of the more technical aspects, which I look very much forward to. And then, of course, certification is, as I said, one of the really critically important parts of the way forward on hydrogen. So I think it's very good that this is now being addressed, including in this format. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very nice evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Apologies for those technical challenges. We had some sound issues, unfortunately. We were able to hear you, but there were some background noise that made it a bit challenging. Thank you very much for your engagement, your mobilization, your support throughout the day. I think we were able to enjoy a series of sessions that were particularly thought-provoking. And to a large extent, I believe that this last session, the last one for today, because let's not forget that we have other days that will follow to continue a conversation starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. But I feel that the last session of today, to a large extent, was a 360-degree return on what we started on. We started on regulations and policies with this high-level view, where we ended up discussing certification, standards, and still regulations. But it was not a full circle. We didn't end where we started. We gained in terms of clarity, in terms of detail, in terms of depth. So we are making some meaningful progress in our collective thinking and our approach of this important topic. Would you like to also react, Mr. Iken?
Thank you very much. Ayman, very briefly, I totally agree with you. For this last session, we understood we need to develop standards, certificates. We need, as we heard, a common currency. We have to compare apple with apples. And this is very important if we would like to develop a hydrogen international trade. I would like to thank all the participants, of course, Mr. Hans van Steen, as well as all the other panelists and the colleagues from IRENA and from the organizing committee from IRENA for the collaborative framework. I hope we would be then able next year to welcome you, to host, of course, then the WorldPtXSummit physically in Morocco then next year, and to invite you and then to meet you physically. Thank you very much. And of course, for the other participants, we would be then glad to see you tomorrow again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Iken. As a very quick recap on the first day, if it be possible to show the slides that will enable us to look back on 4 very rich sessions. Thank you. So as you can see, around 1,000 participants today witness the emergence of a concrete path to leverage Power-to-X as a transformational and sustainable lever from a green dream to industrial potential through a green gearbox and radical collaboration. And as was mentioned just moments ago, in the last session, we went one step deeper yet again by looking at the role of standards and certifications as they currently exist and as they can be enhanced. We also discussed the research with impact and an invitation to be concrete and pragmatic. So for the first session, we benefited, as I just mentioned, from a very high-level opening ceremony with the co-organizers of the WorldPtXSummit Summit, represented by the Director General of IRESEN, as well as the President of Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, as well as high-level political representation from Morocco, Germany, Portugal, the European Union, and all kinds of stakeholders, including from the private sector. The second section was an approach on the market perspectives, be it at the local, regional, continental, across continents, and global level. We enjoyed very thought-provoking presentations from a series of experts. The third session looked at going one step deeper again and looking at the potential in terms of industrial deployment to make power to X a high level and global reality. Je m'entends plus. Vous m'entendez? Okay. Yes, and finally, when it comes to the session 4, we, as we just did, discussed this collaborative framework for hydrogen, including specifically through certifications and regulations. When it comes to tomorrow, we'll start at 9 a.m. and we will have 5 very interesting sessions, just like we did today. And the very first session will look at how can hydrogen innovations shape the sustainability of today. And I very much look forward to
OCP Group celebrates its 100 years. 100 years of passion, progress, and innovation carried out by OCP's dedicated people. A one-of-a-kind human adventure that is progressive and marked by innovation and major achievements. An adventure intimately linked to the history and industrial history of the Kingdom of Morocco. The creation of OCP on August